Chapter 1298. Everyone who saw this scene fell silent. That exchange had happened in a flash and most people could not understand what had just happened. In the distance, Bukong Zi and the rest looked at Qiushi with serious expressions. This woman was indeed not simple. She had instantly injured the sword in the stone so severely that he could not even hold on to his own weapon. A cultivator who had lost his weapon had been thoroughly defeated. At the bottom of the stairway, Lu Yin looked at Qiushi. It had begun. The four extreme fairy had begun to bare her fangs. The first to suffer was the sword in the stone. The sword in the stone was definitely not weak. Skysplitter's sword force combined with the imprint had suppressed the Serious sect's ultimate technique, Serious sword techniques, but he had still lost miserably. Qiushi had originally been one of the 5 astral children. If not for Lu Yin's sudden appearance, either she or Yuhua Mavis would have been the past master. Her strength was definitely within the top 10 of the sovereigns, and even the top 10 predicted her to be 9th. With a thump, the sword in the stone fell to the ground with a soft thud. Qiushi calmly looked at the sword in the stone, her expression unchanged. It was as if the previous battle had not affected her at all. In the distance, the sword in the stone stood up, his abdomen bleeding profusely. He immediately used a secret resurrection technique, and his injuries were quickly brought under control. He looked up at Qiushi with an unwilling gaze, but he did not attack again. There was no need to compete. The difference between them was obvious. He had not expected this woman to have hidden her strength so deeply. Back in the cosmic sea, Qiushi had not revealed such strength. Qiushi had used her absolute strength to crush the sword in the stone, and she appeared at the bottom of the stairway. Everyone had looked at her with fear, but when they saw her opponent, their gazes changed. They were filled with schadenfreude and sympathy, because her opponent was Xianxia. Qiushi against Xianxia. This was something that no one had expected. Lu Yin was stunned. How was this possible? Even an idiot would know that these two were definitely within the top 10 of the sovereigns, and this competition was organized by the Hall of Honor. How could Qiushi face Xianxia in advance? Wasn't this purposely placing her outside of the top 10? Had Sirius offended the Hall of Honor? There were only 2 possibilities for Qiushi to appear in that position. First, the Sirius sect had offended the Hall of Honor and had been abandoned. Second, there was still room for negotiation in this competition. It was not that the next round would determine the top 10. Perhaps the loser still had a chance. Only then could such a situation occur. Lu Yin knew that the 6th mainland had the 3rd progenitor, and the Hall of Honor had been pressured by the 3rd progenitor to hand over the outerverse to the 6th mainland. There were also benefits involved in the battles between the top 10. For example, the Daoist 3 skies would never engage in internal strife, and someone from the 5th mainland would definitely be sacrificed. However, that person would definitely not be Qiushi, as the Sirius sect was a colossus. He would rather believe that the battle for the top 10 was not that simple. He looked at Qiushi seriously and he noticed that her expression was calm. Perhaps she had already known that this would happen. For some reason he was very unhappy. The Supreme Martial Artist competition wasn't really fair. Those who had advanced by luck had all been eliminated in this round. There was someone controlling the competition behind the scenes. Qiushi was facing Xianxia. In his eyes, it was more like she had a guilty conscience making others think that it was fair. This had been the case during the battle in the Mountain and Sea realm, as well as during the Supreme Martial Artist competition. His encounter with Heaven's Emergence Mavis had also been arranged. Perhaps those people had all thought that he would lose. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This time he would not repeat his old mistakes during the battle in the Mountain and Sea realm. He raised his head and looked at the statue. Perhaps the Hall of Honor and the 6th mainland's 3rd progenitor believed that the statue would most likely be Xianxia or one of the Daoist 3 skies. Interesting. Lu Yin's expression turned cold. If the results were different from what they had expected, then he wondered what their expressions would be. Qiushi and the sword in the stone were a contest between the top experts of the 5th and 6th mainland, and it was also a contest of sword techniques. When it came to sword techniques, regardless of whether it was the 5th mainland or the 6th mainland, there was a sect that could not be overlooked. The sword sect. Lu Tianmu's figure appeared in the arena. When they saw Lu Tianmu take action, even Xianxia's expression turned serious. During the battle in the Mountain and Sea realm, Lu Tianmu was the only one who had managed to injure him. The 13th sword was indeed unfathomable, as the Sword Sect's 13 Swords was a battle technique that was worthy of being called the Overlord of the Sword. However, Lu Tianmu's opponent was a cruiser from the 6th mainland. Many felt that it was a pity when they saw this person, as the results were already set in stone. Xianxia looked away, as this battle was a waste of time. Anyone who understood Lu Tianmu knew that this was a waste of time, but that 6th mainland cultivator was extremely excited. He had deliberately broken through to the cruiser realm for the sake of this sovereign tournament. Although he could not compare to the top heirs of the imprinter clans, he had still managed to reach this stage through sheer luck. Now it was time for him to make a name for himself. He did not expect to defeat Lu Tianmu, as she was ranked 10th on the top 10 rankings. What he wanted to do was to fight for as long as possible so that more people could see him. It would be best if he could show that he was not afraid of dying for the sake of the 6th mainland. If that happened, he might even be taken in as a disciple by the 3 progenitors. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He looked at Lu Tianmu and raised a hand with a smile on his face. He tried his best to appear humble and gentle. If this woman fell in love with him at first sight, then it would be perfect. I am. He had only spoken 2 words when a sword flashed, and he collapsed before he could even finish speaking. Lu Tianmu did not even bother to look at him. In front of their screens, many of the 6th mainland's cultivators had ugly expressions on their faces. This was too embarrassing. Why waste time talking? Why not just attack? How could he even fight once? How embarrassing. Lu Tianmu's figure disappeared and reappeared at the bottom of a staircase. Countless people were stunned, but then they erupted into cheers. Regardless of whether it was the 6th mainland or the 5th mainland, the astral beast domain, or the technocracy's majestic city, everyone cheered because Lu Tianmu's opponent was Lu Yin. Lu Yin had been the most active and eye-catching person since the start of the sovereign tournament. He had defeated many opponents of high quality, and he was also one of the past masters. His battle with Yuhua Mavis had been especially satisfying for many. And now Lu Tianmu's opponent was also Lu Yin, which made everyone even more excited. In the Innerverse, atop Sword Mountain, many Sword Sect disciples were excited. Senior sister defeated Lu Yin. Defeat him. That bastard still dares to oppose our Innerverse. Cut him down with the 13 swords. Senior sister is invincible. Senior sister, I love you. In the Outerverse, countless people from the Great Eastern Alliance were excited. The Alliance Master is invincible. He defeated the 13 swords. He broke the legend of the 13 swords. The Alliance Master is the strongest. Alliance Master, I love you. Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu were both members of the 10 Arbiters and the most famous figures in the 5th mainland. On Mount Supreme at the bottom of the staircase, Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianmu strangely. I never thought that the next round would be between the 2 of us. Lu Tianmu's expression was calm as he looked at Lu Yin. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Lu Yin nodded. I've admired the 13 swords for a long time as well. Below, Lu Xiaoqiu had a complicated expression. Lu Yin had been his opponent in the past, and even during the Astral Combat Tournament, the invincible 13 swords had become famous. However, he had still been defeated by Lu Yin. Now this person was going to fight against his senior sister. Would he be able to withstand the true 13 swords? The 13 swords were unfathomable. This battle was going to be exciting. At this point, there were only 4 matches left in this round. Aside from a cruiser who was trembling, the rest were all hunters and enlighters, and there was even a Daoist 3 Skies cultivator. Many people looked towards the corner of the first vault, and their gazes towards the cruiser were filled with sympathy. However, that person had been worth it, as he had managed to stay on the highest stage for so long. In front of their screens, countless people stared at the arena, and soon a figure appeared. It was Zhou Xian, the crown prince of the Celestial Beast Empire, the legendary strongest astral beast clan, and one of the 5 past lords of the Supreme Tournament. When they saw Zhou Xian appear in the next match, everyone grew excited. Regardless of whether it was the 5th mainland's human domain or the 6th mainland, everyone was curious about the Celestial Beast clan. This clan was filled with legends. They were born as hunters, and their food was spiritual force. It was rumored that once a celestial beast devoured spiritual force, they would never recover. This clan was extremely powerful and mysterious. The Hall of Honor was the supreme ruler of the 5th mainland's human domain, and the Celestial Beast clan was the ruler of the 5th mainland's astral beast domain. Zhou Xian's status in the astral beast domain was equivalent to that of the prime clear in the human domain. Zhou Xian was handsome and always had a smile on his face. He was no different from a human, and he attracted quite a number of women to cheer for him. These women were all humans. In terms of looks, he was the #1 male in the Supreme Tournament. Zhou Xian's opponent was Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia face Zhou Xian, Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. Xianxia's chances of survival were slim. Xianxia was still as cold as ever, and aside from Lu Yin, she treated everyone else coldly. When Zhou Xian saw Xianxia appear, his eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. During his breakthrough, he had helped Xianxia block the prime clear once. Others might not know, but Zhou Xian definitely knew. Otherwise, he would not be looking at Lu Yin right now. This celestial beast was born to feed on spiritual force, and even the Day-Night clan could not compare to the celestial beast clan in terms of spiritual force control. Xianxia was in danger. Xianxia herself knew that she was in danger, as she had encountered many opponents ever since she had gained consciousness. Although the Stone Realm's Realmling was the sword in the stone, her strength was not any weaker than his, and she had experienced many battles. When she faced Zhou Xian, that bone-chilling feeling made her certain that she was no match for him. That person saved you once. Let's see if he can save you a second time, Zhou Xian said as he elegantly gestured for her to attack. You can make the first move. Xianxia did not stand on ceremony, and she stepped through the void to land in front of Zhou Xian. She then struck out with a life-form palm. Zhou Xian did not move from his spot as Xianxia's palm pierced through his body. She was shocked, but Zhou Xian still had a smile on his face. At the foot of the stairway, the prime clear had a solemn expression. The Celestial Beast clan's main body is spiritual force. This clan can have a physical body or not. Lu Yin was stunned. There was such a thing. In the entire Supreme Tournament, only Hidden Weep and Su Ling could ignore their opponent's attacks. However, both of them traveled through the void and had their main bodies. For example, Su Ling's main body had been caught by Hidden Weep and had been defeated. However, no one was like Zhou Xian, who did not have a physical body. Chapter 1299. If it doesn't have a physical body, then what are we looking at? Z couldn't help but ask. She didn't know much about the astral beast domain. The Sixth Mainland also had powerful astral beast clans, but none of them had reached the level of the Celestial Beast clan. None of them were even close, as all of them had been tamed. It has a physical body. Essence, energy and spirit. Z was shocked. Essence, energy and spirit had a physical body? This was a level that they couldn't even touch at the moment. It was said that only imprinters who specialized in essence, energy and spirit could achieve this. She looked at Zhou Xian in shock. This astral beast's innate gift was too enviable, as it was born with such an ability. With essence, energy and spirit materialized, all of Maiden Adept's attacks were useless against Zhou Xian, unless she used her essence to attack him. However, her essence, energy and spirit weren't that strong. It could be said that she had no chance of winning against Zhou Xian. Even if she had become a boundless advanced lockbreaker and her control of star energy had reached the world realm, it was still useless. Zhou Xian didn't need to use star energy at all. Maiden Adept's continuous attacks were useless, so she finally used a secret technique, reincarnation. Zhou Xian dodged and Maiden Adept's eyes trembled. It was useful. This secret technique had been created by a progenitor, so if it was useless, it could only mean that the Celestial Beast clan was too powerful. She retreated and waited for an opportunity to use the secret technique again. Suddenly, Zhou Xian soared into the sky and his entire body transformed into a giant celestial beast. His essence, energy and spirit had taken physical form, and he covered the entire area in the blink of an eye. He then aimed at Maiden Adept and let out a sharp whistle. The sound wasn't loud, but it was very sharp. However, the key point wasn't the sound, but rather the fact that this attack was made from Zhou Xian's essence, energy and spirit. The whistle swept through the entire Mount Supreme and many people fainted. They felt as if they were seeing a giant celestial beast crushing them. The world turned black and everything in front of them turned black. A celestial beast was the ruler. Whether it was at the foot of Mount Supreme, the several faults, or the sky stairway, everyone including Xianxia was affected by the whistle. Skinny, one of the Cyan twin heroes, fainted. Qiu Shi's face paled and Feng He swayed. Even Lu Tianmu was shaken. It was as if Mount Supreme as a giant celestial beast's hand. The heavenly demon Black had become the master of this moment. The starry sky was distorted by the roar and many spaceships exploded. Zhou Xian hadn't really made a move since the start of the sovereign competition. This time his roar shocked everyone, making them realize just how terrifying a heavenly Yao was. In the field, Maid Messenger's face was deathly pale. She was half squatting on the ground and had almost fainted. She was the closest to Zhou Xian, and this roar almost caused her nerves to snap. Even if she didn't fall to the ground, she couldn't attack at this moment. Her body was trembling because of the impact to her essence, energy and soul. It wasn't fear but an instinctive reaction. The sound only lasted for an instant, and Zhou Xian appeared high up in the sky again. There was still a smile on his face and he looked so elegant and charming. Zhou Xian landed on the ground and looked at the half-squatting maiden, who was barely able to hold herself together. He then turned to look at Lu Yin and raised his hand. His palm was aimed at maiden and a cold glint flashed through his eyes. At the bottom of the stairway, Lu Yin's eyes widened and he turned slightly. Nightfall. In the arena, Zhou Xian's eyes lit up and everything around him turned black. Lu Yin's knight's descent descended, but it instantly vanished. Lu Yin's expression changed as some of his essence had been devoured by Zhou Xian. The essence that had been devoured by the celestial demon could never be recovered unless he started cultivating again. In other words, the essence that had been used by Nightfall was essentially gone, and Lu Yin could not recover it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. If Lu Yin's essence had previously been equivalent to 10, then he was now only at 7. He could only cultivate again and it was impossible for him to recover what he had lost. Lu Yin had suffered a hidden loss. Quite a few people had noticed the exchange between the two. Even though the sovereign tournament separated the spectators, there were still ways to influence other people's matches. This was the sovereign tournament and there were no restrictions on life and death. The purpose of this tournament was to determine the strongest 10 people. If one was affected by others, they would lose and they would not qualify to enter the top 10. Lu Yin could attack Zhou Xian, but Zhou Xian had also attacked everyone else. In the field, Zhou Xian lowered his hand, causing Lu Yin to suffer a hidden loss. He had already probed Lu Yin's spiritual force and it was very strong. Lu Yin's spiritual force battle technique was also very powerful, but it still couldn't pose a threat to Zhou Xian. Furthermore, Zhou Xian had just devoured some of Lu Yin's spiritual force, which was delicious. I admit defeat, Xinyu said. She had noticed the exchange between the two and she stared coldly at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked at her and smiled. What's your relationship with him? Xinyu did not reply. Lu Yin had suffered a hidden loss because of her, and she would find a way to take revenge herself. Xinyu's body disappeared, and she returned to the first layer's original location. Zhou Xian also disappeared. Everyone looked down the staircase. Who would be facing Zhou Xian? When Zhou Xian's figure appeared, many sighed in relief, but some had ugly expressions, especially those from the Innerverse Yo court and the Seven Courts Yo family. Zhou Xian's opponent was Yo Yi. Yo Yi had not expected Zhou Xian to appear here. Against this heavenly Yao, even if she had the terrifying murderous heart lotus battle technique, she still did not feel confident. Zhou Xian looked at her and smiled. Yo Yi's eyes narrowed and she looked up at the statue. She would not admit defeat so easily and she had to enter the top 10. Otherwise it would not be worth it to expose everything. In the next match, Ling Gong and Tai Yishan both appeared. When the crowd saw that these two were going to fight, they were shocked once again. It was going to be a good show to watch. Both Neoverse elites were facing off against one of the Innerverse 10 arbiters, and such a battle was always the most interesting. The Innerverse had always been unwilling to be suppressed by the Neoverse, but the Neoverse did not care about the Innerverse either. However, in the previous battles, Yuanhua Mavis had lost to Lu Yin, and the Scion of Light had lost to Concealed Light. Both Lu Yin and Concealed Light were 10 arbiters, and many of the Neoverse cultivators were furious. If another 10 arbiters won, how would they be able to maintain their lofty arrogance in front of the Innerverse? Tai Yishan was the top descendant of the home of the gods, and he called himself a god. His dignity would not allow him to be defeated. Go home of the gods. Defeat the 10 arbiters. Many shouted in front of the Neoverse screen. Although he's crazy, he's still a lunatic from our Neoverse. He's able to insta-kill a barbarian from the Innerverse. No matter how I look at it, That 10 arbiters from the Innerverse look more like a god. Look, that white guy. Xiao Bai face. Xiao Bai face him, kill him. Crazy. In the second layer, Ling Ke shouted, kill that lunatic. Don't go home if you lose. You can't even beat a lunatic. Ling Ke's voice was too loud, and Ling Gong seemed to have heard him as he glared fiercely at the second layer. Ling Ke immediately shrank back. Tai Yishan's fighting style was almost the same as Fu He's, and he had created all sorts of weapons. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Weapons blasted towards Ling Gong, who used a spear to open a path in an attempt to get close to Tai Yishan. However, Tai Yishan had created too many weapons and he himself was extremely powerful. He also had the Aeon Evolution Scripture, so even Ling Gong could not get close enough to unleash his spear's full power. Not long after, a bell tolled and the Sky Palace descended. When they saw Ling Gong's innate gift, many people in front of the screen immediately knelt down. This was where the gods resided. In the Neoverse, many people in the home of the gods were dumbfounded. They had always called themselves gods, but at this moment, Ling Gong seemed even more like a god. He even had a sky palace. This is what it means to be a professional. A cultivator in the home of the gods muttered to himself. The sky palace did not only have a terrifying appearance, but it was also a combination of Ling Gong's 10 innate gifts. It had the power to suppress everything, and the various weapons that Tai Yishan had created were easily suppressed by the Sky Palace. Ling Gong stood above the Sky Palace and the spear pressed down towards Tai Yishan. Tai Yishan's eyes narrowed. He had seen this innate gift more than once. During the battle in the Mountain and Sea Realm, the Sky Palace had been destroyed by Xiaozhou. It was not unsolvable, but Tai Yishan did not have the power to directly destroy the Sky Palace. As he thought about it, his eyes turned into runes that weakened the Sky Palace's rune lines. The Sky Palace's rune lines were weakened but Ling Gong's were not. Her spear descended, piercing through the void and tearing through space to envelop Tai Yishan. Ripples appeared on the surface of Tai Yishan's body, and they were exactly the same as the ones that had appeared on Long He's body. This was something that could only be done when one's usage of the Aeon Evolution Scripture had reached a certain level. The spear pierced through the ripples and the rune lines were immediately weakened. Tai Yishan grabbed the tip of the spear with one hand, but he did not break it. Instead he used the spear to pull Ling Gong towards him. Long He had used this method to isolate her opponent's attack, but Tai Yishan wanted to use this method to determine victory. Once Ling Gong was pulled into the ripples, her power would be greatly reduced. There was a thump as the Sky Palace rang out with a bell. Phantoms were born from the Sky Palace, and they charged towards Tai Yishan like celestial soldiers. Tai Yishan's eyes narrowed. This was possible? What the hell? Helpless, he let go of Ling Gong and quickly retreated, avoiding contact with the Sky Palace. However, Ling Gong did not give up on him and leapt into the ripples. Tai Yishan was shocked, but then he was overjoyed. As long as he could enter the ripples, he was confident that he could defeat this person. Seeing that Ling Gong had really entered the ripples, the rune lines immediately decreased. Tai Yishan grabbed Ling Gong's spear, and the tip of Ling Gong's spear pierced towards Tai Yishan's palm. Suddenly, strange rings appeared around them. They were created by Tai Yishan and the rings were connected, trapping Ling Gong within. Even the direction of the spear's attack had changed. Tai Yishan sneered. It's over. With that, the rings lit up, forming a thunderbolt that connected the heavens and the earth. The thunderbolt surpassed Mount Supreme and spread towards the starry sky. In the end, it pierced through the starry sky and formed a black hole. Its power level was at least 350,000. With Ling Gong's weakened rune lines, there was no way it could block it. Tai Yishan was sure to win, but the intense pain in his abdomen made him feel incredulous. He turned around and saw Ling Gong behind him. The Lingling clan's battle technique, soul splitting. The Lingling clan was one of the strongest clans in the Innerverse. Other than being able to absorb other people's innate gifts and combine them into one, they also had a powerful battle technique, soul splitting. One could split into two, two could split into three, and with soul splitting one's power would increase by 3 times. It was equivalent to 3 identical people attacking. During the battle in the Mountain and Sea Realm, Ling Gong had not used soul splitting, so Tai Yishan had overlooked this terrifying battle technique. End of chapter. Chapter 1300. At the foot of the stairway, Lu Yin sighed. Tai Yishan and Ling Gong were both his friends, but it was a pity that one of them would be eliminated. In reality, Lu Yin was more optimistic about Tai Yishan. Even he was a little apprehensive about the power that Feng He had displayed, and he could not figure out how she had dispelled Fan Shun's strongest attack. Tai Yishan might be able to do the same, but he had underestimated Ling Gong. How could White Knight, one of the 10 arbiters, be defeated so easily? Tai Yishan gripped his spear tightly as blood flowed down its body. A long blade appeared in his hand and he slashed down. At the same time, 2 streams of blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. Ling Gong's gaze turned cold. She had seen this person with Lu Yin outside Mount Supreme. She had not wanted to kill him because of Lu Yin, but now she could not. She spun her spear and pulled it back, thrusting it out once more. Her movements were smooth and this spear was aimed at Tai Yishan's chest. If he was hit, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. This attack gave Tai Yishan a chance. As long as he pulled back his blade, he would have time to dodge. However, Tai Yishan did not, and he even smiled strangely. Ling Gong's heart sank and she suddenly recalled the battle between Feng He and Fan Shun. This was bad. The spear struck Tai Yishan, but it immediately shattered. Tai Yishan's blade slashed down from Ling Gong's right shoulder to her left arm, leaving behind a large gash. This sudden turn of events confused many. At the foot of the stairway, Feng He's eyes flashed. This guy had reached the knowing realm. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Just like Feng He's strongest attack against Fan Shun, Ling Gong's spear had shattered. This was definitely the power of the next realm of the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. The Aeon Evolution True Scripture was too mystical, and Lu Yin would definitely go to the home of the gods to study it. Tai Yishan staggered back a few steps as blood flowed from his abdomen. He stared at Ling Gong, who had been injured even more heavily. He knew that she was Lu Yin's friend, but there was no other way. He could not give up on the sovereign tournament. However, he had held back, or else he would have slashed at her neck. Tai Yishan almost never attacked women, but this was the sovereign tournament. Countless people in the Innerverse became nervous. The Neoverse cheered, especially so in the home of the gods. Do you see that? This is the power of a god. Your attacks are useless. So this is the knowing denial realm. Tai Yishan is definitely not weaker than that traitor. I look forward to Tai Yishan getting rid of the traitors. In the Innerverse, the Lingling clan was completely silent. Those who saw the scene were not worried at all. The Lingling clan's soul clone could split into 3. On the first level of Mount Supreme, Ling Gong's heavily injured body disappeared. Tai Yishan's expression changed drastically. Not good. The Lingling clan could split into 3. This was troublesome. He immediately turned to look in the direction of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace had not disappeared, and Ling Gong slowly walked out with her spear raised. Tai Yishan felt bitter. He had already been severely injured and had no chance of winning against the uninjured Spirit Palace. Although the scripture of eternity evolution was powerful, the cost of using it once was too great. His eyes could no longer see clearly, and it should be the same for Zhou Xian. Moreover, the Spirit Palace must have been on guard against his strength. The Heavenly Palace was magnificent, and the sound of the bell echoed. The Spirit Palace held a long spear and faced the Supreme God. Tai Yishan helplessly said, "I admit defeat." These 2 words made his heart tighten. The path of the supreme competition had come to an end. Countless people in the Neoverse were speechless. This was especially true for the home of the gods. They had been excited just a moment ago, but now the contrast was so great that they were speechless. On the other hand, the people from the Innerverse grew excited. Out of the 20 autarchs, 6 of them were from the 10 arbiters, which was more than half. What did this mean? Description: sad face. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The invincible 10 arbiters were still invincible even when placed on the highest stage of the universe. In front of their screens, many people looked down at the stairway, wanting to know who Ling Gong's opponent would be. Ling Gong's figure disappeared, and when she reappeared she was met with a cold gaze. Xia Jiuyo. Her opponent for the top 10 was Xia Jiuyo. Many people in the Innerverse felt their hearts sink. It was actually Xia Jiuyo. They did not know about the 9 clones technique, and they only knew that Xia Jiuyo was ranked 5th on the predicted list. Ling Gong was not on the list, which meant that most people believed that Ling Gong was not Xia Jiuyo's opponent. When he saw that Ling Gong's opponent was Xia Jiuyo, Lu Yin's heart sank as well. Although he had suppressed Xiajuo before the competition, no one knew the true strength of the 9 clones technique. He did not believe that the 9 clones technique was only used to increase one's realm. If that was the case, then progenitor Qin would not have been invincible back then. Xiajuo was one of the most well-hidden people in the supreme competition, and that was what Lu Yin had always believed. Fortunately, there was still one person who could understand the 9 clones technique. Star Sibyl. At this moment, Star Sibyl appeared in the arena, and her opponent was Wu Tai-bai. In the current universe, there were only 2 people who knew the 9 clones technique: Xiajuo and Star Sibyl. Xiajuo was progenitor Chen's descendant, and everyone could accept that he had learned the 9 clones technique. However, no one knew how Star Sibyl had learned it, so it did not matter. Her opponent was Wu Tai-bai, one of the 6th mainland's Dao Source 3 skies. She wanted to win, she would have to use her true strength. Star Sibyl was not only famous in the Innerverse and Outerverse, but she was also famous in the Neoverse and the 6th mainland. Everyone wanted to know what methods she had. In the arena, Wu Tai-bai had a scholarly temperament just like when Lu Yin had first met him. He was like an elegant young master. Across from him, Star Sibyl stared at Wu Tai-bai, her eyes twinkling. Wu Tai-bai smiled. "Have you divined anything?" Star Sibyl frowned and looked at Wu Tai-bai with a strange gaze. Finally, she was shocked. What was going on? She could not even divine this person's abilities. Now, why was this happening? She had clearly divined this before. Of the Dao Source 3 skies, Bukong and Zi had received the most attention. However, Wu Tai-bai was also from one of the 3 skies, so he should not have been overlooked. Star Sibyl had already divined Wu Tai-bai's abilities before the Autark tournament. She had felt that although this person was very strong, he was still slightly weaker than Bukong, so she had not paid much attention to him. However, at this moment when she was directly facing Wu Tai-bai, she could not divine anything at all, just like Lu Yin and Wang Yi. What was going on? Wu Tai-bai casually opened his fan. "You want to know? It's said that the 5th mainland Star Sibyl sect has a divination attack that can predict the enemy's movements. They also have a battle technique that can predict the enemy's next move. I'm looking forward to your divination." In front of their screens, many people looked at Star Sibyl in anticipation. Most people did not believe in divination, but the Star Sibyl sect had stood tall in the universe for so long, so they were clearly not scammers. The most famous example was when the Sea King had stolen Pyrolite. It was when Xianxia who had asked for help, and the Star Sibyl sect had divined it. Star Sibyl's battles had always been studied, but no one had been able to figure out how she had divined. She could predict her opponent's movements without seeing the light, but that was only during battle. She could use her opponent's habits, breathing, battle techniques, and so on. Using a domain to calculate it was not divination. Thus, it was impossible to predict a person's next move when they were not in battle. However, Star Sibyl could. Even more so. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Before the battle even began, she could predict where her opponent would attack. This was true divination. Predicting the enemy's movements was a battle technique that many people dreamed of. Watching Star Sibyl fight was a form of enjoyment for many people. However, Star Sibyl was not in the mood to let others watch, and her face gradually turned pale. Wu Tai-bai seemed refined and courteous, but the feeling he gave her was more terrifying than anyone else. This person was undefeatable. After more than 10 minutes, Wu Tai-bai did not seem anxious at all and continued to fan himself. Star Sibyl sighed and looked at Wu Tai-bai with a complicated expression. Wu Tai-bai was surprised. "That's enough? Then I'm going to attack. Divine where I'll attack from." "No need, I admit defeat," Star Sibyl said decisively. Wu Tai-bai was stunned. Admit defeat? He was not the only one, as everyone else was shocked. A powerhouse who cultivated the 9 clones technique and had the ability to divine had actually admitted defeat before the battle had even begun. This did not make sense. At the bottom of the stairway, Lu Yin frowned and was somewhat disappointed. He had some guesses about Wu Tai-bai's strength, so he had felt that Star Sibyl would not be his opponent. However, he had not expected her to be so decisive and not even fight. This had prevented him from seeing the true strength of the 9 clones technique. What a pity. However, this was also a different kind of divination. At least she had predicted the outcome. Sometimes being able to predict the outcome was not necessarily a good thing. Without the ability to divine, she might have been able to give it a try. In the distance, Xiajuyo's eyes narrowed as he looked at Wu Taibai with fear. He understood Star Sibyl very well. To be able to make her admit defeat, this Daoist Three Skies was definitely not as easy to deal with as one might imagine. Perhaps he was not any weaker than Bukong and Zi. Wu Taibai's figure disappeared and reappeared at the bottom of the stairway. Not far from him was Hidden Weep. Seeing Wu Taibai go up against Hidden Weep, many people were in an uproar. However, there was not much of a reaction, unlike when Qiushi had faced the Shangqing. Hidden Weep herself did not have much of a reaction either. Wu Taibai, on the other hand, was very interested in Hidden Weep and sized her up. The inheritor of progenitor Chen's power. There were only 2 people in the first layer who had not competed. One was a cruiser and the other was Xiaoqing. The final match would be between them. At the bottom of the stairway, there was only one person without an opponent, and that person was Bukong. The crowd looked at Xiaoqing sympathetically, as she would definitely win the final match. After that, she would not have an opponent for the top 10. This was really bad luck. Bukong was one of the Daoist Three Skies and Xiaoqing was also from the 6th mainland. Just like how the skinny person had faced Ziyi, these 2 matches had allowed the Daoist Three Skies to advance directly. This caused many people from the 5th mainland to be dissatisfied, and the internet was filled with curses. Xiaoqing appeared very calm. As a true realmling of the martial immortal realm, defeating a cruiser was easy for her. At the bottom of the stairway, Xiaoqing appeared and smiled at Bukong. Bukong frowned as he was unfamiliar with Xiaoqing and did not pay her much attention. Aside from Wu Taibai and Zi, he did not place any of his peers in the 6th mainland in his eyes. The so-called realmlings who were second only to them were still far from them. At this point, the first layer of the competition had come to an end, and the top 20 of the Supreme competition had been decided. At the peak of Mount Supreme, beneath the giant statue, the 10 stairways had become the focus of the entire universe. As long as one could reach the peak through the stairways, they would be able to enter the top 10 of the Supreme competition and obtain that opportunity. Thank you, brothers, for your support. End of chapter. Chapter 1301. There were 2 people at the bottom of each staircase and their opponents had been decided. When Sansi was up against Wang Yi, Skinny was up against Ziyi, Drunkard was up against the 100 Lineages, Shangqing was up against Qiushi, Lu Tianmu was up against Lu Yin, Yao Xian was up against Youyifa, Linggong was up against Xia Juyo, Quiet Weep was up against Wu Taibai, and Little Blue was up against Zhu Kong. 10 staircases, 10 battles, and the winner would become one of the top 10 in Mount Supreme. Everyone had thought that the battles would be the same as before, one battle at a time. However, when the screen at the end of the staircase opened, everyone was shocked. The staircase had opened at the same time, which meant that all 10 battles could take place at the same time. Suddenly, the screen was divided into 10, and all 10 matches were shown on the screen. The opening of the screen at the end of the staircase meant that the path to the top of Mount Supreme had been opened. Everyone could climb the staircase now, or they could wait. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. In the previous battles, Wang Yi and Li Zimo hadn't fought for several days, and no one had urged them to do so now. At the bottom of the staircase, Lu Yin looked up. The battles could actually start at the same time. Were they trying to determine the top 10 as quickly as possible? If his guess was correct, then the top 10 might not be decided so easily even if they reached the top of the mountain. As he thought about it, he subconsciously looked at Qiushi, but her expression was indifferent. She didn't even look at the staircase. At this time, the battle had already started on the screen. Youyi was the first to attack, using the 4 directions dragon lock formation to trap Yao Xian. A blood-colored lotus appeared beneath her feet, and she raised her hand, causing a phantom lotus to sweep through the void and rush towards Yao Xian. She used her strongest attack against Yao Xian as she only had one chance. She knew that she didn't have enough spiritual force to withstand Yao Xian's strength, and his roar had almost caused her to vomit blood. This was the first battle at the bottom of the staircase, and it attracted everyone's attention. Even Lu Yin was watching seriously. Within the 4 directions dragon lock formation, Yao Xian didn't care about Youyi. His spiritual force wasn't strong enough and fighting him would be suicide. He could ignore physical attacks. However, as the blood-colored lotus approached, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate. His body subconsciously scattered and he turned into palm-sized bats that flew off in all directions. The blood-colored lotus phantom lotus landed and it instantly disappeared. Youyi was disappointed. The palm-sized bats gradually fused together, and Yao Xian's expression turned ugly. He didn't think that Yo Year would actually force him to split his body. He was a spiritual being, so he shouldn't be threatened. Yao Xian didn't realize that although the blood-colored lotus had disappeared, the traces of blood were still floating in the air, disappearing very slowly. When his body fused, he also fused with traces of blood. Only Lu Yin, Supreme Ishan, and a few others who cultivated the Ian evolution true scripture could see some of the rune lines entering Yao Xian's body. Yao Xian's essence, energy and spirit surged. Just like how he dealt with the Maiden of Fairies, his roar enveloped Mount Supreme, directly destroying the dragon-locking formation of the four directions and attacking Yo Year. Yo Year's face was pale. She clenched her teeth and blood flowed down her ears. She resisted the urge to faint and waved her hand. Yao Xian's expression changed drastically. Blood splashed out from his body, but it was not his own blood. He did not have any blood, only his essence, energy and spirit. These blood splashes were tiny blood-colored lotuses. The traces of blood that Yao Xian had fused with turned into blood-colored lotuses that exploded from his body. Although he was not killed in one hit like Bai Ling, his essence was still injured and he was forced back 100 meters. Yo Year took the opportunity to set up the dragon-locking formation of the four directions again. She raised her hand and her star energy transformed into a sword that slashed down. Yao Xian was enraged. He had actually been injured. This was the first time this had happened, and Yo Year quickly approached him and slashed down with her sword. "You're courting death." Yao Xian's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Without any sound, a formless energy distorted the void, and it was as if the air itself had exploded. Yo Year was sent flying. Yo Year spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, and the blood on her body quickly faded away. She fell down the mountain, landing at the foot of the mountain in an extremely miserable state. In the inner verse, everyone in the Yo court was shocked as they stared at the foot of the mountain where Yo Year had fallen. Madame Yu's face was pale. The strength that Yo Year had displayed surpassed that of any of the Yu family's successors. She had already surpassed the value of a marriage alliance. Yo Year's strength had been witnessed by everyone, but Yao Xian's strength was even more frightening. His strength was almost unfathomable and his essence was invincible. With Yo Year's defeat, the first person to enter the top 10 was born. Yao Xian, the crown prince of the Celestial Beast Empire. Yao Xian did not want others to think that he had it easy. Those blood-colored lotuses had injured him and he was even more apprehensive. That woman could injure him and her battle technique made his scalp go numb. He had wanted to kill her, but he did not know what the outcome would be. It would be best if he could kill her. He had fought against the human domain for so many years, but such a strange battle technique had never appeared before. Who had created it? Yao Xian and Yo Year's battle seemed to be the fastest, but there was another battle that was even faster. It was the battle between Brother Skinny and Zi. At the end of the stairway, the path to the peak opened and Brother Skinny immediately admitted defeat. He looked like an idiot, but that did not mean that he was actually an idiot. He did not even think about fighting against the Dao Source Three Skies, and Brother Fat had also surrendered when he met Wu Taibai. At this moment, Lu Yin did not have the time to look elsewhere. Lu Tianmu had already unsheathed his sword. The multiverse's screen split into 10 and one of them was Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu. When Lu Tianmu unsheathed her sword, at least half of the people in the universe looked over. Lu Tianmu was the inheritor of the 13 swords and the strongest disciple of the sword sect. She was also known as one of the strongest existences among the 10 arbiters. Her actions had not only shaken the inner verse and outer verse, but also the astral beast domain, the technocracy and even the sixth mainland. Countless people in the Neoverse were also paying attention to her, as she was the only person who had managed to injure a prime clear expert in the mountain and sea realm. Lu Yin's reputation was even greater, as his battle with Yu Hua Mavis had pushed him to the peak. At this moment, Lu Yin was already one of the top experts in the eyes of countless people. If the top 10 rankings were rearranged, he would definitely enter the top 6. Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu's battle represented the Outerverse Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse Sword Sect. Their battle was like a battle between the Great Eastern Alliance and the Innerverse various great powers. Almost everyone in the Innerverse and Outerverse was watching their battle. On Mount Supreme, at least half of the participants were also watching them. This isn't your first time fighting the 13 swords. My 13 swords is different from Xiaoqiu's. Lu Tianmu raised her sword and looked at Lu Yin. The sword's light was so bright that it illuminated the mountain peak. Lu Yin raised his head. I know. The 13 swords are the same, but the users are different. Lu Tianmu gripped the hilt of her sword tightly. I watched your tournament of the strongest, but I never thought that you would be standing in front of me today. Be careful, first sword of the 13 swords. As she spoke, her sword slashed down diagonally. The first sword of the 13 swords could shock even gods and ghosts. This familiar scene made Lu Yin feel as if he had traveled through time and space and arrived at the scene of the astral combat tournament. This was the first time he had met Lu Xiaoqiu and the first time he had encountered the 13 swords. It had been a long time since he had felt that kind of excitement that made every cell in his body tremble. Yuhua Mavis had given him a cathartic release of power, while Lu Tianmu had made him feel a sharp sense of danger. This feeling was very comfortable. Bang! There was a loud explosion as a shockwave whizzed out and tore through the void. Lu Tianmu's first sword had been deflected by Lu Yin's middle finger, and Lu Tianmu's domain whizzed out in front of him as the second sword slashed out. Lu Yin deflected it again. It's useless. He raised a hand and flicked his finger, causing a huge force to tear through the void and descend in front of Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu's sword swept out and deflected the finger wind, and then his domain suddenly contracted. Man and sword became one, sword and domain became one, and then man and sword and domain became one. This was the fifth sword. This sword seemed to have descended from the heavens, and it instantly descended in front of Lu Yin. All he could see was a trace of the sword's edge, and that trace of sharpness became the focus of countless people. Not just anyone could witness the 13 swords. At this moment, the mysterious veil of the 13 swords was unveiled to the entire universe. Only those who were directly under the sword's edge could feel how terrifying it was. In the distance, Yao Xian, Shangqing, Amikong, and the rest all looked over. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Now this is interesting. He then shifted the fates and within his body and a huge force filled his entire body. He flicked his finger again, but this time the sword's edge was distorted. Lu Yin opened his palm and slashed at Lu Tianmu. This attack was definitely not inferior to the second punch that he had exchanged with Yuanhua Mavis. Yuanhua Mavis could use his body and strength to block it, but Lu Tianmu could not. However, the 13 swords were not just about offense. The sixth sword, defensive sword force. Lu Yin's palm slashed down, but it did not touch Lu Tianmu. The attack was completely blocked by the defensive sword force, but Lu Tianmu himself was sent flying by the enormous force. Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out, causing the void to collapse and black cracks to appear. The vibrations in the air even affected the other competitors, and many of them felt stifled and almost couldn't breathe. A force comparable to Yuanhua Mavis' third punch descended. Lu Tianmu forcefully twisted his body and the tip of his sword rotated. The light illuminated everyone and the statue on Mount Supreme, causing the screen of light to blur. The 10th sword, Star Slasher. Stars twinkled as sword chi filled the air. This attack was beautiful but also deadly. Lu Yin's fist was forcefully torn apart by the sword chi, and the Star Slasher tore through the void and headed straight for Lu Yin. 9-lined battle force surged from Lu Yin's body and he punched out once more. The Star Slasher was broken apart, and the wind from his fist blasted towards Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu's expression was calm and his sword rotated once more. The 11th sword, Source Splitter. Across from him, Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. He had encountered the 11th sword before. Back then, Quiet Weep had borrowed the 11th sword from someone named Lu Guai. At that time, Lu Yin had been forced to dodge the 11th sword, and he had even had to use a secret technique to do so. Lan Si had been injured by the 11th sword. Now that he was facing the 11th sword again, Lu Yin still could not see through it. However, that did not matter as he did not believe that the 11th sword could suppress his strength. Source Splitter soared through the sky, ignoring the distance between them as it descended directly in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. Where had this sword come from? Chapter 1302. It wasn't just him. Even the Prime Clear One couldn't see where this sword was coming from. He only knew that when facing this sword he had to either avoid it in advance or take it head-on. Yao Xian was astonished when he saw the 11th sword. The sword faction was called the King of Swords, and it was indeed true. Even in the human domain's new cosmos, there was no sword technique that could compare to the sword faction's 13 swords. Many cultivators from the 6th mainland were stunned. The 5th mainland actually had such a sword technique. Wang Yi's expression changed. Source rend, it was such a sword technique. Interesting. If it had been in the past, Lu Yin would have had no way of dealing with the 11th sword, and he would have had to dodge it in advance. But now there was no need for that. When one's strength reached a certain level, the power that was once unstoppable became so ordinary. Even though he did not understand this sword move, its power was not enough for him to dodge. Lu Yin raised his hand, his 9-lined battle force glowing red. He grabbed the 11th sword chi with one hand and unleashed 150 stacks with an explosion of overlaying stacks. He growled and threw the 11th sword chi towards the distant Xiajuyo under countless shocked gazes. In the distance, a similar battle had broken out at the foot of a staircase. Not everyone was attracted by the battle between Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu. The battle between the Spirit Palace and Xiajuyo was also ongoing. However, the Spirit Palace was being suppressed. Back in the mountain and sea realm, Xiajuyo had used the third form of the saber will to sever the Celestial Palace. That had exposed the Spirit Palace's trump cards. The Celestial Palace, the soul-splitting technique, and the spear technique were all part of Xiajuyo's calculations, which was why the Spirit Palace had been suppressed from the very beginning. Even if the Spirit Palace wanted to use the power of the Spirit Division to defeat Xiajuyo, it would be useless. Just as Xiajuyo was about to use the refined Netherworld palm to defeat Ling Gong, the 11th sword came from afar, which sent chills down his spine. He turned around and raised his hand to use 3-blade wills. His body was sent flying 1,000 feet away by the 11th sword and his wrist went numb. He stared angrily into the distance and happened to meet Lu Yin's gaze. Lu Yin glanced at him coldly and then ignored him. He did it on purpose. Even though he was fighting Lu Tianmu, he still had the energy to look elsewhere. He had seen the Spirit Palace being suppressed by Xiajuyo. The 11th sword was his gift to Xiajuyo. Unfortunately, it could not change the outcome of the battle. The Spirit Palace would still be defeated. Ling Gong had also seen Lu Yin attack and he snorted as he stared at Xiajuyo. This battle boded ill rather than well. More importantly, no one had seen the bottom line of the 9 clones, which was the most terrifying aspect. Lu Yin had taken the time to attack Xiajuyo, which not only angered Xiajuyo but also Lu Tianmu. She had the time to look at others while fighting with her. She was looking down on her. With great difficulty, Lu Tianmu managed to deflect Lu Yin's fist wind with the 6th sword. Half of his body was numb, but in his anger he did not hesitate to use the 12th sword. The 11th sword was named Origin Splitting and the 12th sword was named Profound. Similarly, it was impossible to see through it and similarly it ignored spatial distance. However, its power was nearly twice as strong as the 11th sword. With the secret techniques that Lu Yin had grasped, he could have dodged or shifted his position. He could have done both at his current level, but he didn't. Everyone had their own way of fighting. From the moment he stepped on the path of cultivation to the first time he heard of the 13 swords, he had experienced a lot. Now that he was facing Lu Tianmu's 13 swords, he had experienced even more. With so many experiences and so many close shaves with his life, what he got was not dodging but a real confrontation. He wanted to defeat the 13 swords head-on. The moment the 12th sword appeared, Lu Yin's mind was suddenly alerted. He subconsciously covered his entire body with 9-lined battle force and concentrated all of his strength before striking out with a palm. 250 stacks, emptiness palm. This palm was met with the 12th sword, Profound, that had appeared out of nowhere. Sparks of electricity flashed and shot out in all directions. Countless specks of light appeared in the void, each one capable of tearing through the void. A huge force swept through Supreme Mountain along with a strong gale. No one knew how strong this force was when it exploded, and no one knew where the sword chi specks had come from. They only knew that at this moment, everyone was affected. She was currently fighting with obscurity, and when the sword chi specks descended, the two of them hurriedly dodged. When Xianxia blocked the barrier and fearfully looked into the distance, 3 streams of chi revolved around Prime Clarity's body, isolating him from the aftershocks and sword chi specks. He looked into the distance in shock. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, even he had not been able to react to the 12th sword, but Lu Yin had actually taken it head-on. On the first level, Ku Wei was pale with fright and he kept dodging. The fish on Shi-Chi's head cursed. Yuhua Mavis stood in place as the aftershocks were ineffective against her. This was Lu Yin's strongest emptiness palm and she knew how powerful it was. Lu Yin's emptiness palm had beaten the little arrow saint half to death, and even the little arrow saint's resurrection technique had not been able to fully recover. This was the might of Lu Yin's emptiness palm, which was a combination of strength and overlaying stacks. It had forcefully clashed with the 12th sword of the 13 swords. The screen distorted. In the inner verse, atop Sword Mountain, Lu Qianjue's expression was solemn. Beside him, Elderly was aghast. There's almost no one in the same generation who can take the 12th sword head-on. This Lu Yin really is a freak. Elderly Lianxin spoke up. There's almost no one in our sword sect's history who's been able to comprehend the 12th sword. Even someone like that has appeared in this era. Lu Qianjue sighed. Times have changed. I was only 100 years old when I comprehended the 12th sword. If Tianmu had been born a generation earlier, our sword sect would definitely have been able to enter the Neoverse. Elderly was unwilling to accept this. Lu Qianjue shook his head. This was the most dazzling era in history after Progenitor Qin and the Talisman Progenitor. It would be perfect if another progenitor could appear. If Lu Tianmu hadn't been born in this era, he might not have had such strength. After all, there hadn't been a formcast model before. I just hope that Tianmu's 13th sword can defeat Lu Yin, Elderly Lianxin said. The sword sect's hundreds of thousands of disciples watched on nervously. The 13 swords was their dream and they could not afford to lose. In the outer verse, Madame Nalan's expression was calm, but her gaze was complicated. She had never thought that this day would come. The 13 swords had been invincible for so long that many people had grown numb to it. Now that they saw Lu Yin face the 12th sword head-on, many felt hopeful that he could break the legend of the 13 swords. Even some inner-verse cultivators hoped that the legend of the 13 swords would be broken. On Mount Supreme, Lu Xiaoqiu's gaze was complicated. At the foot of the stairway, the 12th sword had finally been shattered, and Lu Yin's emptiness palm had also been exhausted. He had originally thought that his emptiness palm would be able to defeat the 12th sword, but unfortunately it had not. On the other side, Lu Tianmu's face paled. Not even the Prime Clarity Sword had been able to withstand the 12th sword head-on. Even the Prime Clarity Sword had been injured by the 12th sword and had not been able to take it head-on, but Lu Yin had actually broken through it. This not only required extreme strength but also timing. Aside from their power, the 11th and 12th swords' most unfathomable aspects were their ability to ignore space. Not everyone could dodge them. Being able to break through the 12th sword head-on meant that Lu Yin's strength was above the 12th sword. There was only one way to defeat him, the 13th sword. However, this depended on Lu Yin. Lu Yin could use the emptiness palm more than once. He could use it at any time, which meant that he could defeat Lu Tianmu at any time. This was because Lu Tianmu had no chance of facing the palm head-on. There were probably only a few people in the entire Sovereign Tournament who could say that they would be fine after facing the emptiness palm. Many people had thought of this, including Lu Tianmu herself. She looked at Lu Yin calmly. Lu Yin was also looking at her, wondering if he should let Lu Tianmu use the 13th sword. In truth, even if he wanted to completely defeat the 13th sword head-on, he was still a little apprehensive when facing it. This sword was different from the 11th and 12th. It was impossible to block. Even the Prime Clarity Sword had been heavily injured by it. This sword had nothing to do with distance anymore. Moreover, this sword was not something that the Aeon Evolution True Scripture could weaken. Lu Yin could clash head-on with the Emergence Mavis because he could see her strength and weaken it. However, the 13th sword was different. In terms of absolute strength, Lu Tianmu was inferior to Heaven's Emergence Mavis. However, the 13th sword was truly unbreakable. Even if the Prime Clear's 3 sons' ancestral chi were to completely materialize, they would only be able to withstand the 13th sword. He didn't need to weaken Lu Tianmu's rune lines for the 12th sword, but he couldn't weaken the 13th sword at all. It was truly disgusting. After this, he still had to compete for the title of Prime. His master's orders were to win, so he had to win. If he took the 13th sword head-on and got injured, it would be a huge loss if Mr. Mu expelled him. The weakness of the 13th sword was that it was slow. The Prime Clarity Sword had given Lu Tianmu time, but if Lu Yin hadn't been willing to give him time, he could have ended the competition with a single palm and become one of the top 10 without any injuries. At that moment, Lu Yin saw the Prime Clarity Sword from the corner of his eye. He watched as the Prime Clarity Sword walked up the stairway step by step, and Qiushi didn't stop him. Lu Yin's expression changed slightly. He had guessed correctly. The top 10 were not so easily decided in the sovereign tournament. Zhou Xian's performance meant that she still had a chance. She didn't want to clash with the Prime Clarity Sword, which meant that the loser could challenge the top 10 again. The Prime Clarity Sword seemed to sense Lu Yin's gaze and looked over. His arrogant gaze carried a sense of transcendence, but there was also a hint of disdain. Even if Lu Yin had defeated the Emergence Mavis and broken through the 12th sword head-on, the Prime Clarity Sword still didn't seem to place him in his eyes. He was the only Prime on the surface, and even Bukong and the others were suppressed by him. Lu Yin frowned when he saw the Prime Clarity Sword's gaze. It was truly disgusting. He thought about it and then looked at Lu Tianmu. "Where's your 13th sword?" The moment he spoke, many turned solemn. The 13th sword was about to appear. The only ones who had truly seen the 13th sword were those who had participated in the battle between the 5 stellar scions of the mountain and sea realm. Only those people knew that the 13th sword was unfathomable, and they couldn't even understand it. Even the Prime Clarity Sword, who was the strongest on the surface, had been injured by the 13th sword. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who was smart. Zhou Xian hadn't fought the Prime Clarity Sword, which made many people think of something. They naturally hoped that Lu Tianmu would use the 13th sword so that they could find out the trump card of the 13th sword. Lu Tianmu closed his eyes and emptied his mind. The only thing he couldn't let go of was his obsession with the sword. That was his emotions, and the 13th sword was the emotion sword. There were family, love, and friendship in this world, but she had never experienced any of those. However, she had her emotions, which were her obsession with the sword. As long as there were emotions, they could be transformed into swords. Chapter 1303. Back in the mountain and sea realm, she had barely been able to gain enlightenment of the emotion sword, which she had used to injure the Prime Clear lineage. Now a year had passed and she had gained even more enlightenment of the emotion sword. He opened his eyes and a gentle breeze swept past his sword towards Lu Yin, Mount Supreme, and everyone else. Everyone who was swept by the breeze had a strange feeling. It was as if their bodies were exposed to Lu Tianmu's sword, and that sword was hanging above everyone's heads. Xianxia stopped climbing the stairway to heaven and looked at Lu Tianmu solemnly. He was the only one who had withstood the 13th sword. Even now he didn't know how to block it. The only thing he could do was to prevent Lu Tianmu from executing the 13th sword. Now that the 13th sword had been completed, it was too late for Lu Yin to stop it. Lu Tianmu could bring the sword down at any time. The outcome of this battle would depend entirely on whether or not Lu Yin could stand under this sword. He relied on the ancestral qi of the 3 sons, so he didn't need to do anything himself. What about Lu Yin? How far could he go in the rest of the competition after being heavily injured by a single sword strike? What a pity. Lu Yin stared intently at Lu Tianmu's sword, and his eyes transformed into runes as he tried to weaken the attack. However, it was useless. With his current level of control over the Aeon Evolution True Scripture, he was unable to weaken the 13th sword. If it had been Di He or Tai Yishan, they might have been able to do so. The 13th sword had already been completed, and when a cool breeze blew past his face, he knew that he could not stop it. The true scripture of Aeon Evolution could not be weakened, and the Yu secret art could not be transferred away. Even if the planned secret art could transfer him away, would it be of any use? If the 13th sword could be dodged, the legend of invincibility would not exist. Did he regret it? Maybe, or maybe he didn't regret it. He would have to receive this sword sooner or later. Even if Lu Tianmu didn't use the 13th sword during the sovereign battle, he would still have to endure it in the future. However, he was much stronger than Xianxia in one aspect, and that was his physical strength. Xianxia could recover from a single sword strike, so could he. However, his battle prowess would definitely be affected. When he thought of this, he lowered his head and looked at his heart. Perhaps it was time to use this power that he had not been able to control, but that he should have. Under the gazes of countless people, as Lu Tianmu's sword fell, the 13th sword came to an end. She staggered and almost fell to the ground. Back in the battle of the mountain and sea realm, she had collapsed after the 13th sword strike, unable to continue fighting. But now she was in a much better condition. So what about Lu Yin? At this thought, countless people looked at Lu Yin. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he had personally experienced this sword attack. He could not see it, nor could he dodge it. It all depended on how severe Lu Yin's injuries were. Everyone stared at Lu Yin, and even Lu Yin stared at himself. Was it over? Is the 13th sword finished? Are you sure? Why couldn't he feel anything? Lu Yin panicked and touched his neck, then his arms. There was nothing wrong with his body. He looked at Lu Tianmu in confusion. Lu Tianmu was also met with a confused look. She had finished her attack and she was absolutely certain that the 13th sword had struck Lu Yin's heart. But what had happened? This person had no reaction at all. Was his heart fine? The two of them looked at each other blankly. One of them was sure that he was done and the other was sure that he was fine. This was a contradiction. You're done? Lu Yin asked uncertainly. Are you all right? Lu Tianmu was confused. Lu Yin raised a brow. Are you really done? Are you really okay? Lu Tianmu asked as well. Ever since she had been born she had always been high and mighty. She was the senior disciple of the sword sect and had mastered the 13 swords. Her innate talent was unparalleled, but she was one of the 10 arbiters and had the authority to kill countless people. She had never been as confused as she was now. Even when she had seen the true face of the ancestral chi of the 3 sons in the mountain and sea realm, she had not lost her composure. Lu Yin's condition had toppled her worldview. If even Lu Tianmu's worldview had been toppled, then there was no need to talk about the others. Is the 13th sword done? No way. Yes, Muju said so. But why is Lu Yin fine? His clothes aren't even wrinkled. This doesn't make sense. Bro, are you serious about talking about science at a time like this? On Sword Mountain, Lu Qianjue was also at a loss. He was sure that the 13th sword was done, but why was Lu Yin completely fine? Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Xianxia stared at Lu Yin. Is he really fine? Tai Yishan was certain that Lu Yin was fine, as his rune lines had not changed at all. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin looked at Lu Tianmu. Where did you hit? My heart to the left, Lu Tianmu answered. When Lu Yin heard Lu Tianmu's words, the first thing that came to mind was the black and white fog. Had the 13th sword hit that fog? He touched his heart but there was no feeling. The 13th sword must have been swallowed. What did you do? Lu Tianmu was in disbelief. This had never happened in the sword sect's 13 swords since ancient times. Even a sect master who had been swallowed by Tianhou had been severely injured by the 13th sword. Even such a strange life form would be severely injured, but this person was completely fine. Lu Yin raised a hand. Your path to the sovereign tournament is over. He then struck out with an empty palm, sending Lu Tianmu off the mountain and onto the first layer of the mountain. He had not used his full strength or else Lu Tianmu would have died. He did not want to fall out with the sword sect just yet. However, Lu Tianmu would definitely be heavily injured. After defeating Lu Tianmu, Lu Yin turned to Xianxia with a smile. He stepped onto the staircase and headed towards the peak. Xianxia and Lu Yin looked at each other in amazement. Lu Yin's defeat of Heaven's Emergence Mavis had not shocked Xianxia as much, but ignoring the 13 swords had shocked him greatly. This person's strength was a little uncertain, but it did not matter. No matter how strong Lu Yin was, he would not be Xianxia's match. Xianxia's confidence in looking down on those of the same generation had not changed. In another direction, a battle between Xianxia and Wang Yi had ended very quickly. Xianxia was ranked 12th on the predicted top 10, even above Lu Yin because of his almost indestructible innate gift. However, this barrier had been broken by Wang Yi. With a soft sound, Wang Yi swept past Xianxia and smashed through the barrier. Not a bad defense. Wang Yi had not spoken from start to finish, but Xianxia's barrier had allowed him to speak. When they saw the barrier shatter, Mira, Michelle, and the Innerverse when family members' expressions changed. Xianxia had been defeated. Wang Yi did not attack Xianxia again. Instead, he walked towards the staircase step by step. Xianxia did not move either. He turned back to look at Wang Yi with an unprecedented shock in his eyes. He had seen an unparalleled battle technique and it was an indescribable feeling. It felt like he should have been defeated. This person's surname was Wang, a king amongst cultivators. This battle technique made him feel like he was invincible. Even though Lu Yin had helped Ling Palace once, they had still been defeated by Xiajuyo in the end. The combination of the Netherforge Palm and the Echo Innate Gift was enough to defeat Ling Palace. During the battle at the Mountain and Sea Realm, Xiajuyo's Sky Palace had been destroyed by the Third Blade Intent. Now Xiajuyo was gradually revealing his terrifying side. The power of his Netherforge Palm was several times stronger than it had been during the battle at the Mountain and Sea Realm. Xiajuyo's 9 clones had fused with all but Xia Luo, and he gradually revealed an invincible aura that even the prime clarity was impressed. Ling Palace was helpless as blood continuously flowed from his left leg. Behind him, the defeated Sky Palace gradually disappeared. The Lingling clan claims to have 10 innate gifts in one, but any one of them is enough to cultivate for a lifetime. 10 innate gifts in one might be advantageous to normal cultivators, but not to this kind of person. She was not disheartened, as the focus of the Lingling clan's 10 innate gifts lay in their unity. The further she progressed, the more powerful her innate gift would become. She had long since seen her future path. One day her innate gift would not only create a single sky palace, but also a group of sky palaces. It could even create a celestial realm that the world had fabricated. One expert after another headed towards the staircase. Wang Yizi, the prime clarity, Lu Yin, Zhou Xian and Xiajuyo. There were only 8 people who had yet to decide a victor. Lu Yin walked towards the peak step by step. Suddenly he felt a chill behind him. He turned around and saw a beam of sword chi flying towards him. The 11th sword? Lu Yin subconsciously raised his hand, grabbed the 11th sword and threw it towards Xiajuyo. He stared into the distance, where Hidden Weep was surrounded by illusory black flames. He carried a banner on his back and the book above his head was slowly flipping. The 11th sword had come from him and he had borrowed another person's battle technique. Wu Taibai seemed to be very interested. At this moment Xiajuyo was in a bad mood. Lu Yin had subconsciously thrown the 11th sword at him, making it clear that Lu Yin wanted to be his enemy. There were no so-called one-on-one battles on the peak, and it seemed like this would be a chaotic battle. Even though Xiajuyo had the 9 clones and believed that he could deal with anyone, he did not want to be targeted by an expert like this. However, Lu Yin had already targeted him and there was nothing he could do about it. You can actually borrow another person's battle technique? That was the 11th sword. Can you lend me the 13th sword? I want to experience it as well. Wu Taibai was very interested. Hidden Weep's face was gloomy and the book above his head flipped. He gripped his spear and stared at Wu Taibai. He had exchanged blows with this person several times, but he had not been able to gain the slightest advantage. He even felt like he was being suppressed, as if his technique that ignored physical bodies was being countered. You can continue to borrow other people's battle techniques. I won't stop you, Wu Taibai said. The black flames around Hidden Weep's body surged and the banner disappeared. His entire person became the only black color in the world. His spear flickered with black light that transformed into the night sky and swept towards Wu Taibai. This was the Burial Garden's secret technique, Will. It greatly increased Hidden Weep's strength. Wu Taibai was shocked, and he raised his hand to send out a martial seal that collided with the tip of the spear. With a bang he was sent flying. He was shocked that Hidden Weep had actually forced him back. The book above Hidden Weep's head flipped. There was an ancient powerhouse named Lu Guai. The 11th sword whistled out and at the same time Hidden Weep's entire body seemed to melt into the spear. A black dot appeared that caused everyone's scalps to go numb, and the entirety of Mount Supreme turned black. This spear surpassed the power of Hidden Weep's attack against Lu Yin in the mountain and sea realm. If Hidden Weep had possessed this spear's might, then Lu Yin would not have been able to block it. Wu Taibai did not dodge. He raised his right palm and the martial ancestor's seal appeared behind him. A terrifying aura swept through Mount Supreme, causing countless people to almost kneel down. The martial ancestor was tyrannical, and he had created a secret technique called the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. The moment this seal appeared, it was as if the entire 6th mainland had been moved over and smashed towards Hidden Weep, ignoring spatial distance. It was extremely similar to the 11th and 12th swords of the 13 swords. The only difference was that when Wu Taibai used it, its might surpassed Lu Tianmu's 12th sword. Chapter 1304. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers collided with the tip of the spear, and black dots rapidly expanded, gradually enveloping the surroundings as the boundless black light swept towards the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. As a powerful storm swept past, the black light smashed towards the foot of the mountain like a meteor, causing countless people to scream in fear as they fled. Hidden Weep's spear shattered, but she did not give up. She used the 11th sword to attack Wu Taibai once more. Wu Taibai was currently facing the combined attacks of Lu Tianmu and Hidden Weep. When he saw the 11th sword descending, he raised his right hand and bent his fingers. Just like Lu Yin, he grabbed the 11th sword and threw it towards Xiajuyo. Countless people were stunned. Lu Yin's strength surpassed levitating Mavis, so it was understandable that he could grab the 11th sword. How could Wu Taibai do the same? More importantly, why did he throw it at Xiajuyo? Xiajuyo was speechless as well, and he hurriedly dodged while staring at Wu Taibai. Did this guy have a grudge against him? Wu Taibai did not care about the 11th sword's trajectory. His figure tore through the void and appeared in front of Hidden Weep. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Hidden Weep's ability to ignore physical objects was very troublesome. It all depended on what Wu Taibai would do. Lu Yin's eyes turned into runes as he stared at Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai appeared in front of Hidden Weep and slashed out with a single hand. Hidden Weep's entire left arm was severed and fell to the side, where it was burned by black flames. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. There were rune lines in Wu Taibai's palm. What did he do? No one could understand what Wu Taibai had done except for one person, Wang Yi. Wang Yi was astonished as he had actually seen this technique here. Okay, so that's how it is. Hidden Weep had been defeated and everyone familiar with Burial Garden was surprised. The cultivators of the 6th mainland cheered. No matter what, it was fine as long as the Dao Source 3 Skies had won. Wu Taibai's victory over Hidden Weep attracted many people's attention. However, just a moment ago, when Wang Yi had shattered Wensanxi's barrier, many people in the universe had turned to look at one person, Xiaoqing. They could not take their eyes off her, and more people were looking at her because she had been heavily injured. Lu Yin had not noticed that Xiaoqing had been heavily injured until Wu Taibai's victory. He had paid too much attention to Wu Taibai that he had forgotten about Xiaoqing. Little Qing was the true realmling of the 6th mainland's immortal martial realm, and her opponent was Bukong, one of the Dao Source 3 Skies. Most people thought that this battle was meaningless, just like how one of the Cyan transformation duo, the Thin Man, would fight against Zi. However, this battle that even the cultivators of the 6th mainland thought was meaningless was actually one-sided. At the bottom of the stairway, Bukong had blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. This woman had actually injured him. After Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu's battle, Xianxia headed towards the peak of the mountain. Naturally, Fei Kong headed towards the stairway, but he was stopped by Xiaoqing. It was normal for the 6th mainland's realmlings to challenge the Dao Source 3 Skies. Even though the Dao Source 3 Skies were extremely prestigious, it did not mean that no one dared to challenge them. After all, their prestige was built on their battles. Little Qing's battle was nothing in Bukong's eyes, but now it actually made him doubt his life. A boundless amount of star energy descended and Xiaoqing giggled. You still want to implant a source box array into my body? That's useless against me. She then curled up a strand of hair with her right hand and shot it out. Dozens of strands of hair shot into the air. Bukong's expression was grave. It was this move that had injured him. It looked like strands of hair, but each strand of hair had a martial imprint on it. This was inconceivable. Martial imprints had been created by the progenitor of martial as a shortcut for cultivators from the progenitor of martial territory to increase their strength. Just like the progenitor of blood territories' bloodlines and the progenitor of secret territories' secret techniques, every cultivator from the progenitor of martial cultivated a martial imprint, and everyone could only cultivate one martial imprint. This was common knowledge. However, Xiaoqing had actually wrapped each strand of hair with a martial imprint, causing the power of each strand of hair to explosively increase. A single strand of hair was enough to cause a realmling to feel apprehensive, but if dozens of strands of hair attacked together, even Bukong would be hit if he was careless, causing him to cough up blood. Most importantly, Xiaoqing had discovered his secret to dispersing star energy. The source box array that he had grasped was called the immobilizing stake. As the name implied, it could immobilize anyone within a source box array, just like how he had swept through many experts in a single strike during the battle at the Cosmic Sea. As his understanding of source box arrays deepened, immobilizing stake was no longer limited to immobilizing people. Instead, it could be implanted into an enemy's body to immobilize their star energy and disperse it. This was the reason why he had been able to disperse the star energy in the crying lady's body with a single strike. In terms of star energy control, he was not as good as Wu Dan, but what he had achieved was even more shocking than Wu Dan's. He had relied on this source box array and now Xiaoqing had actually seen through it. Atop the staircase, Lu Yin stopped and did not continue climbing. Instead, he looked at Xiaoqing seriously. She had actually seen through immobilizing Stake's secret to dispersing his enemy's star energy. He had only learned about it from Xia Luo, but Xiaoqing had actually been able to see through it. He could only describe her as meticulous. As he watched Bukong continuously dodge Xiaoqing's attacks, Lu Yin's gaze deepened, and he recalled the time when they had explored the ruins of the Daoist sect together. Although they had not interacted much, he had felt at that time that Mr. Bai and Xiaoqing were not simple people. One was Wu Taibai of the Daoist Three Skies, while the other was a realmling from the martial immortal realm. Now that he thought about it, Wu Taibai and Xiaoqing might have already confirmed each other's existence when they had exchanged a palm strike outside the sect. That palm strike was definitely not simple. Strands of hair attacked Bukong and he raised his hand. His innate gift had been disintegrated, but it had been suppressed by his martial seals. Every strand of hair had a martial seal, which was inconceivable. Even the martial progenitor would have been shocked if he had seen it. Bukong was certain that the person with the deepest understanding of martial seals under the martial progenitor realm was definitely this woman. Even the imprinter from the martial progenitor realm had never heard of anyone who could use martial seals to such an extent, and Wu Taibai might not be able to do so either. Outside the black hole in the Starfall Sea, the martial progenitor looked at Mount Supreme with astonishment. His disciple was Wu Taibai, but at this moment he rather admired Xiaoqing. This woman's use of his martial seals had reached perfection, and just this move alone had suppressed the secret progenitor's disciple to the point where he could not retaliate. The secret progenitor also looked at Mount Supreme and saw that Bukong was being suppressed. His expression did not change and no one knew what he was thinking. Countless cultivators from the Sixth Mainland were stunned. A realmling had actually forced the Daoist Three Skies to retreat. This battle was enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Bukong was finally enraged and dozens of strands of hair tore through the void in front of him. He raised his hand and used the Great Reincarnation technique. Xiaoqing's use of martial seals directly suppressed Bukong's innate skill, decomposition and any other movements. She had too many strands of hair and each strand of hair represented a martial seal. The Great Reincarnation technique caused dozens of strands of hair to vanish into thin air. Bukong struck the void with one hand, causing layers of star energy to spread out and cover the entire area. Even if she knew how to disperse his star energy, it was useless if she could not block it. Xiaoqing looked around her. She was a lockbreaker herself, and although she had not reached the boundless advanced level and her control of star energy was not at the level of a world realm cultivator, she was still able to see through star energy. Bukong used his star energy in a futile attempt to invade her body and forcefully disperse the star energy. Xiaoqing was unable to stop him, so she tapped her hair and transformed it into a sword. Xian silk sword. With a whoosh, the sword chi slashed out horizontally, breaking through the star energy and heading straight for Bukong. Bukong raised his hand and used his innate skill, decomposition. Although his innate skill had been suppressed by his martial seals, Xiaoqing's Xian silk sword was similarly suppressed. Boundless star energy covered Xiaoqing in the blink of an eye, and the star energy within her body was no longer under her control. Bukong sneered. "It's over." He then waved his hand. Xiaoqing's eyes widened and she charged straight at him. At the same time, the star energy within her body surged out and transformed into visible ripples that spread into the distance. Even Mount Supreme trembled. At this moment, Xiaoqing was less than 5 meters away from Bukong. Bukong arrogantly slapped at Xiaoqing. Great Reincarnation technique. Without star energy, Xiaoqing was like an ant to Bukong, and he could easily slap her to death. Xiaoqing was only 3 meters away from Bukong. 2 meters. 1 meter. Suddenly Bukong felt a sense of danger. Xiaoqing's long hair fluttered in front of him, and countless strands of hair viciously shot towards Bukong. Bukong's pupils shrank as he saw countless martial seals. If he was hit by this attack, his fate would be quite miserable. Subconsciously, the secret progenitor's imprint appeared behind Bukong, and a boundless aura swept out, causing Xiaoqing's hair to pause for a moment. That brief moment was enough for Bukong to escape. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape. That brief moment felt like an eternity to Bukong. Without even considering his speed, he had already carefully set up a source box array around him. Even if he didn't escape, it would still be enough to trap Xiaoqing. However, despite all his calculations, Bukong had overlooked one thing. Xiaoqing had an innate gift called slow. When the first strand of hair struck Bukong, slow had already been planted, and Xiaoqing could control the timing of its eruption at any time. At that moment the power of slow appeared, and Bukong's evasive movements became incomparably slow. He could only watch as the countless strands of hair bombarded his body. Martial seals exploded, and a terrifying force swept him off the mountain and down to the foot of the mountain. No one had expected Bukong to lose to a cultivator from the Sixth Mainland, even if this person was a realmling from the martial immortal realm. The Sixth Mainland's 3 progenitors were the 9 realms. Among the 9 realms, the martial immortal realm's realmlings were always ranked in the top 3. Jianru had been one of them, and Xiaoqing, who had defeated Jianru, was even more so. She even had the strength to make the Dao Source 3 skies fear her. Even though Bukong had been knocked off the mountain because he had been careless, this was Mount Supreme and there was no chance of a second chance. Since Xiaoqing had knocked Bukong off the mountain, she had won. Bukong crashed down at the foot of the mountain and spat out a mouthful of blood. His clothes were torn to shreds and his entire body felt like it was being torn apart. However many strands of hair there were, that was how many martial seals there were. With so many martial seals exploding and coming from a realmling from the martial immortal realm, their power was enough to tear someone like the little arrow saint to pieces. Even if Bukong could hold on and use his secret resurrection technique to heal himself, he would not be able to rush up the mountain in a short amount of time. He would need to rest for at least half a day. He raised his head to look at Xiaoqing. He had actually lost. He had lost without using his secret technique. That woman had truly hidden her strength well. Anyone who encountered her innate gift for the first time would be doomed. Good, very good. Even if I win, I'll make sure you die a horrible death when we return to the upper realm. At the foot of the stairway, Xiaoqing exhaled and smiled. She had only been able to defeat Bukong because she had used a sneak attack. She had never revealed her innate gift, and now she had finally seen results. However, it would be difficult to win based on her innate gift. Chapter 1305. Xiaoqing raised her head and looked at the people standing on the staircase. Which one of them was easy to provoke? Atop the staircase, Lu Yin stared at Xiaoqing. She had been able to control so many martial seals, and Bukong's movements had been much slower at the end. This should be related to her. Was it an innate gift? Or was it a battle technique? Regardless, Bukong's defeat left many unable to react. Many of the major bets had also been affected by this battle, and many of them had simply disappeared with their money. Many of the Sixth Mainland's cultivators were speechless. The Dao Source 3 skies had been defeated and a part of their status had been taken away. Wu Taibai smiled at Xiaoqing. Congratulations. Xiaoqing thanked him and then looked at Lu Yin. Help me out. Let me stay up there for a while. Lu Yin laughed and looked at Ziyi. The Dao Source 3 skies looked at Xiaoqing with malice. She, Bukong, and Wu Taibai were all members of the Dao Source 3 skies, and this sovereign tournament was both a competition for opportunities and also a way for the Sixth Mainland to suppress the Fifth Mainland in the future. Bukong's strength was unquestionable, but he had been defeated by this woman in a sneak attack. This woman had been able to defeat Bukong with a sneak attack, but her strength was insufficient against others. This was going to be troublesome. Even further away, beneath a staircase, Coquettish He and Invisible Light were fighting. The two were both 10 arbiters and they were both familiar and unfamiliar with each other. Their battle attracted the attention of many. Many people were even more curious about the battle between the 100 lineages and Drunkard. It was a little strange. Drunkard had used a single drop of wine to trap the 100 lineages. The 100 lineages were parasites on a progenitor's body, and they were invincible. Even Yao Xian was wary of them because the 100 lineages could gnaw away at spiritual force. Yao Xian was absolutely confident that anyone would have a headache against the 100 lineages. The 100 lineages not only had jaws that could gnaw away at anything, but they also had an unparalleled defense. In Yao Xian's opinion, the 100 lineages' defenses were comparable to Wen Sanxi's barrier. Yao Xian had fought the 100 lineages before the sovereign tournament, and it had been an extremely difficult fight. The main reason for that was because it was difficult to severely injure the 100 lineages. Even Yao Xian was wary of this fingernail-sized beetle. But now, the 100 lineages were trapped by a single drop of wine. Drunkard's eyes were hazy as he giggled. The 100 lineages was crazily weaving through the drops of wine. Wherever it went, the drops of wine would appear. Gradually, the drops of wine formed a maze in the air. No matter how the 100 lineages tried to weave through it, it was useless. Others found it novel, but those who could understand it were terrified. This was the arcane creation realm's star energy control. The 100 lineages seemed to be trapped within a drop of wine, but from its perspective, it was a world of its own. This was an incomparably terrifying scene, one that even Prime Clarity's expression changed. This didn't mean that Wine Hao's strength had surpassed Xianxia's, but rather that his level of star energy control was unimaginable, and it didn't seem like something a youngster could achieve. In this aspect, Wine Hao completely suppressed everyone, including Xianxia. With the 100 lineages' ability to devour everything, it would definitely be able to break through that drop of wine if given enough time. However, Wine Hao didn't give it that time. Under his careful guidance, the 100 lineages gradually descended the mountain until it reached the foot of the mountain. By the time the drop of wine disappeared, the 100 lineages had already been defeated. Wine Hao hadn't defeated the 100 lineages. Instead, he had led it down the path of defeat. The 100 lineages was like a puppet that was controlled by Wine Hao. Yao Xian's expression turned cold. There was actually such a method? What a pity. If the 100 lineages hadn't met Wine Hao but someone else, even if their opponent had been Prime Clarity, it would have been able to put up a fight. At the very least, it wouldn't have lost so shamefully. A parasite was a parasite. It had no brains. Wine Hao was still drunk and he swayed as he walked towards the stairway. At this point, the only ones who had yet to emerge victorious were Invisible Light and Imperial Physician Feng He. Invisible Light's domain bombarded Imperial Physician Feng He, but it had been weakened by Imperial Physician Feng He's scripture of Aeon evolution. Just now, Invisible Light had used his Black Coffin secret technique, but it hadn't caused any damage to Imperial Physician Feng He. Imperial Physician Feng He had used a move that ignored Fan Shun's strongest attack. The Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture had disregarded the Black Coffin secret art. Secret arts were created by progenitors. The Black Coffin secret art originated from the Sixth Mainland's old ancestor He. It was an extremely powerful killing secret art. However, such a secret art was ignored by the Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture. Progenitor realm experts were also divided into different levels. Old ancestor He could only be considered as an progenitor realm expert of the Sixth Mainland. In terms of strength, he might not even be as strong as the current three progenitors. As for the Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture, it came from the symbol ancestor. He was a terrifying expert that history didn't dare to record. He was an unparalleled expert that attacked the Sixth Mainland, and the Sixth Mainland didn't dare to acknowledge his existence. In the minds of many, the symbol ancestor was on par with Ancestor Qin. As for old ancestor he had died under Ancestor Qin. The Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture disregarded the Black Coffin secret art. All of Invisible Light's methods were useless. On the other hand, Imperial Physician Feng He could create many offensive weapons and even strange treasures. However, it was extremely difficult for Imperial Physician Feng He to win. Invisible Light's preemptive attacks made Imperial Physician Feng He unable to focus on anything. This was also the reason why the two had fought for such a long time without a result. One was almost invincible due to the Omniscient Universe Evolution True Scripture, while the other's preemptive attacks. Imperial Physician Feng He tried to approach Invisible Light, but he was unable to do so. During his battle with Fan Shun, Imperial Physician Feng He had revealed some of his abilities. Although no one was too clear about them, Invisible Light would not allow Imperial Physician Feng He to approach. "You're really cautious," Imperial Physician Feng said. His long hair draped over his shoulders as he stared at Invisible Light. Invisible Light had already opened his eyes, and his domain enveloped Mount Supreme. Above his head, an enormous force field took the form of his own image. He raised his hand and attacked. Imperial Physician Feng He frowned. "It's useless." Ripples appeared in front of him and the force field's attack was immediately weakened. Invisible Light's domain was useless against Imperial Physician Feng He, but he did not give up and continued to attack. He wanted to exhaust Imperial Physician Feng He. Imperial Physician Feng He had been injured in his battle with Fan Shun, and he would not be able to gain an advantage in a battle of attrition. Lu Yin and the rest were no longer watching the two battle, as they had a clear understanding of their strength. Z was the first to reach the summit. In the distance there was a giant statue. She looked up, not knowing who this statue would eventually transform into. At this moment, Xianxia appeared in the distance and stood quietly in his original position. He also looked at the statue. Even with his temperament, he was somewhat impatient to have the statue transform into him. Zhou Xian, Lu Yin, and the rest appeared one after another, all of them standing quietly in their original positions. At this moment 9 people had appeared at the summit. There was only one person left. When Invisible Light and Imperial Physician Feng he decided their battle, the top 10 would be determined. There was no cover at the summit and they could attack anyone they wanted. This was different from the previous battles, as this meant that the top 10 battles could be one-on-one or a chaotic battle. There was a whoosh and a huge barrel of wine was thrown at Lu Yin. Lu Yin caught it and the drunkard grinned. "Drink." Lu Yin was amused. "You're still drinking at a time like this? You're one of the top 10 in the supreme competition." The drunkard did not mind and tilted his head back to drink. Zhou Xian smiled. "It's not bad to be drunk. It won't hurt." The drunkard put down the barrel and looked at Zhou Xian with a smile. "Little brother, you're the one who sees things clearly. What, do you also have a past that you can't let go of?" Zhou Xian frowned. This woman had misunderstood. He had meant that being beaten up would not hurt. Why was he always misunderstood? Wu Taibai looked at Lu Yin. "Brother Lu, how does the 13th sword feel?" Lu Yin shrugged. "I forgot." "It's a pity that that person can't borrow the 13th sword," Wu Taibai said regretfully. Lu Yin smiled. "You might be able to feel it." Wu Taibai was stunned. "Is that so? Deaf-mute bro, do you want to fight for first place? I can help you." Xiaoqing smiled brilliantly as she looked at Lu Yin. When she said this, a few people looked over. Z frowned and stared coldly at Xiaoqing. "No one will think you're mute if you don't speak." Xiaoqing provoked. "What, you're not convinced? The Dao Source 3 skies are nothing special." Z was furious. Xiaoqing turned back to Wu Taibai. "Mr. Bai, I'm not targeting you. I can't beat you." Wu Taibai smiled. "It doesn't matter. The Dao Source 3 skies have to be fought to get to the top. If you lose, then go down." Lu Yin looked at Xiaojiu. "How many clones did you fuse with?" The others looked over when they heard Lu Yin's question. Xiaojiu calmly replied, "It's none of your business." Lu Yin asked, "Is Xiao Luo the only one left?" Xiaojiu looked at Lu Yin. "Xiao Luo and you were just classmates for a short period of time. The real reason you're stopping me from fusing with him is because you're afraid of the 9 clones combine." Xianxing's voice rang out from the distance. "I really hope that the 9 clones combine so that I can witness Progenitor Chen's invincible battle technique. Unfortunately, the difference between you and Progenitor Chen is too great." Xia Juyou's gaze turned cold. "It's enough to deal with you. Since you're so confident, then the 9 clones combine is indeed powerful. How about we eliminate this guy first?" Xiaoqing smiled brilliantly. Xia Juyou stared at her, almost unable to resist stabbing her. She was clearly trying to drive a wedge between them. Lu Yin agreed. "I agree. The 9 clones combine is Progenitor Chen's invincible battle technique. Who knows what special abilities the 9 clones combine will have. Don't let this guy steal first place." "Leave him to me," Xianxing said calmly. Xiaoqing pouted. "You're the one who should be surrounded the most." Zhou Xian kept a close eye on Lu Yin as he would not forget the state tutor's mission. Lu Yin was also on guard against Zhou Xian as this guy would definitely make a move against him. Amidst everyone's conversation, the result of the battle between Obscure and Imperial Physician Fu He was finally decided. Imperial Physician Fu He had lost in the end as Fan Shun had injured her greatly. She had not been able to outlast Obscure. Obscure ascended the staircase step by step and arrived at the peak. At this point the top 10 had been revealed. Obscure, Wang Ez, Drunkard, Xianxing, Lu Yin, Zhou Xian, Xiaojiu, Wu Taibai and Xiaoqing. 4 of the predicted top 10 had been defeated. Bukong, Yuhua, Mavis, 100 Lineages and Qiushi. It was already quite good that a single list could accurately predict 6 of the top 10. The inner verse was more excited as 3 of the top 10 were from the 10 arbiters. However, only 2 from the Neoverse had made it into the top 10. The 6th mainland's rumored invincible Dao Source 3 skies only had 2, the Astral Beast domain had 1, and the Technocracy had 1 as well. All in all, the Innerverse's 10 arbiters had the same number of people as the 6th mainland, So how could they not be excited? The 10 arbiters represented the Innerverse. This was only because 4 of the 10 arbiters had lost in the previous round. Otherwise, even more people would have made it into the top 10. Chapter 1306. Throughout the universe, the 5th and 6th mainlands, countless people were watching the screens. The screens had now merged into one, and there was only one image: the arena beneath the statue at the peak of Mount Sovereign. That place represented the true highest stage in the universe. Even Lu Tianmu of the 10 arbiters, Bu Kong of the Dao Source 3 skies, and Lu Tianmu of the Spirit Palace had not been able to ascend to this stage. Everyone was so nervous that they found it hard to breathe. The top 10 had been decided, and the next step was to fight for the Soul Prime. Who would make the statue reveal its face? The commoners were watching the show, but the bets were nervous. This was related to their fates. Lu Yin's entry into the top 10 had already caused some bets to close, and Bu Kong's defeat had also caused others to close as well. It could be said that this sovereign tournament had caused many bloodshed in the outside world. Many people's fates had been decided. Everyone thought that the next step would be to fight for the Soul Prime, and they were all guessing how they would do it. Above the peak and below the statue, incense sticks appeared behind the top 10 at the same time. The incense sticks were lit and began to burn, causing smoke to fill the air. Everyone was confused. Those who are still standing at the peak after the incense burn are ranked in the top 10. A loud voice boomed out. This voice had appeared once when the sovereign tournament had begun, and now it was appearing for the second time. At the same time, below the peak, regardless of whether they were at the bottom of the stairway, the first, second, or third faults, everyone understood that this was a chance for them to charge to the peak and replace the top 10. Lu Yin took a deep breath as he knew that it would not be so simple. The top 10 would need to obtain the rewards from the sovereign tournament, but this reward was not easy to obtain. Without absolute strength, one would need to have heaven-defying luck to obtain it. This meant that the top 10 could not be reached simply by fighting one's way up. The top 10 had to have strength that surpassed all others. The previous matches had also involved luck. If the 100 lineages had not met Drunkard but someone else, the results might have been different. The sovereign tournament had to determine the top 10. An incense stick's worth of time? That was neither too long nor too short. Everyone looked down. These people wanted to replace them in the top 10, but the truly dangerous ones were the people beside them, as they were not forbidden from attacking the top 10. The peak was huge and each person had their own direction. Everyone could see the excitement and anticipation in the eyes of the people below, but not everyone was attacked. For example, Shangqing, Wang Yi, Zhou Xian, and Lu Yin were not even spared him a glance. They all had unfathomable strength. The prime clear lineage had the greatest reputation. The 2 words ancestor Qin were sufficient to cause everyone to be speechless. Lu Yin's fights were the most exciting. Neither Heaven's Emergence Mavis nor Lu Tianmu were easy to deal with. After defeating these 2, almost no one dared to challenge him. Xianxia made her move. She hadn't fought with the prime clear lineage at all, as she had been waiting for this moment. How could she give up on the successor of the Sirius sect? Her target was Z, and she directly faced the Dao Source 3 heavens. On the first level, Star Devourer opened his eyes and roared as he charged out. Yuhua Mavis raised her head as well. She would not give up on the opportunity to become one of the top 10 sovereigns. She leapt out and stared at Wu Taibai. This person had also thrown out the 11th sword just like Lu Yin, which had piqued her interest. At the second level, the weapon wielder rushed out. He had been defeated by Wang Yi and was unwilling to accept this. As for the third layer, Lan Si walked out along with Xiao Bai. Not everyone dared to challenge those people at the peak of the mountain. Only a few people dared to make a move. At the foot of the mountain, Bu Kong raised his head and stared at little Qing. This slut had actually mounted a sneak attack on him. On the other side, the 100 lineages had finally finished eating the drop of wine, and it buzzed as it flew towards the peak. The first to rush to the peak was Qiushi, and her target was Zi. Regardless of past grudges, the entire universe was watching and their standpoints were clear. Qiushi's targets were either Zhou Xian from the Astral Beast domain or the Dao Source 3 heavens from the 6th mainland. Zi was not surprised, as she did not know why the third ancestor would allow the sovereign competition to continue. This was clearly disadvantageous to the 6th mainland, but nothing could be changed now. 932 stars revolved and covered the entire peak. Not only Zi but even Lu Yin, the prime clear lineage, and the rest were affected. Zi did not hold back either, and her life energy erupted and swept across the peak. The life energy collided with Sirius's energy on the peak, enveloping everyone else. Without seeing Ming Guang, Xia Juyo, Little Qin, Jiuhao and Wu Taibai all retreated. At that moment the prime clear lineage waved his hand, and a stream of air blasted towards Xia Juyo. He had said before that he wanted to see the true power of the 9 clones. Xia Juyo raised his blade and slashed out, tearing apart the stream of air. However, the streams of air fused together and continued to attack him. Below, Ascension Mavis rushed up, bending her right arm and punching out, shaking Mount Supreme. Her target was Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai immediately dodged, not taking the attack head-on. The wind from Ascension Mavis's punch swept past Wu Taibai and towards another direction, where Qiu Shi and Zi were fighting. The force of her punch was so great that the 2 girls were apprehensive and they hurriedly dodged. A heaven-shaking roar resounded throughout Mount Supreme. The Star Devourer appeared, but its body had shrunk by a lot. Clearly, the battle with the Prime Clear had taught it a very deep lesson. Adding on the fact that it was hit by Bukong's great reincarnation technique, it fully understood that there were disadvantages to having a large body. The Star Devourer's eyes widened, and an enormous force formed a visible storm that pressed down on Lu Yin. It had long since been interested in Lu Yin. Lu Yin frowned. After defeating Ascension Mavis, Lu Tianmu and the other experts, he had not expected anyone outside of the top 10 to make a move against him. The Star Devourer's strength shocked him. It was worthy of being the most powerful being in the astral beast domain. In terms of pure strength, Lu Yin had to admit that he was inferior. The Star Devourer's 4 eyes were already equivalent to the full strength of Lu Yin's fates, and once it opened its 5th or 6th eyes, its strength would explosively increase. It was common sense to use one's strength to counter an enemy's weakness. The Prime Clear lineage had defeated the Star Devourer, not by strength but by a terrifying blade. The might of that blade had caused one's scalp to go numb, and it represented Progenitor Chen's unparalleled strength. Lu Yin knew that he could not use that blade, and he did not plan on clashing head-on with the Star Devourer. He chose to retreat in the face of the Star Devourer's attack. Competing in strength with a wild beast would be disgraceful if he won, but losing would be even more shameful. Lu Yin avoided the storm formed by the Star Devourer's attack and swept into the distance, enveloping most of the people on the mountain peak. Zi was furious. She had just been affected by Yuhua Mavis's fist wind, and now it was that wild beast again. Jiuhao was also affected, and he sprinkled his wine as he absorbed the storm formed by the Star Devourer's attack. It was a mystical sight. With a bang, the mountain peak cracked open, and the Star Devourer opened its 5th eye. It roared at the sky and swung its giant tail at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand and used an empty palm to strike the Star Devourer's abdomen. This wolf-shaped creature had the softest abdomen, and the attack sent the Star Devourer flying off the mountain peak and down the sky stairway. Behind him, a cold light flashed and he immediately dodged it. Xia Juyo's blade intent swept past him, but before he could react, the scene in front of him changed. He was faced with Zi's Genesis energy sword. Lu Yin cursed inwardly as he had been swapped by Qiu Shi's stellar shift. Zi had not expected Lu Yin to appear there, but it did not matter. Whether it was Lu Yin or Qiu Shi, they were both enemies, and it would be better if it was Lu Yin instead. In the face of Zi's Genesis energy sword, Lu Yin raised a hand and covered it with his 9-lined battle force. With a bang, he forcefully blocked the attack and the soles of his feet cracked open. He then struck out with his right hand, but it was still an empty palm. The empty palm struck the Origin Astral Protector covering Zi's body, and it sent her flying. Her organs shook violently and she was overwhelmed by the power of the attack. There were not many people in the entire Sovereign Tournament who could ignore Lu Yin's empty palm. Even though Zi had used her Origin Astral Protector to defend herself, it had not been easy for her. Qiu Shi had swapped places with Lu Yin, and she herself had appeared at Lu Yin's previous position. She had calculated the timing perfectly, as the Star Devourer had been beaten back by Lu Yin. Swapping places with Lu Yin would allow her to take revenge for the Mountain and Sea Realm's inner Steel Realm. A woman's hatred could be hidden for a long time. However, she had underestimated Lu Yin's level of hatred. The Star Devourer had been beaten back, and Yao Xian's spiritual force bombardment welcomed her. Yao Xian had wanted to attack Lu Yin, but Xianxia had swapped places with him and taken Lu Yin's place. Yao Xian's spiritual force could be considered the strongest in the sovereign tournament. Even though Xiaoxia's spiritual force defense was not weak, she still almost fell when she took on Yao Xian's attacks and her face paled. In the distance, Yao Xian was stunned. Why had she swapped places? Xiaoxia looked up and stared at Yao Xian. Stars gathered around her as serious sword techniques slashed out. Yao Xian had thought that Xiaoxia would attack him, and Xiaoxia had indeed attacked him. However, the moment the serious sword technique descended, she used stellar transposition to switch places with Lu Yin. Lu Yin had just repelled Ziyi, but he had returned to his original position in the blink of an eye. He was very unhappy as he felt as if he had been manipulated. Speaking of which, this stellar transposition was really convenient. The chaotic battle had only just begun, but the intense battle that had erupted caused countless people watching their screens to lose their voices. They had seen the strongest power and spiritual force as well as the serious art, natural origin energy, secret techniques and so on. Even the enlighters of the older generation might not have been able to hold on if they had been here. Without any light, even someone like Shaoqing, who had not participated in the battle, was affected and had to think of a way to neutralize the shockwaves. Below the statue at the summit of Mount Supreme, a giant bat phantom appeared and let out a terrifying screech at Lu Yin. Yao Xian attacked Lu Yin once again, but his spiritual force engulfed the entire summit. Lu Yin had seen Yao Xian's previous attack, and he had been on guard against him. When the bat phantom appeared behind Yao Xian, Lu Yin immediately set up an origin opening array. The array's purpose was to protect one's spiritual force and stabilize it like a boulder. Yao Xian had used his screech to deal with Maiden Adept, and not only had he defeated her, but he had also affected many others. Even Xiaoxia and the others had been momentarily stunned, as no one could ignore Yao Xian's spiritual force. In outer space, a wave spread out as the spiritual force took form. Mu En and the others were stunned. How terrifying was the celestial Yao's bloodline. The battle on the mountain peak paused for a moment. Xiaoxia's stars, Ziyi's life Genesis Qi and Feather Mavis Fist all paused for a moment. Everyone was enduring Yao Xian's spiritual energy bombardment. Chapter 1307. This was Yao Xian, the crown prince of the Celestial Beast Empire, who had single-handedly suppressed everyone else's attacks. However, Lu Yin wasn't affected at all. His origin opening array and his own spiritual force allowed him to ignore Yao Xian's howl. His body flickered and he appeared in front of Yao Xian. Yao Xian looked on in shock as Lu Yin stretched out a hand. He didn't use Emptiness Palm as Yao Xian had spiritual force, so Emptiness Palm would be ineffective against him. Lu Yin wanted a closer look as he didn't believe that Yao Xian could ignore physical attacks. Lu Yin's hand pierced through Yao Xian's body, and when it came into contact with his body, the origin opening array trembled. This was an enormous spiritual force attack that had almost caused the array to collapse. Yao Xian's pupils shrank and he stared at Lu Yin, who was less than half a meter away. How was this possible? This person had actually defended against his spiritual force attack. He had already overestimated Lu Yin's spiritual force, but it seemed that he had still underestimated him. Lu Yin's hand pierced through Yao Xian's body, but it was useless. He looked up and saw Day Knight's tribute. A formless spiritual force enveloped Yao Xian, and the scene in front of him changed. He saw the familiar Celestial Beast Empire and endless astral beasts. All of the beasts were kneeling before him, and in the distance, there was an incomparably large astral beast that was quietly sleeping. Was that Progenitor Wuxiang? Suddenly, Progenitor Wuxiang opened his eyes and slammed down with a claw, as if he wanted to crush Yao Xian to pieces. Yao Xian's eyes narrowed. I remember now. This is a battle technique from the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin, you've actually cultivated a Day-Night clan battle technique. He then vanished and a giant bat appeared in the void and roared at the sky. Countless astral beasts from the Celestial Beast Empire, including Progenitor Wuxiang, disappeared. At the peak, Lu Yin took several steps back and his face paled. Day Knight's tribute had been defeated, and he had indeed dragged Yao Xian into an illusion. However, this crown prince's spiritual force was too powerful, and Lu Yin had been forced to retreat without success. If Lu Yin's spiritual force was comparable to this crown prince's, then Day Knight's tribute would have been enough to heavily injure or even kill him. It wasn't that Day Knight's tribute was weak, but that Lu Yin's spiritual force was too weak. Yao had broken through Day Knight's tribute, but it hadn't been easy, and he had consumed a great deal of his spiritual force. Zhou Xian stared at Lu Yin's spiritual force attack. Lu Yin's tribute. You're the highest talents of all humans. He then opened mouth again and released spiritual force waves. Lu Yin activated his origin array to continue his defense, but the others were not as lucky. The unluckiest one was Ziyi. She was affected by other people's battles. Xianxia dodged very quickly. Speed was meaningless against serious technique. She directly dodged Zhou Xian's spiritual attack. In the outside world, countless people were speechless as they watched the great battle on the summit. Any one of these attacks was enough to eliminate the peak experts that they looked up to and placed their hopes on. To be able to persevere in such a chaotic battle and become one of the top 10 was enough to convince everyone wholeheartedly. That was the true top 10. The Supreme Tournament wasn't a fair competition like in an ivory tower. Here it was a place to decide who could move unhindered through the universe, who had been tempered by blood and fire. Zhou Xian stared at Lu Yin in bewilderment, as this person had been able to block his spiritual force attacks from beginning to end. As a human, Zhou Xian had never thought that someone in his generation would be able to block his spiritual force attacks. The unluckiest one was Toll Wielder. He had charged to the summit and attacked Ming Guang. He had almost been defeated by Wang Yi's attack, but he still wanted to try regardless of whether or not he could enter the top 10. However, as soon as he reached the summit, he was attacked by Zhou Xian's spiritual force attacks. He had just happened to pass by Lu Yin, so he had been directly attacked by Zhou Xian's spiritual force attacks just like Lu Yin, causing him to collapse. Just as Toll Wielder collapsed, a shadow covered the area, and the Star Devourer appeared once again. This time all 6 of its eyes were open, and an extremely powerful force distorted the void. Endless cracks spread out and affected everyone. Ziyi, Xianxia and the others all tried to avoid it. It raised its legs high and viciously pressed down on Lu Yin. Lu Yin was annoyed and his gaze was serene. Day Knight's tribute. The scene before the Star Devourer's eyes changed. It saw many planets and excitedly rushed over to devour them, but these planets all transformed into Star Devourers that were even larger than itself. These Star Devourers tore at the Star Devourer. This was the first time the Star Devourer felt fear. In just a few moments, its body had been bitten into pieces, and its blood flowed into a river in outer space. With a howl, the Star Devourer's raised legs failed to land, and its body swayed as it fell to the ground. Zhou Xian knew that things were bad and he raised a hand. A ball of spiritual force appeared in front of Lu Yin and then exploded. Divine burst, Zhou Xian growled. A chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and he was just about to move away when his legs suddenly lost all strength. His vision blurred and his origin opening array shattered. He felt dizzy and he almost lost his footing. A giant bat appeared behind Zhou Xian once again, and this time, it whistled towards the entire summit. Lu Yin turned around and his gaze turned cold. His body disappeared and he reappeared near Ziyi and Xianxia through a teleportation array. Sirius's sword techniques clashed fiercely with the origin energy of life. The spiritual force whistles swept through the summit once again. The blood progenitor's seal appeared behind Ziyi, and Genesis Astral faced the spiritual force whistles. On the other side, Xianxia disappeared and swapped places with Zhou Xian to avoid the spiritual force whistles. Lu Yin's icy gaze swept towards the bottom of the staircase. He could have used the planned secret art to avoid the attack, but at the critical moment his rune lines had been weakened, and Ting He had launched a sneak attack on him. When Ting He saw Lu Yin's gaze, she beamed and said, "Take care." Facing a sneak attack in such a chaotic battle, especially one that had been weakened by rune lines, was equivalent to pushing Lu Yin to his death. Lu Yin had always wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Ting He, but he had missed it in the mountain and sea realm. This time he would deal with this calamity in one fell swoop. Zhou Xian had swapped places with Xianxia, and he had to endure his own spiritual force attacks. This was not a problem, but the fact that Xianxia had swapped places with him made him rather unhappy. However, his most important opponent was still Lu Yin, as this person had been appointed by Imperial Tutor Skyminder. Even if he was the Celestial Beast Empire's crown prince, he did not want to disobey the Imperial Tutor. From the side, countless strands of hair tore through the void. Tiny martial imprints were imprinted on the strands of hair, and they swept towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian frowned and dodged to the side. There were too many strands of hair and they came from Little Qing's attacks. She was attacking Star Sibyl, but Star Sibyl's divination technique prevented her from hitting her target. Many of her attacks missed and affected the others. When he saw Zhou Xian dodge Little Qing's hair attacks multiple times, Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Logically speaking, a spiritual body should be fine even if it stood still, so why would it intentionally dodge? If it had only been one time, it could have been explained as a subconscious reflex, but it was different if it was continuously dodging. Wukong finally reached the summit, and his bloodshot eyes stared straight at Little Qing. Little Qing was helpless and she said to Star Sibyl, "Someone even more ruthless is coming. Go find someone else." Star Sibyl also saw Wukong and a trace of fear flashed through her eyes. Wukong raised his hand and used the Great Reincarnation technique. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept out from the secret imprint progenitor, causing the distant Sirius stars to become unstable. No one had expected that such an intense battle would erupt at the summit. The Star Devourer stood up once more and Lu Yin raised a brow. After receiving his day-night's tribute, the Star Devourer was still able to move. This beast was indeed a strange life form and it was quite tenacious. After the previous lesson, the Star Devourer was much more cautious of Lu Yin, and it actually spoke up, "Human, let's compete in strength." Lu Yin was just about to speak when a towering tree appeared in the distance, enveloping the entire summit and even the statue. It then suddenly disappeared and a green leaf appeared on Yuhua Mavis' forehead. This was a battle technique of the Mavis family, infinite strength. With a bang, Ascension Mavis threw a punch at Wu Taibai. It was quite violent. When Yuhua Mavis punched out, Wu Taibai had already used his secret technique, Seal of Mountains and Rivers. An incomparably huge force slammed into the Seal of Mountains and Rivers, causing clouds to swirl in all directions. Waves of energy surged out of the summit and out of Mount Supreme. Many of the planets surrounding Mount Supreme became unstable, and many spacecraft even disintegrated. At the base of Mount Supreme, a tidal wave of energy descended, and anyone below the Explorer realm immediately spat out blood. If Lu Yin and Yuhua Mavis were competing in terms of strength, then Wu Taibai and Yuhua Mavis were competing in terms of battle techniques. Limitless strength was also a battle technique and it swept up star energy that swept through the area. Even the other people fighting on the mountain peak were affected. Lu Yin waved his right hand. He was very familiar with this strength, but it was still a bit weaker than his own. It was even worse for the Star Devourer in front of him. The Star Devourer's body shrunk again, and it was now only a few meters tall. It viciously charged at Lu Yin with all 6 of its eyes wide open, causing the world to tremble. Unfortunately, Lu Yin did not plan on competing in strength with the Star Devourer. Although the beast was fast, it was not at a level where Lu Yin could not dodge it. He easily dodged the Star Devourer's attack, and his spiritual energy howl once again bombarded the summit. The howl reverberated throughout Mount Supreme, causing many to cover their ears and howl in pain. It then passed through the mountain and spread out into outer space. One enlighter after another tried to stop it. However, when an old man with a power level of 400,000 was shaken to the point of spitting out blood, the other enlighters paled. A group of youths were fighting fiercely. Did they need an emissary's help to quell the aftershocks? Zhou Xian, Yuhua Mavis, Star Devourer, Wu Taibai, and Lu Yin all displayed their strength, which affected the rest of the participants and ignited the Supreme Tournament. She no longer had the energy to ambush Lu Yin as she was being pestered by Tai Yishen. The home of the gods had sworn to eliminate the traitors. Meng Guang made her move and her target was Ziyi. The 5th mainland and the 6th mainland had a blood feud, and they both wanted to eliminate the 6th mainland's cultivators. In the west of Chaos Flow Zone, in the higher realm, countless cultivators from the 6th mainland were furious. They're actually ganging up on us. The 5th mainland is too shameless. They don't even dare to challenge the Tao Source 3 skies. How can the 3rd forefather agree? 3rd forefather, please step forward and suppress the 5th mainland. 3rd forefather, please suppress the 5th mainland. Z was not the only one being ganged up on. Lu Yin was also surrounded and Little Qing was also being attacked by Star Sibyl and Wukong. She was already in a precarious situation, and if not for Star Sibyl's misgivings, Little Qing would have been finished. In the Neoverse, in the Glory Realm, Elder Chan had a complicated expression. Ganging up on us? Isn't that fair? What a joke. It's normal to be ganged up on in that place. You need to have the ability to break out of the encirclement before you can fight for the opportunities there. Otherwise you'll just die in vain. Many people did not understand this logic, and only Elder Chan, Heavenly Master Xianxia, and the Third Forefather did. Chapter 1308. Cultivation wasn't a game. It was a struggle against the heavens, and there was no such thing as fairness. The final battle at the summit was the essence of the entire tournament. Only by standing out from the chaos would one truly have the qualifications to obtain the opportunity to become a progenitor, an opportunity that even the 3 progenitors coveted. Star Devourer charged over, but Lu Yin dodged. It turned around and continued to charge at Lu Yin. Zhou Xian targeted Lu Yin and bombarded him with sonic booms again and again. He didn't believe that Lu Yin's spiritual force could last for long. Lu Yin continued to recite the Stonewall scriptures, thinking of a way to defeat Zhou Xian. It was impossible to rely on spiritual force alone, and Zhou Xian was a spiritual body, so it would be difficult to defeat him. Zhou Xian's strength was on par with Feather Mavis, so it would be difficult to defeat him. In Lu Yin's opinion, there were only a few people who were the most difficult to deal with in the entire tournament. Shangqing, Wu Taibai, Feather Mavis, Qiu Shi, Zhou Xian, and perhaps Wang Yi. Zhou Xian was a spiritual force, so it would be difficult to defeat him. Zhou Xian was also helpless. Although his spiritual force was enormous, he couldn't withstand an unlimited amount of attacks. He didn't know how long Lu Yin could last, and once Lu Yin used up all of his spiritual force, it would be difficult to deal with the others. If this were a battle, Lu Yin would definitely deal with the others first, such as Ziyi, Bukong, and Wu Taibai. However, this was a tournament, and Zhou Xian was an obstacle that he couldn't overcome if he wanted to become the champion. With a furious roar, Star Devourer charged at Lu Yin again. Lu Yin was irritated, so he struck out with his 9-lined battle force imprint, Emptiness Palm. Star Devourer's 6 eyes suddenly widened, and it fiercely charged forward. There was a boom, and the summit cracked open as a huge force tore through the void and spread out from Mount Supreme. In the blink of an eye, the universe was split into 2, and along the way the planets and spacecraft that were affected were directly torn apart, including several enlighters. On the summit, Bukong and the others were forced back a step by the huge collision. Bukong, Jiuhao, Ziyi, Qiushi, and the others all retreated. They felt like they couldn't breathe under this collision. Wang Yi stared at Lu Yin and his eyes grew brighter. The summit of Mount Supreme seemed to tremble as Lu Yin pressed a single palm against Star Devourer's forehead. Star Devourer's spiritual force and the 2 sunk deep into the ground. Star Devourer was excited. "Human, you're not bad." As he spoke, his strength suddenly rose. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and his pupils transformed into rune lines that weakened Star Devourer's rune lines. Star Devourer was bewildered, and he increased his strength once again. At the same time, Zhou Xian's spiritual force bombarded Star Devourer in order to prevent Lu Yin from using the Day Knight's tribute against Star Devourer. Zhou Xian wanted Star Devourer to go all out against Lu Yin. This person's spiritual force was tough, and his domain was boundless. His strength was immense, and he also had a secret technique in a sourcebox array. Even a mysterious beast would find it difficult to deal with him, and only Star Devourer could work together with him. His right foot moved and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He wanted to use the secret art of plan to move his body. However, he did not notice Xia Juyo's approach. Xia's secret word, Void Transformation. The Xia family's secret technique could neutralize all secret techniques, and it was incomparably domineering. During the battle in the mountain and sea realm, Xia Juyo had used this technique to neutralize the Tear Lady's expulsion technique. Now he had taken the opportunity to neutralize Lu Yin's planned secret art. Lu Yin had many enemies, and on this mountain peak Zhou Xian, Ziyi, and the others weren't the only ones who wanted him dead. Xia Juyo was also the one who wanted him dead. Only by eliminating Lu Yin would Xia Juyo be able to fuse with Xia Luo more easily. He did not hate Lu Yin, and he only had a ruthless desire to eliminate a formidable enemy. The Xia family's secret technique had appeared at the right moment to viciously attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin's planned secret art had disappeared, and Star Devourer had intended to use it to evade the attack. Star Devourer subconsciously weakened his power, and the moment the planned secret art disappeared, Star Devourer's right palm was distorted and he viciously rammed into Lu Yin's chest. Everything happened in an instant and Lu Yin could not increase his power even if he wanted to. He had already used up his greater teleportation array, and he had not had the time to set up another one. His right leg retreated and his legs sank into the ground as his domain blasted towards Star Devourer. Star Devourer's 6 eyes turned red as his domain could not stop it. In front of the screen, countless members of the Great Eastern Alliance were nervous. On Earth everyone was praying. Outside of Mount Supreme, the older generation's experts walked out and stared at the screen. In the Cosmic Sea, Heizage Leon roared, "Xia family." In the Neoverse, within a brothel, Ming Yan's face was deathly pale. In the Eternal Kingdom, Ghost Monkey's jaw dropped. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Lu Yin's domain could only delay Star Devourer for a moment. However, through his domain, Lu Yin's mind flashed with inspiration. The star energy around his body circulated and formed a sourcebox array, the flow diversion diagram. The flow diversion diagram used the danger zones of the sourceboxes as connections to form a world of star energy. The more danger zones there were, the wider the world. The person who had set up the array was the master of this world, and they could see through every movement of the star energy. Lu Yin had originally thought that the flow diversion diagram had been taught to him by the trial master to make it easier for him to guard the pass. However, when his domain struggled to resist Star Devourer's power, he saw his domain being compressed and scattered. He suddenly realized that if the flow diversion diagram could transmit his own power into the array's range, then why couldn't it transmit his enemy's power? Star Devourer's 6 eyes turned red, and he was so close to killing this human. His brain was not very good, but he still attached great importance to Skymander's orders. As he thought about it, his 6 eyes stared at Lu Yin's right arm. That was where he had stolen the tamed beast. Suddenly, Star Devourer felt that something was amiss. His power was clearly growing stronger, but Lu Yin's expression was becoming more and more normal. The flow diversion diagram appeared around Lu Yin, and his star energy transformed into channels that dispersed Star Devourer's power. 10, 100, 1,000, and so on. The channels of star energy were sent out, and each wave of power transformed into a boundless force that was wrapped in star energy and flung out in all directions. From a distance, Star Devourer's power had been dispersed into countless lines in front of Lu Yin. One of the lines pierced through Zhou Xian, causing him to be stunned. Another line blasted towards Ziyi, and her source connection Astral Nova was forcefully pushed back. Another line blasted towards Qiu Shi, but she raised her hand and used Sirius's sword technique to tear apart the line. An enormous power erupted and Qiu Shi was forced back several steps. Another line blasted towards Yuhua Mavis, who raised her hand to meet the line. Her right palm retracted and a visible ripple of power spread out. He was shocked. This power? Shaoqing, Wu Taibai, Bukong, Shangqing, Xiajuyo and everyone else had been attacked by the flow diversion diagram. Lu Yin had not intentionally targeted them, as he had only wanted to disperse Star Devourer's power and disperse it. As for who it would hit, that was not within his scope of consideration. The people on the mountain peak were still fine, but at the first fault, dozens of lines smashed down. Ku Wei shrieked, "Dodge!" Shiqi's face paled and the fish above her head continuously flapped its fins. "Run! Run!" The Xiaoya King raised his hand and used star displacement to change leaves. The surface of a line transformed into green leaves, but Star Devourer's power slammed him down the mountain, leaving him in an extremely miserable state. Long He, Tai Yishan, Night Queen Yanqing, Hui San Tong, and the others all endured the bombardment of lines. It was the same for the second and third faults, and even the foot of the mountain was left with dozens of lines. Star Devourer's power was truly limitless. Even now, Lu Yin was still able to disperse countless lines that exploded in all directions. Lu Yin had comprehended the true power of the flow diversion diagram, and any sourcebox array was not simple. He was now very curious as to what kind of power the trial master possessed. He had only grasped the basics, but he had already been able to disperse Star Devourer's power. What about the trial master? In the distance, a figure appeared. The figure raised a hand and struck out with an empty palm. Lan Si had appeared. Star Devourer's abdomen had been struck by Lan Si's empty palm, and it had been pushed back dozens of meters. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin broke free from Star Devourer's suppression and turned to look at Xiajuyo. His palm moved and Xiajuyo's pupils shrank. He retreated rapidly and used his blade to block in front of him. With a bang, his blade broke, and Xiajuyo was pushed back several hundred meters by Lu Yin's empty palm. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Not everyone had Star Devourer's power. At the very least, Xiajuyo's current strength was not enough to face Lu Yin's empty palm head-on. At most he could withstand it, which was already quite impressive. Star Devourer bellowed and stared at Lan Si. It raised its right claw and slammed down, causing a powerful hurricane to howl out and crash into Lan Si. Lan Si raised a hand and continuously struck out with empty palm, dispersing Star Devourer's attack. Lan Si had lost to Levitating Mavis, and although it seemed like he had lost miserably, it depended on who he was compared to. In terms of true power, Lan Si had been left behind by Lu Yin, Obscure and the others, but he was still at the pinnacle. He could stall Star Devourer even if he could not win. He was Lan Si, the divine fist of the 10 arbiters, not some random passerby. Buzz. The fingernail-sized 100 lineages ferociously charged at Lu Yin. It was the smallest and most people would not be able to detect it. However, Lu Yin had long since noticed it. When the 100 lineages attacked, its rune lines were as dazzling as a torch in the night sky. They were not any weaker than Star Devourer's rune lines, and it was difficult for Lu Yin not to notice them. Facing the 100 lineages, Lu Yin struck out with an emptiness palm, sending the 100 lineages flying. However, it was useless. The empty palm's enormous power was enough to send the 100 lineages flying, but it could not harm it at all. Buzz. The sound rang out again. Yao Xian's eyes narrowed. This was the death bug bloodline, and being targeted by this bug was truly troublesome. Lu Yin could also sense that this bug was very difficult to deal with, and even the empty palm was ineffective against it. What the hell? No wonder it could parasitize progenitors. Fortunately, there was a death bug's nemesis here. Lu Yin looked at Drunkard. Help me get rid of this bug. Drunkard's face was flushed from being drunk. When she heard Lu Yin's words, she raised her hand and threw a drop of wine at the 100 lineages. Yao Xian's expression changed. The 100 lineages could not be destroyed and they were very difficult to defeat. However, Drunkard's arcane creation realm star energy control was able to trap the 100 lineages. She was the 100 lineages' only nemesis out of everyone present. He immediately used his spiritual force to attack Drunkard. Lu Yin used the secret art of plan in front of Drunkard and he stared at Yao Xian. He did not want to endlessly exhaust his spiritual force, as there would always be spiritual force distracting him. Since that was the case, then he would just have to hurt each other. Bai Yi praised. In the same region of space, countless beasts knelt before Yao Xian. He had become the king of the celestial beast empire, and in the distance, a behemoth was entrenched. You still want to use the Day-Night clan's illusions to deal with me? Yao Xian sneered. When he saw the beast in front of him raise its claws to crush him, he opened his mouth and let out a violent howl. Chapter 1309. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Lu Yin and Yao Xian faced each other, both of them engaged in a spiritual force battle. When Yao Xian attacked, Lu Yin's origin opening array appeared, and the Stonewall scriptures appeared in his mind. At the same time, the Stonewall scriptures also appeared in his illusion. It was like a voice from beyond the heavens, and Yao Xian was unable to break through Day-Night's tribute's illusion. The beast's claw slammed Yao Xian into the planet's core, causing him to fall into outer space. Yao Xian was stunned. How was this possible? He had clearly been able to break through before. His eyes turned vicious as he transformed into a giant bat. He opened his mouth, and a terrifying sound wave destroyed countless beasts in front of him as he charged towards the largest one. That beast was Progenitor Wuxiang, but it was now Yao Xian's enemy. Progenitor Wuxiang's claw slammed down again, and the Stonewall scriptures continued to resound in outer space. Yao Xian was sent flying again and his injuries were even more severe. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Yao Xian's face paled and he lost his balance. He almost fell, his entire body turning transparent. Within this transparent body was an extremely small bat that looked like a speck of dust. It was very cute and pocket-sized, and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of its mouth. Outside Mount Supreme, a rumbling sound came from the white skeleton. The Crown Prince is injured. How? That human can injure the crown prince with just his spiritual force. That human once defeated Tianhou and created many miracles. This person must be eliminated, or he'll become a great enemy of the Celestial Beast Empire. There was a boom as a shockwave shook the peak. Lu Yin and Zhou Xian both retreated at the same time. Zhou Xian retreated a few meters, his body turning more transparent and his face pale. As for Lu Yin, he retreated more than 10 meters. His head was dizzy and blood seeped out of his ears. The shockwave swept across the peak and everyone's minds trembled. The battle paused as a result of this powerful spiritual force. Both sides had suffered injuries, but Zhou Xian's techniques were still superior. Lu Yin wasn't his opponent in terms of spiritual force. You want to beat me? Impossible. Let's see how you block my next attack. Zhou Xian sneered as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It doesn't matter. I don't just need spiritual force to block your attacks. You can try. Zhou Xian was bewildered as he wasn't sure if Lu Yin was telling the truth. He thought back to the voices he had heard in the illusion, and those voices had caused him to feel fear from the bottom of his heart. Everyone else's battle had been restrained by Lu Yin and Zhou Xian's battle. However, Wang Yi, who had not made a single move since the start of the battle, suddenly moved. His body pierced through Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian's expression changed drastically. He was clearly still full of spiritual force, but he spat out a mouthful of blood that spilled onto the ground. He had been severely injured by Wang Yi's attack, and his body had been split apart. However, Wang Yi's target had not been him but Lu Yin. Almost a month had passed since the start of the Supreme Tournament. Wang Yi had never spoken a word. No matter who he fought, he was very calm and indifferent to everything. The opponents he had defeated were not nameless. The tool wielder Yao Gu and Wen Sansi were all famous existences in the universe. However, they could not last a single round against him. At this moment he was taking the initiative to attack for the first time, and his expression also revealed excitement for the first time. The moment Wang Yi attacked, the entire universe looked over. He was the most mysterious person in the entire Supreme Tournament. The technocracy itself was synonymous with mystery, and the strength that Wang Yi had displayed was at the level of a freak. He had never taken the initiative to attack anyone before, but now he had finally made a move. Zhou Xian was injured as soon as he moved. When Wang Yi moved, Lu Yin felt an unprecedented sense of danger. His scalp went numb and 9-lined battle force branded his entire body. His pupils turned into runes and 726 stars revolved around him as his body rapidly retreated. Reality proved that he had done the right thing. Wang Yi directly appeared in front of him and the stars revolved around him. However, Lu Yin only had time to see a shadow. Even with the Sirius technique and the Aeon evolution scripture, he was only barely able to dodge one of Wang Yi's attacks. He raised a hand and unleashed an empty palm strike. Wang Yi was excited. Interesting, Kuei Xiong. Bang! The two palms collided and a deafening explosion shook the heavens. The sky above Mount Supreme split open, and a terrifying gale forced everyone to retreat. Just like Lu Yin's previous clash with Star Devourer, this clash was no weaker than the previous one. Lu Yin was shocked. This person had actually blocked his full-powered emptiness palm? Wang Yi's lips curled up. In terms of strength, you're still not the strongest among humans. He then leaned to the side, bent his right arm and growled, "For Ultimate's technique, Kuei Xiong." Another explosion rang out and Lu Yin's eyes went wide. His pupils flashed as he weakened the rune lines in Wang Yi's palm while he unleashed an emptiness palm. An even more powerful storm swept out in all directions, sweeping through the entire mountain peak. It was even more ferocious than before. An incomparable pressure descended and everyone below the mountain peak looked up. Quite a few people's jaws dropped as the sky was torn apart. The enormous collision of strength had shattered the entire region. Nearby, Star Devourer's 6 eyes were filled with excitement. This was the battle that it had dreamed of, a pure contest of strength. On the other side, Yuhua Mavis's pupils shrank. There was actually a human who could match Lu Yin in strength. This person's surname was Wang? Opposite Yuhua Mavis, Wu Taibai looked at Wang Yi strangely. It was indeed the 4 ultimates, the Wang family. Wang Yi smiled. "Not bad, don't die." He then raised his left hand and a strange power appeared on his 5 fingers, transforming into an indiscernible imprint that enveloped Lu Yin like a spiderweb. 4 ultimates, pearl radish. Lu Yin's strength instantly vanished and his scalp went numb. Was his strength gone? Wang Yi's right palm slammed his body into the ground, and he released his star energy into the surroundings. Countless lines ruptured the ground and scattered in all directions like blooming fireworks. They descended from the peak of Mount Supreme, and many of the competitors retreated in fear once more. After comprehending the diagram, Lu Yin's strength was practically useless against him. However, he had been wrong. The diagram had been able to disperse Star Devourer's strength because Lu Yin's body had been able to withstand it. Now, however, his strength had mysteriously disappeared, and the diagram had only appeared for an instant before it was destroyed by Wang Yi's enormous strength. Wang Yi pressed his palm against Lu Yin's chest. Is it over? Again. Lu Yin wasn't used to the disappearance of his strength, but his strength wasn't the only thing he had up his sleeves. Wang Yi had been dragged into an illusion that he had to sink into, but he managed to escape in an instant. However, that instant was enough as Lu Yin used the planned secret art to dodge and appear 1,000 meters away. Wang Yi slowly stood up and looked at his right palm before looking back at Lu Yin. He sighed, "You're worth defeating." Lu Yin was deeply shocked. With his current strength, he was confident that he could challenge progenitors at the same level as him and even fight against the Prime Clear. However, he had actually been suppressed by this person for a short period of time. That speed, that strength, and that ability to make his strength disappear were all things that Lu Yin couldn't get used to. If he hadn't guessed wrong, this person would be one of his greatest opponents in the entire Supreme Tournament, and his threat level far surpassed Zhou Xian's. Lu Yin relaxed when his strength reappeared. He had been afraid that his strength had disappeared for too long, and that he would be forced into a passive position in his battle against Wang Yi. The two had only exchanged blows for an instant, but it had shocked everyone including Ascension Mavis and the Prime Clear. They were well aware of Lu Yin's strength, but he had indeed been suppressed by Wang Yi just now. This person's true strength had only just been revealed. More importantly, this person had just pierced through Zhou Xian's body and severely injured him. Zhou Xian hadn't even recovered yet. I'm very curious. How did you cultivate to this level in this part of the universe? Wang Yi asked as he sized Lu Yin up in amazement. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean? Wang Yi didn't elaborate. Be careful. The next attack will be very quick. His body suddenly vanished. This wasn't a void traversal but rather speed. His pure speed was even faster than a void traversal. The same feeling from before appeared once again, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet as he moved. This time he didn't even think about seeing Wang Yi's movements clearly. Previously he had used the serious art and the Aeon Evolution True Scripture to barely see a shadow. Lu Yin's movements were already very fast, and he had never used the planned secret art so quickly before. He was even faster than when he had first encountered Hidden Weep and dodged the 11th sword, but Wang Yi still managed to tear a bloody wound on his right arm. His body reappeared 100 meters away and there was nothing there. Next, outside of Mount Supreme in the direction of Wang Yi's attack, space slowly split open and swallowed up many spacecraft. Many Enlighters tried to escape but they couldn't. Wang Yi's attack had taken away many lives. At the peak of Mount Supreme, the Star Devourer had been unlucky enough to be caught in the attack. Half of his body had been cut off, and he howled as blood dyed the mountain peak red. The stench of blood spread out and everyone else stopped fighting and looked at Wang Yi in shock. Wang Yi exhaled and looked at Lu Yin with a smirk. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Lu Yin didn't hesitate to use an empty palm. Wang Yi's gaze turned cold, and the empty palm swept past his body and into space outside of Mount Supreme. The attack missed. The empty palm was known as an invisible palm print, and even a top-tier expert like Xia Juya would have to face it head-on. It was very difficult to dodge, but Wang Yi easily dodged it and appeared in front of Lu Yin. He raised his right hand and slashed down. 4 Ultimates Technique, Sky Blade. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body twisted unnaturally, and the direction of his sky blade changed, slashing towards Zi and Qiushi for no reason. Zi's astral nova was instantly torn apart, and her body was cut in half. Qiushi didn't have it easy either, and she subconsciously used Stellar Shift to switch places with Xianxia. However, Wang Yi's sky blade still left a huge wound on her abdomen. Xianxia was even more unlucky, and he had inexplicably appeared under the sky blade's edge. Fortunately, the barrier had been activated to block Lu Yin's scattered power. Although Wang Yi's Skyblade technique had cut through the barrier, it was delayed for a moment, and when Xianxia had used that moment to dodge, the Skyblade cut through the sky above Mount Supreme, and just like before, it tore through space. Outside of Mount Supreme, many spacecraft retreated, not daring to approach. They felt that the battle below had made the area outside of Mount Supreme unsafe. Everyone was silent. Every time Wang Yi attacked, he had the ability to silence everyone. With a wave of his hand, he had split Ziyi in half, heavily injured Zhou Xian, and broken through Xianxia's barrier. This person's attack power surpassed what most people could comprehend. Many people were shocked. Just how abnormal was this person? Was he sure they were from the same generation? Chapter 13:10. Wang Yi's invincible blade had shocked everyone, but he had been struck by Lu Yin's palm and sent flying 1,000 meters away. The imprint of a palm on his abdomen was clearly visible. It had been an empty palm strike. Wang Yi's expression was calm as he looked at Lu Yin. Sourcebox array. Lu Yin's fingers curled. He had set up a teleportation array around him and had been waiting for Wang Yi to attack. He had wanted to use the array to teleport Wang Yi away, but he had not expected Wang Yi to twist his body and suppress the Sourcebox array's power. He had even successfully unleashed an attack. That was a large teleportation array, a Sourcebox array that could even move the giant emperor, but it had not been able to move Wang Yi. Fortunately, Lu Yin had used the array to redirect Wang Yi's attack. A cool breeze blew past the peak of Mount Supreme, carrying with it the stench of blood that swept through everyone. Lu Yin looked into the distance and saw Zhou Xian clutching her abdomen as blood dripped out. He also saw Xianxia's shattered barrier and pale face. He also saw Ziyi, who had been split in two. The sixth mainland's Dao Source 3 skies had been split in two, and Origin Tiangang had not even been able to delay Lu Yin for a moment. In the west of Chaos Flow Zone, in the higher realm, everyone from the sixth mainland was speechless as they stared blankly at the screen. They saw Ziyi being split in two and fresh blood gradually flowed out, forming a small river. The Dao Source 3 skies had died? No one dared to believe that Zhitian had died just like that. In the distance, Shangqing's eyes shone with an unprecedented light. Wu Taibai frowned. As expected of someone from the Wang family, Bukong, Xiaoqing and the rest were all stunned. They knew how strong Ziyi was, but she had actually been split in two. In the Neoverse, in the Glory Realm, Elder Chan stared at the screen and then at Wang Yi. The primeval surname, the Wang family. This isn't a coincidence. Could it really be that family? At that moment, Ziyi, who had been split in two and should have died, suddenly reformed and recovered. Countless people were horrified by the sight. If not for her pale face and the pool of blood on the ground, everyone would have thought that she had not been split in two. Ziyi's face darkened as she stared at Wang Yi. If not for the fact that she had absorbed the blood progenitor's bloodline and grasped the secret technique of blood rebirth, she would have died by now. This person had actually broken through Origin Tiangang with a single attack. The cultivators of the sixth mainland heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that Ziyi had recovered. How could the Dao Source 3 skies die so easily? Wang Yi didn't care about Ziyi at all. He only had eyes for Lu Yin. Not bad, but it's still not worthy of your surname. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. You know the surname Lu? Wang Yi smirked. Defeat me and I'll tell you. Unfortunately, you'll never have the chance. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This was indeed a thorny problem. This Wang Yi was able to penetrate Yao Xian's body and instantly break through by Ye's tribute. This proved that he had an overwhelming advantage over Yao Xian in terms of strength and speed. Even though he was relying on battle techniques, he had just endured an empty palm. This proved that his physical strength was also incomparably strong. What a troublesome opponent. This might not be the full strength of this person. However, he wasn't completely unharmed by the emptiness palm. Lu Yin could clearly see that Wang Yi's rune lines had decreased slightly. The emptiness palm's might was fierce, and even a planet-devouring astral beast like the Astral Devourer would be injured, let alone Wang Yi. As long as the emptiness palm was effective, Lu Yin had a chance of defeating Wang Yi. This was because Seventh Brother's finger was above the emptiness palm. Wang Yi's attack had shocked everyone, and the shockwaves from his attack had also caused others to feel apprehensive. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The battle wouldn't end just because he attacked. The battle between Wu Taibai and Yuhua Mavis was also in full swing. Bukong no longer attacked Shaoqing as they were both from the 6th mainland. He had temporarily set aside his grudges and set his target on Qiushi. Wang Yi had just heavily injured her with a single move, and this was the perfect opportunity to deal with her. Meanwhile, Obscured Light attacked Ziyi. Lan Si continued to stall the Astral Devourer. Starsabil faced Shaoqing alone. At the first fault Feng he was attacked by Tai Yixing. Winehouse had trapped the 100 lineages. Lu Yin took the initiative to attack, and his emptiness palm descended towards Wang Yi. However, Wang Yi was too fast and he disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared he also waved his hand horizontally. Under Skyblade any defense was fragile, and when Sanxi's barrier shattered, Wang Yi had the strength to directly defeat a 3rd Transformation Corpse King Corpse Ghost. As for Wang Yi's speed, Lu Yin could only use the greater teleportation array to restrain him. He believed that the Sirius sect might have already seen the array, which was also a hidden problem. Although Wang Yi could avoid being teleported by the array, he couldn't ignore it. Skyblade was redirected once more and this time it slashed towards the first fault towards Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu attacked and her 12th sword collided with Skyblade. Her sword chi was torn apart and she dodged. She looked up with a shocked expression. No wonder Lu Yin had been able to cut Ziyi in half. Emptiness palm for Ultimate's technique. Kuei Bear. There was a thump followed by several more collisions. Wang Yi had been prepared for Lu Yin's emptiness palm, and he used Skyblade in his right hand and Kuei Bear in his left. The shock waves from their battle wantonly swept across the summit, causing the entire mountain to shake. Giant cracks extended from the summit, causing countless people's scalps to go numb. Their battle was the pinnacle of the battlefield. Perhaps because he was provoked, Wu Taibai's eyes surged with battle intent. Invisible energy surged around his body as he grabbed Yuhua Mavis's fist with his palm. Under Yuhua Mavis's shocked gaze, he suddenly swung her up and threw her towards the first layer. Yuhua Mavis hadn't expected Wu Taibai to possess such terrifying strength. First Lu Yin, then Wang Yi, and now Wu Taibai. Since when was it so easy for humans to cultivate their strength? The seal of mountains and rivers crossed the summit and blasted towards Yuhua Mavis. A giant divine tree appeared behind Yuhua Mavis, and she clenched her teeth, growled and punched out. Wu Taibai's eyes widened and he leapt up to chase after the seal of mountains and rivers. He slapped down with one hand, colliding with Yuhua Mavis. The entire first fault zone rumbled and cracked open. Yuhua Mavis' strength was eroded by an indescribably tyrannical force, and her right sleeve was torn apart. Blood spurted out and with a thump her entire body sank into the ground. At this moment a gust of wind blew past, and Wu Taibai turned to look in another direction. There Lu Tianmu had made her move. Her original target had been Wang Yi, but now that Yuhua Mavis was being suppressed by Wu Taibai, she had left the 13th sword for Wu Taibai. Sensing the sword intent of the 13th sword, Wu Taibai grew excited. He was completely different from the elegant Mr. Bai from before, just like how Wang Yi had changed after meeting Lu Yin. Wu Taibai stared at Lu Tianmu. Come 13th sword. Lu Tianmu's sword hilt moved and the 13th sword was unleashed. Many people looked at Wu Taibai as this was the 3rd person to receive the 13th sword. Blood flowed from the corner of Wu Taibai's mouth as he lowered his head. He had been injured and he had a strange feeling that he had been injured. This was the 13th sword and it was indeed mysterious. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. There were rumors. Lu Tianmu squatted down as she had already reached her limit. After using the 13th sword twice, she could no longer bear it and fell to the ground. Wu Taibai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and did not look at Lu Tianmu. The 13th sword was not bad, but it was a pity that this woman had not cultivated it to perfection. He looked at the battle between Lu Yin and Wang Yi, which was very exciting. Underground, Yuhua Mavis moved her body with great difficulty and looked at Wu Taibai. She saw the current around his body, and it was this current that had caused his strength to transform. This person was hiding a terrifying strength. She leapt up as she thought about it. Wu Taibai returned to the peak before Yuhua Mavis could appear. Yuhua Mavis chased after him. Wu Taibai frowned. Although this woman could not break through his divine martial qi, she was not weak either. The Mavis family also had the ability to control others, so it would not be easy to defeat her quickly. Wu Taibai had not expected that this competition would gather so many experts, and it was not much different from the origin wheel sacrifice. He had made the right choice as this place was the starting point of everything. It had the most ancient inheritance, and even if it had been severed, some would still appear in the world. Wang Yi, Lu Yin, Yao Xian, Wu Taibai, and the other experts had all erupted, causing everyone to forget about one person, the Prime Clear. He was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the sovereign tournament, but he had remained silent for too long. The Prime Clear had never been low-key. When he had first appeared in the mountain and sea realm, he had challenged all the experts he had seen and finally confirmed that the ancestral chi of the Three Suns was unrivaled. He had guarded the central pass and declared that no one could force him to use his third strand of ancestral chi. Regardless of whether it was the Dao Source Three Skies, the Celestial Beast Crown Prince, the Star Devourer, or other strange lifeforms like Lu Yin, Qiushi, and Yuhua Mavis, none of them were worthy of his attention. He had remained silent on this mountain peak for too long. As Xiajuo called out, "Ancestor," blade light flashed, crisscrossing the mountain peak. Blood splattered everywhere as Xiajuo tore a large bloody wound in front of him, and he was thrown down the sky staircase. The blade light then disappeared, and when it reappeared it was right in front of Invisible Light. Invisible Light's pupils shrank. He could use his domain to predict attacks, but that also required a prelude. This blade light had appeared without any warning, and he only had time to release his domain before the blade light cut through him. Just like Xiajuo, his body was thrown down the first level. The blade light flashed again and appeared in front of Ziyi. Ziyi's expression changed drastically, and the nerves in her head throbbed madly. She felt an intense sense of danger, and the Blood Ancestor's seal appeared. For the first time on this mountain peak, she used her scarlet flames on the mountain peak. Her pupils transformed into scarlet flames that wrapped around her pupils to resist the blade light. Blood splattered everywhere, and Ziyi was also sent flying down the first level. A corner of the mountain peak had been cut off. Immediately after, the blade light descended in front of Jiuhao. From Xiajuo to Invisible Light to Ziyi, everyone had arrived in front of Jiuhao in an instant. From the moment Ancestor Qin of the Xia clan appeared, it did not even take 3 seconds to strike. Jiuhao raised his hand and a drop of wine blocked in front of him. The blade light actually disappeared a little, but it still hit Jiuhao. Jiuhao's arm was almost cut off, and his body retreated 100 meters. However, he did not fall to the first level. The next target of the blade light was Qiushi, but she had swapped places with Wang Yi. Wang Yi did not expect to suddenly appear in front of the blade light. He raised his hand. 4 unique techniques, Sky Blade. With a bang, 2 incomparably sharp blade lights tore through the void, and an unprecedented force swept out. Under this force, Weapon Wielder, who had fallen to the ground and was struggling to get up, and Little Qing, were pushed down the mountain peak and fell to the bottom of the sky staircase. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. End of chapter. Chapter 13:11. Wang Yi's right hand trembled and he was shocked. Was this Progenitor Chen's power at the same time? His arm was stained red and it was obvious that he had been injured. However, Wang Yi was the only one who had taken Progenitor Chen's attack head-on without retreating. The sword light disappeared and reappeared in front of Lu Yin. At this moment, everyone could see that the Prime Clarity wanted to attack everyone. He wanted to cleanse the mountain peak, and those who were not qualified would not be allowed to fight there. He had been silent for too long, and his sudden outburst had shocked the universe. The star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet, and it immediately disappeared. However, the sword light traversed the void and descended once again as if forcing him to take it head-on. Lu Yin raised a hand and pointed a finger. 7th brother pointed. 9-lined battle force enveloped Lu Yin, and his domain compressed his spiritual force onto his finger. His fingertip contained the overlaying stacks path, and at the same time his pupils transformed into runes that weakened the rune lines contained within the sword light. This was 7th brother's finger, and it was the strongest attack that Lu Yin could unleash at the moment. It surpassed the empty palm. Wang Yi raised an eyebrow when he saw 7th brother's finger appear. Was he hiding something? Bang! Shaochen tapped the saber light. Behind the saber light, the figure of the Xia clan's ancestor Qin appeared, along with the saber intent. If Wang Yi was the first to block the saber light, then Lu Yin was the first to make this saber light reveal its true form. This was not a casual attack from Progenitor Qin, but rather a combination of the Xia family's 3 sword intents. Each attack was equivalent to the 3rd sword intent, which was equivalent to the peak power that Progenitor Qin could unleash at the same time. This feeling was similar to Lu Yin's empty palm, which combined the overlaying stack's path and strength. As long as his body allowed it, he could unleash it at will. As for Progenitor Qin, he had also surpassed the limits of the Xia family's 3 sword intents. He could restrain the 3 sword intents and transform them into limitless attacks. The sword light disappeared and then reappeared in front of Qiushi. She had to withstand this attack or it would not disappear. Qiushi also felt it, and she secretly cursed the Prime Clarity for being a madman. Stars gathered in her hand as Sirius's swordsmanship appeared. Along with it, a great teleportation array appeared. With a loud bang, a horizontal wave of air tore through the void. The blade light cut through Sirius' swordsmanship, but Qiushi made use of the great shift formation to dodge, and similarly received the blade. In the distance, Amyukong's expression changed. Not good, it was almost his turn. As he thought about it, the secret ancestor imprint appeared behind him. As soon as it appeared, saber light descended. He raised his hand and used his innate skill, disintegration. The blade light slashed out and tore open a bloody wound on Bukong's palm, but it did not chop Bukong off the mountain peak. Bukongji was also a member of the Daoist 3 skies, a true top-tier expert. If Shi had not been cut in half by Wang Yi's attack, she would have been able to withstand that attack. This saber strike was a test that the Prime Clear lineage had for everyone. If they could withstand it, they would be able to compete on the mountain peak. If they couldn't, they would fall. He had already had enough. This kind of chaotic battle, in his opinion, dragged down the level of the supreme competition even though everyone was an expert. The blade light slashed through Amyukong and directly appeared in front of Emergence Mavis. Emergence Mavis raised her right arm and green leaves wrapped around her forehead. The leaves shone brightly as she punched out. With a bang, the saber light retracted. Emergence Mavis had blocked it, but her fist was torn apart by the sharp edge and she was injured. Next up was Wu Taibai. As the blade light appeared, Wu Taibai raised his hand and grabbed it. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Even Wang Yi was injured and he still dared to grab it? Either he was ignorant or he was confident. As a member of the Daoist 3 skies, no one believed that Wu Taibai was brainless. There was only one possibility, and that was that he was truly confident. With a crack, the blade light was forcibly blocked by Wu Taibai. The air around his body surged and he did not retreat even half a step. He looked at the Prime Clear lineage. Since you gave me a blade, I'll return the favor. With that, he raised his left arm, Seal of Mountains and Rivers. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers ignored spatial distance and landed directly on the Prime Clear lineage's head. The Prime Clear lineage's gaze was calm, but there was a trace of excitement in the depths of his eyes. A stream of air spiraled above his head and forcefully blocked the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. The Seal of Mountains and Rivers originated from the martial ancestor and was a secret technique. It was not easy to block, and the stream of air was directly broken apart by the Seal of Mountains and Rivers. However, the stream of air did not disappear. Instead, it quickly turned illusory, and Progenitor Qin burned with illusory flames as he smacked the Seal of Mountains and Rivers away. The blade light disappeared in front of Wu Taibai. At this moment, only Zhou Xian, the Star Devourer, Lan Si, the 100 Lineages, and Star Sibyl had not been attacked by the blade light. Lan Si was the most straightforward and he directly jumped down. Star Sibyl also jumped down. They all knew that they could not block a single blade and they did not want to court death. Although the Star Devourer was not very smart, it still remembered that it had been defeated by the Xia family's Progenitor Qin in a single strike. Without a second thought, it rushed towards the first fault zone with its tail between its legs. The blade light slashed towards the 100 Lineages, but the 100 Lineages was sent flying. No one knew if it could block the attack, but in any case it was gone. In the end, only Zhou Xian was left. His body was still very weak and he was in a translucent state. When the blade light appeared, he quickly retreated. The blade light swept past him, but Zhou Xian did not want to take the risk. This was Progenitor Qin's attack, and Progenitor Qin was a progenitor on the same level as Progenitor Wuxiang. Just the thought of being attacked by such a person made his scalp go numb. He had previously clashed with Lu Yin's spiritual force, and then he had been heavily injured by Wang Yi. He urgently needed to recover. The blade light did not injure Zhou Xian, and he also retreated from the peak and fell down the sky staircase. At this point, only 8 people remained on the highest stage in the universe. Shangqing, Wang Yi, Qiu Shi, Jiu Hao, Lu Yin, Wu Taibai, Yuhua Mavis and Bu Kong. The Xia family's progenitor Qin stood at the center, holding a blade formed from star energy as he surveyed his surroundings. Shangqing floated in the air, surrounded by a stream of air. Progenitor Qin was beside her. Shangqing had single-handedly cleaned up Mount Supreme's peak, knocking down all those who were not qualified. Now it's a little quieter, but there's still quite a lot of people, Shangqing said calmly. He was brimming with battle intent. I hope you can force out my 3rd strand of ancestral qi. Bu Kong's palm had already recovered, and he had used a secret resurrection technique. You're really asking for a beating. Aren't you afraid that we'll all gang up on you? Shangqing's lips curled up. Why else would I attack all of you? Bu Kong was stunned. This was too arrogant. As the future 6th mainland's heaven, he had always believed that he was very arrogant. Back in the mountain and sea realm, he had also single-handedly dealt with many of the 5th mainland's peak experts. He had never expected Shangqing to be even more arrogant. Countless people in the universe were in an uproar. Everyone could feel Shangqing's desire to go all out. He was really provoking everyone. Was he not afraid that he would fail miserably, losing the sovereign tournament? After all, everyone who had remained had taken one of his attacks. Wu Taibai smiled. It was impossible to reach the end of the path of invincibility by relying on battle techniques. Battle techniques were always created by humans, and humans were the foundation of everything. Did Shangqing really think that he could reach the progenitor realm just by relying on the 3 sons' ancestral qi? In the end, he was only borrowing progenitor Chen's strength and not his own. Suddenly Wu Taibai thought of something. He looked at Shangqing and stared into his eyes. No, if Shangqing could understand this logic, how could the others not? As the number 1 disciple of the 5th mainland's Hall of Honor, he had endless resources, and the education he had received was unparalleled. How could he be so naive? What was he trying to do? Shangqing was indeed arrogant, but he was not arrogant enough to look down on all of them. Who here did not have the strength to fight him alone? Back in the mountain and sea realm, Lu Tianmu's 13th sword had injured him. Everyone here had their own trump cards, and even if progenitor Qin was revived, he might not be able to defeat them. What was he trying to do? In the Neoverse, in the Glory Realm, Elder Chan sighed. You want to break through the 3 sons' ancestral qi barrier? You will never reach the progenitor realm just by relying on an invincible battle technique. You want to use the others to force yourself into a dead end, and you want to fight to your heart's content. Even if you do not have that opportunity, you will not hesitate. This is your obsession. The 3 sons' ancestral qi made you what you are, but it also harmed you. Shangqing had always been lonely. The Neoverse was the place where the geniuses of the 5th mainland gathered. However, after cultivating the 3 sons' ancestral qi, he had not been able to find an opponent. Even in the mountain and sea realm, he had not been able to fully utilize the 3 sons' ancestral qi. That corpse king had made him happy, but only for a moment. What had just happened was the real strength of the Xia family's progenitor Qin. If he had been able to display this strength in the mountain and sea realm, then no one else would have had the desire to fight him. However, this was progenitor Chen's strength, not his. Just as he had said, this was too boring. He had not expected the sovereign tournament to attract so many experts, and the Daoist 3 skies had not disappointed him either. They had been able to fight against the Xia family's progenitor Qin. Since that was the case, if everyone worked together, they should be able to force him to use the 3rd strand of ancestral qi. It was truly too boring. At this moment, among the 8, Shangqing, Wang Yi, Qiu Shi, Jiu Hao and Lu Yin's incense sticks had all burned out. Wu Taibai's incense stick had recovered a bit, but it would take some time for it to burn out. It was the same for Feather Mavis, whose incense stick had burned out the longest. Only 5 people were confirmed to be in the top 10 of the sovereign tournament. However, they had long since stopped caring. The Shangqing wanted to fight everyone. Wang Yi stared at Lu Yin while Wu Taibai looked at Xia Juyo, who had fallen down the stairway. This was a chaotic battle and no one knew what the outcome would be. Just as Shangqing was about to continue attacking, a majestic force spread through the heavens, and an unimaginable strength descended upon Mount Supreme. In an instant, the entire 5th mainland seemed to tremble. Outside Mount Supreme, Mu En and the others looked up. Not good, it's a progenitor, a martial progenitor. In the Neoverse, Elder Chan and the others suddenly stood up. What was the Sixth Mainland's martial progenitor doing? Not only did the Fifth Mainland find it strange, but even the Sixth Mainland's cultivators found it strange. They did not understand why the martial progenitor had suddenly descended. Wu Taibai looked up. Master? No one understood the power of a martial progenitor. It was a majestic force. Lu Yin did not even dare to use the Aeon Evolution True Scripture. The moment the martial progenitor's power enveloped him, his entire body seemed to be fixed in place and he could not move at all. Even Xianxia, who had wanted to attack, could not move. Everyone just stood there waiting for the martial progenitor's power to recede. Chapter 13:12. Not long after, the boundless power disappeared and the martial ancestor left. While everyone was still confused, a voice rang out. It was the same voice that had appeared after the start of the Sovereign Tournament. Zhou Xian will be added to the top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament. The top 10 of the Sovereign Tournament will be determined. Everyone was confused. Just a moment ago they could still fight, but now the rules had changed? It was obviously related to the martial ancestor, but what did he mean? The Sovereign Tournament was like a child's tournament to him, and interfering with it was a bit shameful. In the Starfall Sea outside the black hole, the secret ancestor asked, "You don't want that kid to succeed?" The martial ancestor replied, "If he cultivates the three suns' ancestral chi, he'll be able to rise from the brink of death and reach the progenitor realm in the future. Who will be able to stop him? With those monsters around, it's good to have another progenitor," said the secret ancestor. The martial ancestor snorted. "The others can, but not this kid. The three suns' ancestral chi is enough to make him a second progenitor Qin. Don't forget that progenitor Qin killed many progenitors. If he succeeds, what will happen to us? The blood feud between the Sixth and Fifth Mainlands will never be resolved." The blood ancestor said, "Even if he succeeds, it only means that he's too far away from the progenitor realm. Even if there's a chance, we won't allow another progenitor Qin to appear in the Fifth Mainland," said the martial ancestor stubbornly. He was filled with hatred for the Fifth Mainland. Back when the Sixth Mainland had invaded, he had been the only progenitor to act. He wanted nothing more than to destroy the Fifth Mainland. If not for that person, he would have let those monsters in long ago. Even Wu Taibai could see through the Xianxing's intentions, so how could he not? Even though he knew that the chances of Xianxing becoming a progenitor were slim, it was just as he had said. Once Xianxing became a progenitor, the three of them wouldn't be a match for him even if they worked together. The three suns' ancestral chi was enough to produce three more progenitors, and two of them were progenitors. Xianxing had shown the martial ancestor his courage by daring to rise from the brink of death. Since that was the case, the martial ancestor had to restrain him. The Fifth Mainland could have another progenitor, but it couldn't be Xianxing, nor could it be someone who cultivated the 9 clones technique. The secret ancestor sighed, the martial ancestor's stubbornness. The blood ancestor looked towards Mount Supreme. Once he reaches that place, he'll still be able to fight his way out of death. The martial ancestor coldly replied, "Then he's just courting death." No one could change the fact that the martial ancestor had interfered. After all, he was an ancestor. Even Elder Chan and the others could only listen. Xianxing clenched his fists and was extremely unwilling to accept this. He had waited for this moment for a very long time. He had truly waited for a very long time. He had hoped that someone would be able to force him to his limits. Only experts of the same generation would be able to do so. However, he had actually been stopped. He didn't know if he would be able to break through that barrier after being pushed to his limit. Even if he died, he still wanted to try, but now he didn't even have the chance. He raised his head. According to the changed rules, his opponent was Drunkard. Opposite Xianxing, Jiuhao gulped down a mouthful of wine and burped. When she saw that her opponent was Xianxing, she didn't even think about winning. The three suns' ancestral chi was too abnormal. Lu Yin looked over at Bukong, and at the same time Bukong also looked over. The two were opponents. Among the others, Xia Zhuyo was up against Zhou Xian, Yao Xian was up against Wu Taibai, and as for Wang Yi, his opponent was Ascendant Mavis. The supreme battle had once again entered a one-on-one competition. This was the real competition, and many people felt that the previous battles had been too chaotic. Unfortunately, they would never understand that the top 10 would have to face an even more chaotic and despairing scene in the future. The Hall of Honor had only rehearsed it in advance, but it had been destroyed by the martial ancestor. In front of their screens, the spectators in the universe were excited. Although the previous battle had been intense, they hadn't been able to watch it all. Now, the one-on-one competition was what they wanted to watch, and it was fair. The one-on-one competition was indeed fair, but it was a pity that the Hall of Honor didn't want such fairness. Xiaojia walked up to the peak. He and Zhou Xian had both fallen down the stairway, and their strength had clearly surpassed the others. This had allowed them to enter the top 10, and his opponent was Qiu Shi. Qiu Shi should be a very troublesome opponent, but she had expended too much energy in her battle with Ziyi, and she had also been injured by Wang Yi and Shangqing. Her strength had been greatly reduced and she was still bleeding. Although Xia Juyo had been beaten down the stairway by the Xia family's ancestor Chen, who had been transformed by Shangqing, he didn't seem to have changed at all. His face was just slightly pale. In the distance, Lu Yin looked at Xia Juyo strangely. This guy's rune lines hadn't decreased at all. Strange, this was too strange. What was even stranger was that when he looked at Qiu Shi, her rune lines were increasing. Damn it, how could they still increase when she was injured? There were even more rune lines than when she had fought with Ziyi. He was a little confused. Tai Yishan, Long He, and the others who had cultivated the Ian evolution true scripture were all confused. They looked at Xia Juyo and then at Qiu Shi. 932 stars revolved as Qiu Shi attacked with Serious Palm. Xia Juyo raised his hand at the same time, using Netherforge Palm. The stars exploded and the cold air froze over. Serious Palm clashed with the Netherforge Palm, and with a bang both of them retreated at the same time. Behind Qiu Shi, another Netherforge Palm appeared. Xia Juyo had used his Echo Innate gift to an extremely proficient level, and he could use it to unleash two Netherforge Palms at the same time. He had used this technique to defeat the Tear Lady, but unfortunately his technique had long since been known by everyone. Qiu Shi circulated the stars around her body once more, and she turned around to use Serious Sword technique to slice apart the Netherforge Palm. In the distance, Xia Juyo's star energy transformed into a blade, and he used the Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent. The first and second slashes were both dodged by Qiu Shi, and the third slash was raised when she used stellar transposition. Xia Juyo had been prepared for this and he used the Xia secret word Void Transformation. The Xia family's tyrannical secret technique directly dispelled Sirius's secret technique. He then slashed out with the third style of blade intent. The Xia family's third style of blade intent was terrifyingly powerful, and it had been able to slice apart the Spirit Palace's Sky Palace with a single slash. It was enough to threaten any powerhouse, and the Xia family's progenitor Qin, who had been transformed from the Prime Clear, had withdrawn the third style of blade intent as a basis for determining whether or not one could remain on the mountain peak. Facing Xia Juyo's third slash, Qiu Shi raised Serious Sword technique once more and slashed out. The stars exploded and Qiu Shi spat out a mouthful of blood. She had been injured by the third style of blade intent. When they saw the scene, many people found it strange. Qiu Shi had grasped the Sourcebox Array Great Shift Array, and logically speaking she should have been able to dodge the attack. Why had she taken it head-on? Xia Juyo found it strange as well, as he had already prepared his refined Netherworld palm. He had been waiting for Qiu Shi to dodge the third style of blade intent so that he could attack her. He had not expected her to take it head-on. If she had not been injured before, she would have been able to do so, but now she was barely able to. Why had she taken it head-on? Lu Yin stared at Qiu Shi, and as he watched her rune lines continue to increase, a thought flashed through his mind. An innate gift. This woman must have used an innate gift. Qiu Shi was known as the 4 Ultimate Heavenly Maiden, and from what he knew, her realm was related to Serious Technique. Serious Sword Technique was considered one of the 4 Ultimate Heavenly Maidens, while her secret technique, Stellar Shift, and Boundless Advanced Lockbreaker and Sourcebox Arrays were another. In that case, the 4th Ultimate Heavenly Maiden was most likely an innate gift, and a strange one at that. As he watched Qiu Shi continuously cough up blood, Lu Yin fell into deep thought. What kind of innate gift was this? The more injured she was, the more her rune lines would increase? Xia Juyo could not see the rune lines, but he could feel that Qiu Shi had changed. Her injuries were clearly becoming more and more serious, but he still felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately attacked with the Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent. Across from him, Qiu Shi spat out another mouthful of blood. In Lu Yin's eyes, her rune lines had increased to a level that surpassed Wang Yi's, Wu Taibai's and the others. Her figure then disappeared. Xiaojuyo's pupils shrank as he saw the great shift array. He did not know why, but at this moment he felt as if he had been targeted by the Grim Reaper. Qiu Shi appeared in front of Xiaojuyo, but she did not dodge the 3 styles of blade intent. She raised her hand and slashed out with serious sword technique. Serious sword technique should have been severed by the 3 styles of blade intent, but instead, it erupted with a terrifying aura. With a single slash, the 3 styles of blade intent was severed, and at the same time the tip of the sword flashed past and pierced Xiaojuyo's neck. Fresh blood dripped down the sword star and onto the mountain peak. Everyone fell silent. Qiu Shi had killed Xiaojuyo with a single slash. Countless people in front of their screens were stunned. Outside of Mount Supreme, Xia Meng walked out with a pale face. "You're courting death," she roared as she charged towards the mountain, but she was blocked by someone. It was the Hall of Honor's Interstellar Tribunal's head judge. The Hall of Honor's Interstellar Tribunal's head judge was shrouded in darkness all year round, and no one could see him clearly. Even Xia Meng, with a power level of more than 900,000, couldn't see him clearly. "Get out of my way," she roared. The head judge's body distorted, and in the darkness he replaced Xia Meng's vision. As the bell rang, Xia Meng's expression turned sluggish, and she strangely stopped moving. Her expression was no longer as crazed as before. "This is the sovereign tournament. Do not be impudent," the head judge's voice rang out with a shocking power. Xia Meng's body trembled as she broke free from the bell's control. Her face was filled with grief as she glared at the peak of Mount Supreme with hatred. She looked at Qiu Shi and clenched her fists. Celestial Sect. In the Neoverse, the Xia family's patriarch Xia Yi paled. How could he have been pierced so easily? "You've cultivated the 9 clones technique. That's Progenitor Chen's invincible battle technique." No one could believe that Xiaojuyo, who was ranked 5th in the predicted top 10, would be killed by a sword piercing his throat. In the second layer of Mount Supreme, Xia Luo's expression was gloomy. "Dead? Oh, he wasn't. You've all underestimated the 9 clones technique. If someone who cultivates it dies so easily, it doesn't deserve to be called an invincible battle technique." Aside from Xia Luo, Wu Taibai's gaze was also filled with deep meaning. "Dead? Of course not." Qiu Shi released her hand, and Sirius transformed into a star that spun around once more. The blood from Xiaojuyo's throat flowed down her clothes and gathered into a river. She coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. She was known as the 4 Extremities Heavenly Maiden, and her 4th extremity was her innate skill, Blood Wave. The more she bled, the more terrifying her strength would become. She could kill any expert at the same level with a single strike or even someone stronger than her. She had originally planned to use this move against Shangqing or others, but Xiaojuyo had forced her to use it. Although Blood Wave's strength had increased, the price he had paid wasn't light. He had also been heavily injured, but he had still won. Xiaojuyo's body fell to the ground. Chapter 13:13. Qiu Shi exhaled. Killing a descendant of the Xia family meant that the enmity between the Sirius sect and the Xia family would only deepen. However, she had no choice. If she didn't do this, she wouldn't have been able to win. So it didn't matter. They were both inheritors of Progenitor Chen's power, and they had long since wanted to seize the Xia family's inheritance. In the distance, Lu Yin stared at Xiaojuyo and watched as his rune lines disappeared. Was he really dead? The 9 clones technique, Progenitor Chen's invincible battle technique. Aside from increasing his realm, there was nothing else. Suddenly, Xiaojuyo, who had been lying on the ground, opened his eyes and his rune lines instantly recovered. He stood up and slammed a palm at Qiu Shi. Qiu Shi didn't even have time to react. Her back took the full brunt of the attack and she was sent flying. Immediately after, another refined netherworld palm struck her from above. At the critical moment she used Stellar Shift again, but it was destroyed by the Xia secret word once more. She forcefully twisted her body, but the refined netherworld palm struck her shoulder, pressing her into the ground and freezing her. This unforeseen event shocked everyone once more. Xiaojuyo's throat had been pierced by a sword, and the sword chi from serious swordsmanship had definitely ravaged his body. How had he survived? Furthermore, he didn't seem to have suffered any injuries, and even his pale face had recovered. What the hell? Lu Yin frowned. 9 clones technique? Can't be, right? This is too perverted. Shangqing's expression turned solemn. Was this the truth behind the 9 clones technique? Xiaojuyo moved his fingers and scanned the surroundings. The true use of his 9 clones technique had been exposed. Every time he fused with a clone, it was equivalent to having an additional life. Even if he died, that life would be consumed and he wouldn't truly die. The benefits of successfully cultivating the 9 clones technique were that one's realm would increase, and the other was that he could fuse many battle techniques together. Every clone could use any battle technique that they cultivated, and the greatest benefit was that he had 9 lives. The 9 clones technique wasn't a battle technique that increased one's innate gift, nor was it an invincible battle technique. It was just that with 9 lives who could win. The reason why Progenitor Chen's 9 clones were invincible was because each of them was extremely powerful. Xiaojuyo's clones couldn't do the same. The strongest ones were Xia Tian and Xia Luo, and the only thing they brought was an increase in their cultivation and life. However, to the others, it was already very terrifying. Back then, Mu En and the others had mentioned that the 9 doppelganger technique would become more terrifying the further one progressed. That was because each doppelganger would have different opportunities and cultivation as it progressed. After fusing, there would be a qualitative improvement. This was the truth of the 9 doppelganger technique. With a bang, the ice shattered and Qiushi walked out in a sorry state. She panted heavily and stared at Xiaojuyo with blood at the corner of her mouth. Xiaojuyo's lips curled up. After exposing the 9 clones technique, he would be like Shangqing, becoming the public enemy of everyone. What a pity. If he could merge with Xiao Luo, his strength would increase even more. What a pity. Unwilling? Xiaojuyo asked. Qiushi was helpless. It wasn't that she was unwilling to accept her defeat. She was merely shocked by the terror of the 9 clones technique. As expected of Ancestor Chen's invincible battle technique, perhaps other than the prime clear lineage, no one could truly defeat Xiaojuyo. As he looked at Xiaojuyo, Lu Yin was reminded of Night King Zhenwu. This wasn't the first time he had encountered an opponent with multiple lives. Outside Mount Supreme, Xiao Meng was astonished. Even she didn't understand the 9 clones technique. However, the head judge wasn't surprised. The Hall of Honor oversaw the entire 5th mainland, and they knew far more secrets than the Xia family, even if the 9 clones technique originated from the Xia family. Qiushi had been defeated, but she was still one of the top 10. The next match was between Zhou Xian and Wu Taibai. Zhou Xian had expended too much energy in the battle, and he had also been heavily injured by Wang Yi and the prime clear lineage. His entire body was somewhat transparent, while Wu Taibai had forcefully suppressed Yu Hua. Zhou Xian's only chance at victory was his spiritual force, and he could only hope that Wu Taibai didn't have any methods to deal with spiritual force. Facing Wu Taibai, Zhou Xian raised a hand, causing the void to distort at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, a spherical spiritual force appeared in front of Wu Taibai. Divine burst. There was a boom as Zhou Xian's spiritual force had affected everyone in the previous battle. It had even caused many participants to faint on the ground. Very few could withstand this attack. Wu Taibai didn't even move as he allowed the spiritual force to explode in front of him. He didn't react at all. However, the people around him were affected and even the prime clear lineage was shaken. Zhou Xian's spiritual force was the strongest among all the participants, and no one was his match. Due to his heavy injuries, Zhou Xian didn't want to waste time, so he didn't hold back in this attack. It was his strongest attack at the moment, and even Lu Yin had to rely on the origin opening array to protect his spiritual force. The others, such as Yu Hua, Drunkard, and Xiaojuyo, all turned pale, and they were only affected by the shockwaves. However, Wu Taibai was completely fine after taking the attack head-on, which left Zhou Xian dumbfounded. How is this possible? Lu Yin was shocked. How is this possible? Wu Taibai had actually ignored Zhou Xian's attack. This shouldn't be the case. Lu Yin knew that Wu Taibai was very powerful, but Zhou Xian was also one of the top experts in the Sovereign Tournament. The difference between them shouldn't be that great. On the other side, Wang Yi stared at Wu Taibai. He had never heard of anyone being able to ignore spiritual force, and this spiritual force attack wasn't weak at all. Could this person have already reached that level? Wu Taibai raised a hand. It's a pity that you're facing me. A strange current surged as he clenched his fingers together and unleashed the seal of mountains and rivers. There was a thump as the seal of mountains and rivers slammed Zhou Xian to the foot of the mountain. The same feeling appeared once again. Yao Xian's body had been pierced by Wang Yi, and he had suffered the most injuries. Now that he had been struck by the seal of mountains and rivers, his injuries were even worse. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body transformed into countless tiny bats that flew away. The bats flew around the mountain peak and Wu Taibai stared at one of them. He bent his finger and flicked it out. A small gust of wind that contained rune lines that even Lu Yin was wary of blasted open a black tunnel in the void that headed straight for the bat. The rest of the bats disappeared, and only the bat that Wu Taibai had attacked had a cold look in its eyes. It then transformed into a human with Yao Xian's appearance, but this Yao Xian was no longer a spiritual force. This was his true body. Yao Xian made a move that Lu Yin was familiar with, Peerless Claw. An ancient beast's roar tore through space and time, transforming into an extremely sharp claw that swept through the air and pressed down on Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai smiled. That's right. Spiritual force is useless against me. He then swept his leg out and shattered the claw. In the distance Lu Yin was shocked. Wasn't that the sky beast claw? How could Yao Xian have it? Furthermore, its power was much stronger than Lu Yin's own. Everyone thought that celestial demons were spiritual force, but they also had a true body. Spiritual force was just an external protection that allowed them to be immune to physical attacks. They were mysterious and unfathomable and the average person could not injure them. However, if their spiritual force was broken through, the celestial demon would have to fight with their true body. Yao Xian had been heavily injured by Wang Yi and the Xia family's progenitor Qin, and his true body had been injured. Otherwise his spiritual force would not have spat out blood. Wu Taibai had ignored his spiritual force so he could only fight with his true body. Wu Taibai was the first to force Yao Xian's true body out. The chaotic battle from before had been abnormally intense, but Yao Xian had not been forced to reveal his true body. Lu Yin had not expected that he would only be able to use half of his strength. As expected of the Celestial Demon Empire's crown prince, Yao Xian and Wu Taibai charged at each other at the same time, and the violent collision caused shockwaves that tore through the ground. Yao Xian's true body was a bat, and his physical strength was not weak. He managed to withstand several of Wu Taibai's attacks, but Wu Taibai had the strength to suppress the winged mavis. The airflow that enveloped Yao Xian's body caused Yao Xian to spit out blood, and he was finally forced to retreat. Yao Xian panted heavily and suddenly turned to stare at Xianxia, who had fallen into the first layer. His eyes became numb and he seemed to lose consciousness. Xianxia felt a chill run down his spine as if he had been targeted by something. There was clearly nothing there. Secret technique, assimilation, Yao Xian growled and Wu Taibai appeared in front of him. It's over. He then raised a hand and the seal of mountains and rivers descended. Yao Xian suddenly roared and raised his right fist, punching out. At that moment the void trembled and even Mount Supreme trembled. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. How could this be? Yao Xian punched out, producing an unimaginable power. Wu Taibai's seal of mountains and rivers was shattered by the punch, and he was sent flying back 1,000 meters. If it wasn't for the seal of mountains and rivers blocking it, this punch would have made him suffer. Wu Taibai was shocked. This power? Yao Xian's right foot stomped on the ground and he suddenly charged forward, punching out at Wu Taibai again. Wu Taibai frowned and stomped on the ground with his right foot, spinning to dissolve the force behind the punch. At the same time he raised his right arm and struck out with his elbow. Yao Xian's punch was only a centimeter away from Wu Taibai's head, and his arm was coincidentally struck by Wu Taibai's elbow. At the same time, Wu Taibai kicked out with a martial seal imprinted on the soles of his feet. The martial ancestral seal behind him shone and sent Yao Xian flying. Yao Xian was not sent flying very far. He forcefully twisted his body and charged at Wu Taibai again. No one had expected Yao Xian to explode with such power. His strength was definitely not weaker than Lu Yin's, Yu Hua's or Wang Yi's and even slightly surpassed them. Otherwise he would not have been able to shatter Wu Taibai's seal of mountains and rivers with a single punch. In the entire sovereign tournament only the Devourer possessed such power. The Devourer was a strange life form with the greatest strength. No one could understand how Yao Xian had done it. In the Neo-verse, Elder Chan's expression was solemn. As the master of the Hall of Honor, his experience was unimaginable. At that moment his gadget buzzed, and the Elysian Heavenly Master's image appeared. Elder Chan calmly looked at him. The High Sage Heavenly Master asked, "Can you tell?" Elder Chan sighed. Legend has it that progenitor Wuxiang's secret technique can allow one to transform into any beast and possess its innate abilities. This Zhou Xian has assimilated the Devourer's physical strength, which is why he can suppress Wu Taibai. I never expected progenitor Wuxiang's secret technique to reappear. I thought that progenitor Wuxiang's inheritance had disappeared. Elder Chan glanced at the astral beast domain. Had it disappeared? Actually, he had never thought of it that way. After all, there was one person in the astral beast domain, the Skymender Imperial Tutor. Nothing could be hidden from him. At the summit of Mount Supreme, Wu Taibai had relied on his martial seal and that stream of energy to engage in an intense melee battle with Zhou Xian. This battle had overturned many people's understanding of the world. No one had expected that the devilishly handsome crown prince would have such a barbaric side to him. Thank you for your support, brothers. Windborn will work hard to write. Thank you. Chapter 13-14. Zhou Xian was extremely grateful to the Imperial Tutor. He had not known this secret technique before, but after news of the Sovereign Tournament had spread, he had learned it with Skymender's help. He had thought that his spiritual force alone was enough to make him invincible, but he had been too arrogant. Fortunately, he had learned this secret technique. At the same time, Skymender's words rang out in his mind. You will definitely meet an opponent that you cannot defeat even if you use all of your strength. Don't go all out and try to bring back Lu Yin's tamed beast. That is the most important thing. Just enter the top 10. Zhou Xian did not dare to forget Skymender's mission. Unless he faced Lu Yin, he did not want to go all out against anyone else. However, Wu Taibai was too difficult to deal with. If he could not defeat him, he could not face Lu Yin directly. It was a pity that the rules of the Sovereign Tournament had changed. Otherwise, he would have definitely targeted Lu Yin in the chaotic battles. Now he had to get past this person to face Lu Yin directly. Zhou Xian had used a secret technique to assimilate Planet Devourer's physical strength, but he was at most on par with Feather Mavis. If he faced anyone else, he could combine his spiritual force and physical strength to form an unstoppable attack. However, Wu Taibai had ignored his spiritual force, so Zhou Xian's current strength was not much different from Feather Mavis. Planet Devourer had physical strength, but it was difficult to fully utilize it. Zhou Xian could use this strength, which was why he could match Feather Mavis. However, Wu Taibai had suppressed even Feather Mavis before. Zhou Xian did not forget this point. When Wu Taibai's aura appeared, Zhou Xian's expression changed. He recalled how Feather Mavis had been pressed into the ground by a single palm during the chaotic battles. He could not fight recklessly, so he looked towards the first layer and towards Su Ling's secret technique, assimilation. With a whoosh, Zhou Xian stepped into the void and traversed through the void just like Su Ling. In front of their screens, countless people were dumbfounded. They did not know that Zhou Xian had used a secret technique, but they knew that not only was Zhou Xian's physical strength incomparably powerful, but he also had this technique up his sleeve. In the distance, Lu Yin and the rest frowned. This person was indeed troublesome, as he was one of the top experts in the Sovereign Tournament. Wu Taibai's body boiled with energy. He looked at Zhou Xian's illusory figure and laughed. It's useless. He then raised his hand. Mountain River Seal. It was still the seal of mountains and rivers, and it was still the same energy flow. Earlier, the seal of mountains and rivers had destroyed Xianyao's essence, energy and spirit, and forced Xianyao's body out. Now, the seal of mountains and rivers had forced Xianyao out of his state of walking in the void. Zhou Xian took the full brunt of the seal of mountains and rivers head-on. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and his body flew backward. He fell down the sky stairway. He believed that he had assimilated Su Ling's talent and could ignore Wu Taibai's attack. However, he had been struck by the seal of mountains and rivers without holding back and was severely injured. Or rather, it was the airflow that had struck him. Almost no one understood this battle, including Lu Yin. Previously, he could not understand how Su Ling moved through the void. Back when he fought Hidden Cry, he had relied on the ghost monkey's shadow to attack Hidden Cry. Otherwise, he would not have been able to hit her at all. Su Ling's situation was the same as Hidden Cry's. This state of nothingness had nothing to do with one's strength. It was a different form. No matter how strong one was, if one did not have a way to deal with it, they would not be able to hit their target. Lu Yin was not confident that he would be able to hit his target, but Wu Taibai had been able to do so easily. Lu Yin knew that Yao Xian's spiritual force was definitely related to the airflow around Wu Taibai's body. What battle technique was that? Wang Yi looked at Wu Taibai coldly, not surprised at all. The strength that Yao Xian had displayed was actually quite monstrous. His unparalleled spiritual force, supreme physical strength, and strange state of nothingness were all difficult to deal with. He was strong enough to fight against any of the top experts present, but unfortunately he had run into Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai gave off the feeling that he was the perfect counter to Yao Xian. At the bottom of the sky stairway, Yao Xian clutched his chest as his skin burned. He had been careless, and the seal of mountains and rivers had actually been able to attack him. He did not even understand what had happened. In the top 10 battles, Qiu Shi and Xia Juyo, Yao Xian and Wu Taibai did not disappoint. They all displayed terrifying strength that far surpassed the other competitors. The third battle soon began. It was Lu Yin's turn for the third battle. He walked out and his opponent was more void. Throughout the universe, countless people grew excited. On one side was the Great Eastern Alliance's alliance leader, the Hall of Honor's fourth disciple, and one of the 5 Pass Lords, Lu Yin. On the other side was the 6th Mainland's Daoist 3 Skies, also one of the 5 Pass Lords. This battle attracted everyone's attention. More void was the Daoist 3 Skies, the future sky of the 6th Mainland. He had always looked down on the 5th Mainland, but with the start of the Sovereign Tournament, one expert after another appeared, causing him to rein in his arrogance. This was especially true for Xianxia, whose airflow had transformed into the Xia family's progenitor Chen's blade. He had truly felt how terrifying Xianxia was, and he had even been willing to join forces with others to attack Xianxia. Xianxia was recognized by everyone as the only sovereign. Aside from Xianxia, Qiu Shi, Yuhua Mavis, Drunkard and Xia Juyo, none of them were weak and had concealed their strength well. Lu Yin had fought many times and revealed all of his trump cards. More Void knew what techniques Lu Yin had, but knowing them was one thing and being able to deal with them was another. He had been affected by Lu Yin's battles with Yao Xian and Devourer, and he could clearly sense how terrifying Lu Yin's strength was. This battle would not be easy. This sovereign tournament had suppressed the confidence of the Daoist 3 Skies. In the higher realms, countless cultivators from the 6th Mainland were similarly nervous. If this had been before the tournament, they would not have been like this. Too many experts had appeared in the sovereign tournament, and Lu Yin was an expert among experts. Everyone knew that Xianxia was a genius. Bukong walked into the arena without saying a single word. He immediately used his secret imprint, and a terrifying aura swept through the heavens and spread out from Mount Supreme. Lu Yin raised his hand and struck out with an empty palm. This palm was within Bukong's expectations, as the empty palm was Lu Yin's signature attack. It seemed simple, but it was actually very difficult to block. This was also why he had used his secret imprint, and he had to rely on his imprint to withstand it. Bukong raised his hand as he struck out with the empty palm. Disintegrate. The empty palm traversed the void and instantly descended. It was quickly disintegrated in front of Bukong, and the layers of stacked energy disappeared along with its unparalleled speed. At the same time, star energy spread out from Bukong's feet and covered the entire arena. Lu Yin looked up. Day Knight's tribute. The 6th Mainland's cultivators all had powerful spiritual force because of their imprints, but even so, Bukong was still dragged into an illusion. This was something that even Yao Xian could not avoid. Countless cultivators knelt in outer space. Bukong held his head high and was overwhelmed by emotions. He was their master, and even Ziyi and Wu Taibai were kneeling in front of him. Yes, this was the feeling. What Daoist 3 Skies? Aside from him, who else could become the heavens? He was the heavens of the 6th Mainland, the future ruler of the Daoist sect and a future progenitor. Suddenly, an incomparably large figure appeared in outer space. It almost covered the entire sky as it looked down at Bukong from above. It was Lu Yin. When he saw Lu Yin, Bukong's pupils shrank and he suddenly sobered up. Not good, this is an illusion. Lu Yin lowered his head and looked at Bukong. He then raised his hand and struck out with the Night King heaven-splitting technique. The secret progenitor's imprint appeared behind Bukong. These little tricks can't deal with me. There was a boom as Bukong's entire body was sent flying into outer space, shattering a planet as he fell into the Earth's core. Lu Yin raised his hand again and used the Night King heaven-splitting technique. Palm strike after palm strike landed on Bukong's body. Bukong's face went pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Vanquish!" As soon as he spoke, a majestic force descended from the secret progenitor. At the same time the illusion was broken apart. At the peak of Mount Supreme, Bukong spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell down. The imprinted progenitor behind him also burned his essence blood and used the secret vanquish technique. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin. "You're courting death." He then waved both hands, causing star energy to cover the horizon as he viciously pressed down. Lu Yin raised his hand again, but this time, it was an empty palm strike. Everyone knew that this was an attack, but not everyone could defend against it. Even if they could, the price they had to pay was not small. Bukong was directly hit by the empty palm, and the palm imprint sunk deep into his body. He coughed out another mouthful of blood, but at the cost of forcefully withstanding the palm strike, his star energy covered Lu Yin. In that instant, Lu Yin's expression changed, as he could sense that the star energy within his body was undergoing an unfavorable change. This was a sourcebox array. Bukong had used his star energy to invade the teardrop lady's body and then used the sourcebox array to forcefully disperse her star energy. Now Bukong wanted to use the same method to deal with Lu Yin. Lu Yin stepped forward and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He was a chess piece and Bukong was a chess piece. Air was a chess piece and star energy was a chess piece as well. Everything that could be seen and felt was a chess piece, and Bukong's sourcebox array was naturally a chess piece. Lu Yin's body did not move, but the star energy that Bukong had used to invade his body was moved away, causing the sourcebox array to appear outside his body. Bukong waved his hand and the sourcebox array's power erupted. However, it was only able to disperse the star energy around Lu Yin's body. He could not believe it. How could this be? Lu Yin raised his hand again, but this time, it was an empty palm strike. There was a thump and Bukong was sent flying back 1,000 meters before falling to one knee. Everyone watched in a daze. Bukong, one of the Daoist 3 skies, had been completely suppressed by Lu Yin without being able to resist at all. In the upper realm, the cultivators of the 6th mainland found it difficult to breathe as they felt a stifling pain. Outside the Starfall Sea's horizontal black hole, the mysterious progenitor shook his head. Bukong's advantages were obvious. He had grasped many secret techniques, become a boundless advanced lockbreaker and mastered sourcebox arrays. However, his weaknesses were also obvious, which was that he lacked the ability to compete against powerhouses at the same level. He did not have a powerful physical body, an unbreakable spiritual force, or an invisible speed that could protect him. He had always presented himself as an invincible figure, and no one had been able to force him to reveal these weaknesses. Now, however, these weaknesses had become his greatest weakness. Actually, he should have known when Little Blue had ambushed him and forced him off the mountain, but he had not been able to change his mind in a short period of time. Bukong had been blinded by the name of the Daoist 3 skies, and all of his techniques were closer to that of a god. For example, the Great Reincarnation Technique, Secret Subjugation Technique, and his Sourcebox Array. Most people would not be able to break through these techniques, but if someone did, he would be at a disadvantage. He was the youngest among the Daoist 3 heavens, but he was also the one with the most obvious flaws. Chapter 13-15. Lu Yin looked at Bukong, who was half kneeling in front of him, and felt rather emotional. He thought back to the battle in the Cosmic Sea, where this person had single-handedly defeated many experts. His elegance had stunned everyone, but now he was in such a sorry state. The 6th mainland's cultivators were speechless and could only look at Bukong in disappointment. Zi had already fallen out of the top 10 and wasn't even qualified to compete. Now it was Bukong's turn to fail. Fortunately, he had entered the top 10. Bukong lowered his head, and the palm imprint that had been struck by emptiness's palm quickly disappeared. His resurrection technique was enough to instantly heal him. Bukong panted heavily as he stared at the ground in a daze. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. Why was this happening? Bukong's techniques couldn't deal with this person, and his great reincarnation technique couldn't touch him. His sourcebox array had been shifted and his imprint couldn't suppress him. His innate gift couldn't even get close to him. Why? This person had been a piece of trash who couldn't even get onto the general appointment stage, but now he couldn't even fight back. Why? Wukong's eyes turned red and his veins bulged. Fresh blood seeped out of his skin, dyeing his entire body red. Across from him, Lu Yin raised a brow and subconsciously struck out with emptiness. The blood on Wukong's body suddenly disappeared. It was secret subjugation technique again, but this time, it was different from when he had broken through the illusion. Secret ancestors' power was clearly displayed, and it bloomed magnificently on Mount Supreme. It wasn't much different from when the martial ancestor had descended. Wukong was going all out. Even if he couldn't compete for the position of prime after this battle, he still had to defeat Lu Yin. Emptiness's palm struck Wukong's chest and forced him back several steps. It was the same palm imprint and it was powerful enough to severely injure Wukong, but it was instantly healed by his resurrection technique. Wukong tapped his feet and appeared beside Lu Yin. Great reincarnation technique. Lu Yin was shocked. His speed had increased by so much. This aura and boundless rune lines far exceeded what they had been before. Wukong made him feel a sense of danger. The stars revolved around Lu Yin's body, and even though he was fast he still could not reach Wang Yi's speed. With the help of the cosmic art, Lu Yin was able to clearly see Wang Yi's palm strike. Lu Yin dodged the attack and struck out with his own empty palm. Surprisingly, his palm froze in midair and his entire body froze as well. Back then, on the general appointment stage in Universe Ocean, Qiu Shi and the others had been frozen in the same manner. With Lu Yin's strength, it would not have been so easy for the severed void to immobilize him. However, the severed void had burned his essence blood and used the secret subjugation technique to draw upon a strand of the secret ancestor's power. This had greatly increased the severed void's power, and he had managed to immobilize Lu Yin. The art of reincarnation landed on Wukong's palm. If Lu Yin was struck by this attack, he would revert back to his younger self, and there would be no way for him to dodge the next attack. Countless people's hearts were in their mouths. In the brothel, Ming Yan's expression changed drastically. Atop Supreme Mountain, Wendy Yushan Zhua Day Night, and the others' expressions changed as well. In the higher realms, the cultivators of the Sixth Mainland cheered and watched nervously. Victory or defeat would be decided in this instant. The limitless sourcebox array could freeze Lu Yin's body, his star energy, and even his domain. However, it could not freeze his spiritual force. White Knight, tribute. It didn't matter how new the move was as long as it was useful. Wukong was once again forcefully dragged into the illusion. Night's End, Daybreak was a silent battle technique that the White King had created. Even if one knew that it was an illusion, they would still be dragged into it. Daybreak's tribute was a combination of Night's End, Daybreak, and the Night King's sky-splitting technique. It was the Day-Night clan's true trump card inherited battle technique, and even the Day-Night clan had not mastered it. The outside world did not understand this battle technique at all aside from Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was the only one who had faced Daybreak's tribute head-on. He possessed a terrifying amount of spiritual force, but Wukong did not have it. He had originally thought that using the secret subjugation technique would be enough to break through the illusion once, but he had not expected to be dragged into it again with his current strength. It was still the same starry sky and the same people were still kneeling on the ground. Wukong's expression changed and he looked up to see Lu Yin's enormous figure appear. Wukong was enraged and his star energy surged. Break. With his current strength under the secret subjugation technique, he could instantly break through Daybreak's tribute's illusion. Lu Yin had not counted on the tribute to injure him. All he wanted was a brief opening. The moment Wukong broke free from the illusion, Lu Yin also broke free from the sourcebox array. Not only that, but he also raised a hand and tapped out. Seventh Brother's finger. Wukong's mouth was covered in blood, and he raised his hand again and slapped out with the great reincarnation technique. Even if he was heavily injured, he would beat Lu Yin back to his childhood state. As long as Lu Yin was beaten back to his childhood state, Wukong would be able to win even if he was heavily injured. Just as the great reincarnation technique was about to collide with Seventh Brother's finger, Wukong's eyes narrowed. Wukong's gaze was fierce. He was going all out. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. It was over. Wukong's body suddenly shifted half a meter to the side and his palm missed. He had been hit by Lu Yin's greater teleportation array. Wukong could set up a sourcebox array, but Lu Yin could also set up a sourcebox array and a greater teleportation array. At the critical moment, Wukong was shifted half a meter to the side, and his great reincarnation technique missed. However, Lu Yin had been prepared for this, and he changed the direction of his finger and pierced through Bu Kong's shoulder. Blood splattered everywhere and Bu Kong's face turned ashen. His pupils dilated and he stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. From start to finish, Bu Kong had not had any hope of winning, and he had been suppressed from start to finish. Why? He was one of the Daoist's 3 skies, so how had he lost? This should not have happened. Lu Yin pulled his hand back and Bu Kong swayed a few times. He could not help but fall to the ground, his entire body trembling from the exhaustion of the secret subjugation technique. Lu Yin looked down from above. The moment he had broken through to the hunter realm, he had stood at the peak of his generation in this universe. Zhou Xian's spiritual force was invincible and he could not suppress Lu Yin. Star Devourer's physical strength was invincible and he could not suppress Lu Yin either. Wang Yi's speed was invincible but he could not suppress Lu Yin either. Prime Qing's 3 Yang ancestral qi could transform into progenitor Qin, but it could not suppress Lu Yin either. Lu Yin had defeated levitating Mavis and Lu Tianmu, but that was only his strength under normal circumstances. Lu Yin glanced at Prime Qing, Wang Yi and Wu Taibai. These people had all concealed their strength deeply, and they all possessed unfathomable strength. So what? Lu Yin had his own strength as well. Bu Kong had lost and he had lost miserably. There had been 3 matches in the top 10, and Qiushi had taken Xia Juyo's life, which had exposed the secret of Xia Juyo's 9 clones technique. Zhou Xian had fought against Wu Taibai, which had exposed Wu Taibai's ability to break through anything. It could even break through Lu Yin's void walk state, which had made everyone wary. Bu Kong had not exposed anything, but Lu Yin had not revealed anything. This was because Lu Yin had already used all of the strength that he had used in the previous battle. However, the greater transfer array had still been discovered by Qiushi and the Sirius Sect's experts. Lu Yin did not plan on hiding it, as it would be even more impossible for him to do so in the future. Moreover, he had already used it in the previous battle. The entire Sovereign tournament had been broadcasted live, so it was only natural that countless people would watch it on a loop. Lu Yin was not in the mood to think about how to explain things to the Sirius Sect. Fighting for the championship was the most important thing. Bu Kong's defeat caused the 6th mainland's cultivators to be speechless. Now only Wu Taibai was left in the Daoist's 3 skies to compete for the sole sovereign position. Who would have thought that the most low-key Wu Taibai was actually the most powerful of the Daoist's 3 skies? The 4th match was between Wang Yi and Yu Hua Mavis. There was no suspense in this match. Yu Hua Mavis was very strong, but even Lu Yin had not been able to gain an advantage over Wang Yi in terms of strength. It was even more impossible for him to win based on strength alone. His only chance of victory was the Mavis family's ability to control others' minds. Unfortunately, Wang Yi did not give Yu Hua Mavis any chance. With his speed that no one could see clearly, he easily sent Yu Hua Mavis off the mountain peak with the Kuei Bear's strength. The final match was between Jiao Hao and Xianxia. There was no suspense at all. Jiao Hao did not even want to fight and immediately admitted defeat. At this point, the top 5 of the top 10 had been determined. They were Xia Juyo, Wu Taibai, Lu Yin, Wang Yi and Xianxia. According to the rules of the competition, Wang Yi was the only one who did not have an opponent. Lu Yin's opponent was Xia Juyo, while Xianxia's opponent was Wu Taibai. The sole sovereign, the champion of the competition, would be born from one of these 5. With only 1 day of rest, the 5 quietly stood on the mountain peak. Lu Yin looked at Xia Juyo and Xia Juyo looked back at him. How many lives do you have? Lu Yin asked faintly. Xia Juyo's eyes flashed, and there was an intense apprehension in the depths of his eyes. Lu Yin had fought many more battles than Xia Juyo had, but he did not seem to have suffered any injuries. Xia Juyo had even tried to ambush Lu Yin once during the chaotic battle, but he had also failed. Xia Juyo had to admit that Lu Yin surpassed him in terms of strength. His only trump card to win was fate, and he had to fight to the death with 1 life at a time. On the other side, Wu Taibai was somewhat helpless. He also felt terrible about facing Xianxia. When he saw Wang Yi look over, Wu Taibai smiled. Don't look at me. Although you have a bye, the next match will definitely be yours. If I lose, your opponent will still be him. It doesn't matter, Wang Yi said coldly. Wu Taibai laughed. I know you want to fight progenitor Qin. After all, that's progenitor Qin and you have dash. Before he could finish, Wang Yi interrupted him. I want to fight Xia Juyo even more. Wu Taibai's gaze turned cold. Your thoughts are too dangerous. It's best if you don't, or else the consequences won't be something you can bear. Wang Yi looked at Xiajuyo. Humans' greatest secrets are hidden within their bloodlines. Even you didn't expect that someone in this region could inherit the 9 clones technique. What's even more unexpected is that he's not the only one who knows the 9 clones technique. Wu Taibai subconsciously glanced at the first layer before looking at Starsabil, but he did not say anything. Wang Yi did not say anything either. The two were transmitting to each other and no one else could hear their conversation. He looked at Lu Yin as this person was his greatest goal. Even if Lu was there, the surname Lu would no longer exist. With such a cultivation talent, was he from that family? If he was, then it would be too terrifying and it would shake the world to its core. It would bring about an unimaginable disaster that would engulf everything known to humanity. Since ancient times, there had never been a competition on such a scale, and it had never been as long as a single day. The entire universe was waiting. Many industries had even stopped, including the 72 weaves of the outer verse, the inner verse, the cosmic sea, the neoverse, and so on. Many trades had stopped as they waited for the results of the sovereign tournament. Chapter 13:16. The inner verse had the 10 arbiters, the neoverse had the 5 astral children, the 6th mainland had the 3 Daoist skies, and the astral beast domain had Skymander's list. Talented geniuses had appeared one after another to compete in this era. Everyone wanted to know who was the strongest. When that statue's face appeared, the title of the strongest would be born. A day passed very slowly, but it also passed quickly for Lu Yin. He only rested for a short while before the competition continued. He walked out and Xiajuyo walked out from opposite him. Xiajuyo took a deep breath as he looked at Lu Yin. At this point in the competition, everyone knew who had trump cards, so there was no point in hiding them anymore. The most curious thing was who the Prime Clear's 3rd strand of ancestral qi would turn into. In Xiajuyo's heart, Lu Yin was as mysterious as the Prime Clear. He understood Lu Yin. This person had unified the outer verse after the inner verse and outer verse had been separated. He was ruthless and meticulous in his actions, and although some of his actions seemed impulsive, he always had a backup plan. Xiajuyo guessed that this person might still have some hidden tricks up his sleeve, and if Xiajuyo wanted to win, he couldn't give Lu Yin any time to use them. If I die, Xia Luo will die as well, Xiajuyo suddenly said, startling Lu Yin. Xiajuyo took this opportunity to raise both hands and attack. This wasn't a single palm strike, but rather a series of frenzied attacks. One Hellforge palm could be combined into 2 with his innate gift of echoes, so Xiajuyo didn't want to give Lu Yin any time to react. The Hellforge palms covered the sky and sealed off the void as they attacked Lu Yin from all directions. Lu Yin didn't use the secret art of plan to avoid them. Xiajuyo had the Xia family's secret technique and could break through all secret techniques. Faced with the endless Hellforge palms, Lu Yin's domain whizzed out and transformed into a giant force field tree that expanded. The Hellforge palms fiercely bombarded the force field tree, but each attack was dissolved the moment it neared Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin hadn't fully displayed his domain since the end of the 5th trial, and now that he was using it, everyone was shocked. Lu Yin's domain wasn't much weaker than Invisible Light's. Invisible Light had relied on his domain to fight his way to the peak of Mount Supreme, but he had only lost in the top 10. Lu Yin's domain's might was enough to block the Hellforge palms that covered the sky. In the distance, Wu Taibai, Yao and the rest were all shocked. Without seeing the light, she raised her head as if she had sensed something. Regardless of whether it was Feather Mavis, Lu Tianmu, Yao Xian or Bu Kong, there was no need for him to use his domain as it had not been very effective. Now that he had used his domain to defend against the nether-refined palm, it was surprisingly effective. Xiajuyo's expression turned ugly. This nether-refining palm wasn't meant to defeat Lu Yin, but rather to leave a mark on his body, just like how he had left a mark on the Tear Lady. However, he didn't expect to be perfectly defended by the domain. Lu Yin's domain was very powerful, but it wasn't enough to pose a threat to Xiajuyo. However, it just so happened to be able to defend against the nether-refining palm, which left Xiajuyo feeling stifled. Helpless, Lu Yin transformed his star energy into a blade and unleashed the Xia family's 3 styles of blade intent. Suddenly, the emptiness palm descended, accompanied by 9-lined battle force. Xiajuyo's hair stood on end and he slashed out with his blade. The blade shattered as the emptiness palm slammed into his body, forcing him to retreat. He spat out a mouthful of blood as stars appeared around him. This was the serious art. Xiaojuyo's face turned pale as he roared at the sky. The sound waves overlapped as he used his echo-innate skill. At the same time the stars exploded. The entire mountain peak trembled as smoke and dust filled the air. Xiaojuyo had just broken through the serious art when he was met with another palm. Lu Yin didn't give him any time to react as this attack was extremely powerful. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It pierced through Xiaojuyo's abdomen, leaving him half dead. Xiaojuyo coughed up blood as Lu Yin walked out. I told you, let's see how many lives you have. He then raised a hand and slammed down. Outside Mount Supreme, Xia Meng was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. The difference between Xiaojuyo and Lu Yin was too obvious. Xiaojuyo's attacks were powerless and he couldn't defend himself. Even if he relied on the 9 clones to barely survive, it was impossible for him to win. Xiaojuyo had also thought things through, and when Lu Yin's palm landed, his forehead split open and he fell to the ground, dead. Lu Yin looked down at Xiaojuyo from above. Back at Mount Supreme, Xiao Luo was nervous. Xiaojuyo could not die. Everyone stared at the fallen Xiaojuyo. He was clearly a dead man, but he quickly opened his eyes and said, I admit defeat. Lu Yin was calm as there was no suspense in this battle. In the distance, Wu Taibai frowned as he stared at Xiaojuyo. No one knew what he was thinking. Xiaojuyo had no other choice. He was unwilling but he couldn't win. Even if he wanted to fight with his life on the line, he needed to have the ability to fight to the death. Lu Yin's emptiness palm alone was enough to dominate the sovereign tournament and few could block it. Xiaojuyo's body being able to withstand a few moves was already quite good. The little arrow saint had been crippled by a single palm, and Wang Yi had also been injured by an emptiness palm. The next match was between Xianxia and Wu Taibai. In front of their screens, the 6th mainland's cultivators were nervous. No matter how confident they were in the Daoist 3 skies, they still felt great pressure against Xianxia. After the sovereign tournament, no matter who it was, no matter how terrifying their strength was, Xianxia was publicly acknowledged as the only sovereign. The battle royale had also ended in his hands. He had used a single stream of qi to create progenitor Qin and attack everyone. He had even declared that he was not afraid of being surrounded. Xianxia's strength and boldness were both extremely pressuring. Wu Taibai and Xianxia faced each other. 3 streams of qi revolved around Xianxia as he floated in the air. He looked like a deity and his stance made him seem weaker. Although Xianxia was alone, he could find 3 progenitor fighters. This was the source of his invincibility. Who dared to say that they could match progenitors of the same generation, let alone 3 of them? Moreover, they were the invincible progenitor Qin. Wu Taibai's only chance of victory was to defeat Xianxia himself, and he had done so. As Xia family's progenitor Qin appeared, Wu Taibai raised his hand, seal of mountains and rivers. Qi revolved around Xianxia and the seal of mountains and rivers slammed into the qi, shattering it. A similar scene had happened before. Xianxia had created an illusory progenitor Qin to shatter the seal of mountains and rivers. However, Xianxia himself had dodged it this time. The seal of mountains and rivers ignored space and was created by progenitor Qin. It was enough to shatter the ancestral qi of the 3 suns. However, the ancestral qi of the 3 suns could only delay Xianxia for 1 second. 1 second was enough. At the same time, Xia family's progenitor Qin slashed at Wu Taibai. He forcefully retracted his blade intent and stepped across space, slashing downwards. It was this slash that had eliminated Meng Guang and the rest, confirming the top 10. No one dared to be careless against progenitor Qin's slash. However, this scene was still repeated. Previously, Wu Taibai had taken this slash head-on, and this time was no exception. Wu Taibai's body surged with a strange qi. He raised his hand and with a bang, Xia family's progenitor Qin's slash was firmly caught by Wu Taibai. Unlike before, Xia family's progenitor Qin's slash was sharp, and its color had changed, turning dark. In the distance, Xiaojuyo's pupils shrank. Netherworld palm? No, it was fusing the netherworld palm with the 3-blade intents, turning it into netherworld saber intent. Could be used like this? Wu Taibai did not expect it to be like this. His palm quickly froze and his expression changed slightly. He raised his palm to deflect the blade. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Xia family's progenitor Qin borrowed the power of Wu Taibai's palm to spin his body, and the blade descended from another direction. Wu Taibai could hit Xia family's progenitor Qin, but Xia family's progenitor Qin could also hit Wu Taibai. This was exchanging injury for injury. Although it seemed like both attacks had hit each other, it was definitely more disadvantageous for Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai helplessly retreated and Xia family's progenitor Chen's attack missed. His footsteps were light, and although his speed was not fast, every step he took was in the direction that Wu Taibai wanted to avoid. Wu Taibai continuously retreated, and the progenitor's seal appeared behind him. A terrifying aura swept out as the seal of mountains and rivers blasted towards Xia family's progenitor Chen. Xia family's progenitor Chen's blade flashed and shattered the seal of mountains and rivers, causing the surrounding air to turn icy cold. Outside the horizontal black hole in the Starfall Sea, the Sixth Mainland's three ancestors looked at Mount Supreme with solemn expressions. That was progenitor Qin, who had just become an enlighter and forced Wu Taibai to retreat step by step. Even the seal of mountains and rivers was ineffective against him. Progenitor Chen's unparalleled might was unparalleled. Who could resist him? Who dared to say that they could defeat progenitor Qin? At the very least they did not dare to. Progenitor Qin had killed more than one progenitor, even if it was only his clone. Lu Yin looked at Wu Taibai, who was being forced back by Xia family's progenitor Qin, and his expression became unprecedentedly solemn. That was progenitor Chen's strength. Wu Taibai had been able to suppress Yuhua Mavis with that flow of energy, and his seal of mountains and rivers ignored space and had unparalleled might. Even so, he was still being suppressed by progenitor Qin. Lu Yin could not imagine how powerful progenitor Chen's 9 clones would be. Hold on. Lu Yin's expression suddenly changed as he looked at Xianxia. 9 clones combined into one? Xianxia's 2 flows of energy had transformed into 2 progenitors. Did that mean that the 2 progenitors could be combined into one? Lu Yin's expression changed as he stared at Xianxia. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. No wonder Xianxia had thought that he was invincible from start to finish. They were not fighting against the Xianxia, but rather against progenitor Qin when he was still an enlighter. Even without his intelligence, progenitor Qin was still progenitor Qin. The ground split open as Xia family's progenitor Qin slashed out with his blade. The sharpness of the blade cut through the heavens and the boundless starry sky outside of Mount Supreme. Everyone looked at the screen as Wu Taibai was being suppressed too ruthlessly. Wu Taibai's expression was calm. Although progenitor Qin was invincible, that did not mean that no one could challenge him during his era. With Wu Taibai's strength, he could definitely challenge progenitor Qin during his era. However, it would be difficult for him to win. The goal of this competition was not to defeat progenitor Qin in front of him, but rather to defeat the person in the distance, the man who was like a god. Xianxia Qing looked on indifferently. Wu Taibai's display of strength was within his expectations. To be able to fight against progenitor Qin, this person could be considered a genius of this era. Unfortunately, he had appeared and everyone was suppressed. Xianxia Qing was truly bored. If only the rules had not changed, then everyone could challenge him and surround him. Perhaps they could even force him to use his 3rd strand of ancestral qi, allowing him to break through the 3 Suns' ancestral qi's barrier of invincibility. In the end, the 3 Suns' ancestral qi was just a battle technique. If Wu Taibai wanted to become an ancestor, he would have to rely on himself. He did not want to become an invincible fighter for the Hall of Honor. The blade descended once again and Xia family's progenitor Qin forced Wu Taibai to the edge of the mountain peak. Wu Taibai took a deep breath and looked to the side. There Wang Yi was looking at him. Wu Taibai was helpless. He did not expect to be forced to this point. In front of him the blade flashed. Xia family's progenitor Qin did not have any intelligence and only attacked endlessly. The surrounding void was frozen by the secluded refining qi. Wu Taibai raised his right hand and blocked his face. Everyone who saw this scene was at a loss. What was the meaning of this? Did he not dare to look? Wang Yi raised his eyebrows. Here it comes. End of chapter. Chapter 13-17. Wu Taibai had defeated Feather Mavis with the surging flow of air around his body. That flow of air had confused everyone, but now, it had gathered in his palm and was suddenly released. It was completely different from before. In the distance, Lu Yin's expression changed as Wu Taibai's rune lines increased dramatically. The martial ancestor's imprint and this flow of air caused his rune lines to surpass the Xia family's ancestor Qin. The blade light descended, but Wu Taibai waved his hand and tore it apart. He leapt up and pressed down on the Xia family's ancestor Chen's shoulder, pressing him into the ground. At the same time his body disappeared and reappeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia was astonished. When Wu Taibai struck out with his palm, the two streams of air did not even have the ability to slow down his attack and were shattered by his palm. The palm imprinted in front of Xianxia and an incomparably fierce force descended. Xianxia could feel it even before it came into contact. The power of this palm surpassed the danger that Lu Tianmu's 13th sword had brought to him. Wu Taibai's palm landed very quickly and no one could react in time. However, just as it was about to touch Xianxia's body, it moved further and further away. Xianxia felt a chill run down his back. Not good, it's a secret technique. The Hall of Honor's secret technique. Banish. Although Wu Taibai had surpassed the Xia family's ancestor Qin and the two flows of air, threatening Xianxia, he was still pushed away by the banish technique. The banish technique did not throw Wu Taibai too far away. He used the seal of mountains and rivers in midair, but it still could not touch Xianxia. Instead, the Xia family's ancestor Qin slashed at Wu Taibai. However, the blade did not injure Wu Taibai and was instead obstructed by the flow of air around his body. Wu Taibai landed on the ground and the Xia family's ancestor Qin slashed out. Wu Taibai raised his leg to block the blade and retreated once more. He looked helplessly at the distant Xianxia. I admit defeat. Although many had expected this result, it was still shocking that it had actually happened. Xianxia had still won. He was ranked first on the top 10 predicted rankings, and had always been the only prime on the surface. Now he was only a step away from the true prime position. Wu Taibai's strength wasn't weak and could temporarily suppress ancestor Qin of the Xia family. This was something that no one had ever done before. However, he couldn't pose a threat to Xianxia. Even if he could tangle with the Xia family's ancestor Qin that Xianxia had transformed into, he wouldn't be able to win in the end. Thus he might as well admit defeat. Xianxia frowned as Wu Taibai had just given him a sense of pressure. It had been a long time since he had felt such a sense of danger and he loved such a sense of danger. As he thought about it, he looked at Wang Yi and Lu Yin. Both of you come at me together. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. There were only 3 people left in the competition. Himself, Wang Yi and Xianxia. He had originally thought that there would be one more person who would have a bye, but Xianxia had actually taken on 2 people by herself. Don't hesitate, deaf-mute brother. No one is a match for him in a duel. Wu Taibai's voice sounded out with a hint of helplessness. Wang Yi walked out and looked at Xianxia in the distance. Until now he still felt that it was inconceivable. There was actually someone in the starry sky who had such strength. It was enough to challenge those 4 people. However, it couldn't be considered true strength. It was just borrowing ancestor Chen's strength. He looked at Lu Yin, who wasn't too far away. Wang Yi actually wanted to fight with him, but a 3-way battle wasn't too bad either. Lu Yin also walked out from the side. His true opponent for the championship should be Xianxia, but with the strength that he had displayed so far, it didn't seem very likely for him to win. However, did the rules allow it? Xianxia had wanted to challenge everyone by himself, but he had been stopped. After waiting for a while, no one stopped him. Regardless of whether it was the Hall of Honor, the 3 progenitors or everyone else, they all believed that this was the final battle. Wu Taibai couldn't defeat Xianxia, and in the eyes of others, even if the 2 of them worked together, they might not be able to win. Just as Lu Yin had guessed, the Hall of Honor was already preparing to celebrate. The first person to become the universe's young paragon was enough to excite everyone in the Hall of Honor. 7th bro, do your best. Beat him up. Ku Wei shouted. Beat him up. Lu Yin, beat him up. Xiao Bai jumped up and down as he shouted. Lan Si and the rest of the people from the Spirit Palace were all watching. This battle was truly the final battle. Xianxia's lips curled up. I hope you guys can bring me danger. He then waved his hand and another stream of air whizzed past, transforming into the illusory progenitor Qin. Blade light flashed as progenitor Qin from the Xia family raised his hand and slashed at Wang Yi. Wang Yi's figure immediately disappeared. His speed was at the top of the Paragon tournament, and even with Sirius and the Ian evolution scripture, Lu Yin could barely catch a trace of his shadow. Progenitor Qin couldn't catch it either, so his blade slashed at Lu Yin instead. Lu Yin didn't dare to be careless against Progenitor Chen's attack. At this moment, Progenitor Chen's attack wasn't just the three styles blade intent. It had also merged with the nether-refined palm, transforming into a frozen nether-refined blade intent. Lu Yin's pupils turned into runes, weakening the rune lines of Progenitor Chen's attack. At the same time, he raised his hand and struck out with an empty palm, deflecting the blade. He shifted his body to the side and looked at Xianxia. Not only did Wang Yi pass by Progenitor Qin, but he also passed through the illusory Progenitor Qin and appeared in front of Xianxia. Four Ultimates Technique, Kuei Xiong. A huge force erupted, accompanied by a terrifying destructive force. This attack wasn't much weaker than the danger that Wu Taibai's palm had brought to Xianxia. Xianxia was excited. It was still the banishment technique. Suddenly, everything in front of him changed. He saw the glory realm being destroyed, endless attacks descending, and Elder Chan dying. He saw familiar faces and strangers dying one after another. Suddenly, intense pain spread throughout his body, and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Lu Yin, and he slashed down with a single palm. Not good, it was an illusion. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood as he was dragged into the Day Knight's tribute and attacked by Lu Yin's spiritual force. His body was also struck by Wang Yi. Even though Wang Yi had been thrown out by the banishment technique, the force of his attack still affected Xianxia. Xianxia retreated several steps with blood at the corner of his mouth. He looked up at Lu Yin and happened to meet his gaze. The illusion technique that attacked me at the central pass came from you? Lu Yin didn't have the time to chat with the Xia family's Progenitor Chen's blade descended one after another, and each strike seemed to be able to seal off Lu Yin's movements. Lu Yin had long since used his cosmic art to clearly see the trajectory of Progenitor Chen's blade. Otherwise, he would have been easily struck. Xianxia was injured, and this was the first time this had happened since the start of the competition. In front of their screens, many people were excited. This was going to be exciting. With 3 strands of ancestral qi revolving around him, Xianxia was like a deity, pressuring everyone. But now he was finally injured, which meant that he wasn't invincible. Progenitor Qin attacked Wang Yi, moving through the void. His attacks were formless, but they sent chills down everyone's spine. Wang Yi used the Kuei Bear to attack again, but this time it pierced through Progenitor Qin. Unable to hit him, Wang Yi's eyes flashed and his figure disappeared. He didn't want to tangle with Progenitor Qin and instead attacked Xianxia. Suddenly, his figure paused and blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. He had been hit by Xianxia's secret technique, punishment. Behind him, Progenitor Qin walked out, raised his hand and pointed. The tip of his finger turned black. The black light distorted the void and even light was sucked away. Wang Yi's left hand spread open and he pointed at Progenitor Qin. 4 ultimate techniques. Pearl Carrot. Progenitor Chen's finger struck Wang Yi's side and blood spurted out. Wang Yi's physical strength was extremely strong, and even Lu Yin's emptiness palm could only leave a mark on him. It couldn't penetrate him, but it was broken by Progenitor Chen's finger. However, the flames on the surface of Progenitor Chen's body suddenly disappeared, and Wang Yi's figure flickered. Progenitor Chen's abdomen was cut open, and he turned into a stream of air that dissipated. In the distance, Xianxia was shocked. Progenitor Chen's formless energy had disappeared. Otherwise, Wang Yi wouldn't have been able to succeed. Wang Yi was the first person to injure Progenitor Qin, and at this moment, everyone knew that once Progenitor Qin was injured, what flowed out of the wound wasn't blood but air. Furthermore, this air would fuse, which meant that the 3 suns' ancestral qi wouldn't disappear, and Progenitor Qin could fight without restrictions. Lu Yin also saw this scene and his gaze sank. Although Progenitor Qin didn't have any intelligence, he would never die or be injured. This could be considered to make up for his lack of intelligence. Now the only way to defeat Xianxia was to defeat him and force him to be unable to use the 3 suns' ancestral qi. In the mountain and sea realm, Corpse Ghost had exposed the true nature of the 3 suns' ancestral qi. At this moment, in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament, Wang Yi had exposed the terrifying characteristics of the 3 suns' ancestral qi. Now even Xianxia's heart sank as he felt the terror of this battle technique. The pearl vine of the 4 ultimates could seal any of the enemy's techniques. Xianxia had sealed Lu Yin's strength, causing him to be unable to use the hollow palm and causing his strength to plummet. Just now, Xianxia had sealed Progenitor Chen's formless ability to injure him, but it was useless. Even if he had the strength to destroy Progenitor Chen, it would still be useless as Progenitor Chen could appear again. Xianxia stood quietly in the void, surrounded by an air current. He looked like a deity as he calmly looked at Lu Yin and Wang Yi. These two were definitely the top experts in the Sovereign Tournament, but unfortunately they still couldn't defeat him. The more the characteristics of the three sons' ancestral qi were exposed, the more despair one would feel. At this moment, even those from the Great Eastern Alliance didn't think that Lu Yin could win. Lu Yin dodged another blade and raised his hand, using the hollow palm to attack Xianxia. Xianxia blocked the air current around him and the hollow palm dispersed the air current. However, it was delayed for a moment, allowing Xianxia to dodge. At that moment, the star chessboard appeared beneath Lu Yin's feet and moved. At this moment, the Xia family's progenitor Chen was still an enlighter, so it was impossible for him to create the Xia secret word. Thus, progenitor Chen couldn't break the planned secret word. Lu Yin appeared behind Xianxia and tapped out with his finger. Seventh brother also pointed. 2 air currents had already dispersed, leaving only 1 air current to defend. Everyone hoped that Lu Yin would be able to force Xianxia's third ancestral qi out, and they were all curious as to who it would take. In the distance, Wang Yi saw Lu Yin's 7th brother and frowned. It looked very familiar. Wu Taibai also saw it and he stared at Lu Yin's 7th brother. The finger tore through the void and descended behind Xianxia. Xianxia raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Secret technique. Expel. Lu Yin's body flew backwards, and he was thrown out uncontrollably in the direction of the Xia family's progenitor Chen. Behind him a blade descended,